also include safety. Okay? Na dapat tignan natin kung mga dinidesign natin at hindi tayo ano ng mga malicious actions na sa mga iba. Okay? Next slide, please. Number 11, observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly not manufacture, spread or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified, and misleading information or data against any member of or the IIEE, its officers. Okay? Ito yung Juan, yung sa media rin. Okay? Sa social media na pagka may nakita kayong comment, nilalagay yung kaagad doon, nakakasira na pala kayo ng ibang kasama nyo. Okay? Ito yung mga tinatakil namin sa PPC. Okay? Yung mga ginagawa ng mga iba, mga sa social media na nire-report sa amin as complaint. Okay? Yan ang mga tinatakil namin na ibang complaint. Okay? So mag-ingat tayo dyan. Okay? Huwag naman natin sirain yung kasama natin. Okay? Discredit, besmirch the honor and integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IIEE, its officers, employees, representative, or agents. Okay? So, kung ganyan, kung may mga reklamo kayo, huwag niyong idaan pa sa social media. Okay? Kung gusto niyong mag-comment ng complaints, i-discuss ko mamaya. Direkta sa PPC. I-direkta nyo sa PPC para mapag-usapan. Magawan ng remedyo yan. Okay, masolve natin. Okay? So, huwag nyo idaan sa social media. Hindi kayo nasutulungan ng mga social media na yan. PPC ang tutulong sa inyo. Okay? Next slide, please. Support colleagues and coworkers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. Okay? So tayo magtulong-tulungan dito. Okay? Let's say, halimbawa, may nakita kang kasama natin na hindi tama yung just tell him. And to those people naman na nasisita, dapat constructive criticism naman ang tanggap nyo. Huwag yung i-depend pa kung kitang-kita na mali yung ginagawa mo. Okay? So magtulong-tulong tayo niyan. Okay? Number 13, timely and fully comply with and abide with any and all of his obligations to a coworker, a co-member, or of the IIEE, the IIEE itself, or any third party. Okay. Ito rin. Okay? Paminsan-minsan kung tumutulong ka o humingi ka na rin ng tulong at nasabi mo na pameriendahin mo siya, ito pa rin mo ron. Yung mga i-comply mo, yung mga sinasabi mo rin para at least sa susunod na humingi ka rin ng tulong, anywhere, anytime, may mga tutulong sa'yo. Kung ikaw nag-promise na ganito, hindi mo kinumply, yung mga obligations mo rin, wala. Mag-isa ka na gagawa ng mga kanya, walang tutulong sa'yo. So dapat, magtulong-tulong tayo. Okay? Comply our obligations din para mas maganda yung relationship. Okay? Next slide, please. Number 14, next slide. Number 14, does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form and uphold free and fair competition. Okay, so marami naman siguro tayo ditong mga contractors. So, huwag tayong piece of advice. Magtulungan tayo. Kung 3 project yan at 3 kayo, di tig-tig isa. Ganun lang. Huwag mong kunin lahat. Okay? Magtulong-tulungan. Ganyan lang ang professionals na ano natin dito. Okay? So, yan ang 14 Code of Ethics natin. 14 yan. Okay? Next slide, please. So, eto. Honesty is being truthful, sincere, and free from deceit, while integrity is loyal adherence to strict moral and ethical code towards excellence. So yan po sana. Yan ang Code of Ethics natin. Dapat targetin natin yung excellence. Kasi kasama sa mga mission natin yan, mga vision natin yan. Okay? So, my time here is only 45 minutes. So dapat ituloy-tuloy ko na. Yung question and answer mamaya, kung meron, saka na lang natin itatakal. Okay? So, my next slide is, thank you na yan. Okay? So, I will be going to discuss again yung susunod, yung rules and handling cases. Meron pa akong isa. Yung rules and handling cases, sir. So I hope may natutunan kayo sa kwan natin sa Code of Ethics natin Ito naman sa rules in handling cases naman ito, yung pagpapile ng complaint. Ito, IIEE rules in handling complaints. Okay. Dito kasi, ang daming complaints na nare-receive namin, kung baga, ibibigay nyo pa sa ibang officers natin, when in fact, you can address to us directly. Mas maganda na lang kung i-address nyo sa amin directly yan para ma-actionan at matignan ka agad. Okay? So, eto yung rules in handling cases adopted through IIEE Board Resolution number noong 2014 yan, 2014-07-72. Okay? And we will present that professional practice ethics committee. So, kami sa PPC, Professional Practice Committee, hindi kami abogado. Okay? Puro inhinyero nandun. Kaya, ano ang isip namin pagka nandun kami? Puro inhinyero tayo, kaya kailangan magtulong-tulungan. Huwag kayong matakot sa PPC. Huwag kayong matakot na mag-file din ng complaint kung nakikita nyo may mga complaints kayo. Okay? Pero ito ang guide. Okay? Kung paano mag-file ng complaint. Kaya dapat alam natin ito. Okay? Next slide, please. So, yan ang 2021 PPC committee. We have Ariel Durant, our chairman, ako, yung vice chairman. Hindi nyo naman makikita sila, pero sasabihin ko na lang yung pangalan. We have Elmer Casaw, former governors lahat yan. We have Roxy Rocio, we have Yoli Hudan, kasama natin dito sa CLR. We have Sir Primo, yung sinundan ko na nag-speaker. Si Alwin Lunas from Bicol. Si Den Horneha from Middle East. So, ang component ng PPC is isang kani-kaninong lugar. Si Primo kanina sa Canada. Okay? We have Ramil Umbina from Mindanao. We have here Willie Cañizares from Cebu. And our advisor, Alberto Herrera, our National Secretary, and our overseer para si Juan, si Sir, not press, si Sir Larry, former President ng 2016 is our advisor, and Brian Pasqua is our staff. Okay? So yan ang nag-component, ayan ang mga members ng PPC. Okay? Puro engineers yan, walang abogado dyan. Pero napapa-advise din kami. Siyempre. Next slide, please. Authority. Okay. The rules in handling cases was promulgated by the Professional Practice PPC pursuant to Article 4.8, Section 3.6 of the Constitution and Bylaws. So yan, na-create ang PPC dahil sa Article 8, 3.6 ng Constitution and Bylaws, and tinetake charge namin, okay, all matters relating professional practice with 7920. Kung makikita kayong may violation sa 7920, the new electrical engineering law na binabiolate ng mga kasama natin, yan ang mga i-file nyo ng complaint sa amin. Okay? Next slide. Jurisdiction. The PPC shall act on all matters brought before it in accordance with IIEE Constitution and Bylaws. Okay? Next slide. Jurisdiction. All actions arising from act of omission violating the rights of another relating to the practice of electrical engineering, Republic Act 7920, IIEE Code of Ethics, Electrical Engineers Code, IIEE Manual of Professional Practice, and Constitution of Bylaws of the Institute. So, yan ang nung nababiolate o nababiolate yung mga yan, pwede nyo i-ano sa amin, i-report o i-complain. Number 2, act on omission allegedly committed by IIEE member or by a non-member which has infringed upon the right of the IIEE member. So, kung kayo rin, may nakakuan kayo ng kwan ng hindi taga-IIEE or ibang member, pag nakakuan kayo na violate yung right natin, kadalasan na nangyayari ito sa Office of the Building Official Sometimes may mga requirement kasi sila ron na nakakuan kayo. So, tignan natin para maayos natin. Okay? And actually, meron ng committee yan na nag-aayos yan Okay? Number 3, no anonymous complaint. Okay? Walang anonymous complaint. Shall be entertained at least there is obvious truth. Okay? Kung anonymous yung complaint, pero nakikita namin na may substance, kinikater din namin yan. Lalo na kung ang nagbigay sa amin is yung mga supported by the mga evidences, okay, in which case the person complained of may require comments upon the discretion of the PPC. Okay? And ini-investigate din namin yan. Okay? Kahit anonymous yan, ini-investigate din namin yan. Tinitignan din namin na yung kino-complain na tao is hindi nababiolate yung right niya. Okay? Next slide, please. Rules. Complainant. Ito yung complainant. Okay? Yung mga magko-complain. The complaint should be written in a clear, readable, simple, and concise language and a systematic manner as to apprise the PPC of the nature and cause of the accusation against the person complained of, and to enable the person to intellectually prepare his defense or answer following the format provided. So, pag nagko-complain po tayo, may mga format yan na binibigay na sa amin. Pagka nag-complain kayo, binabalik namin yan para mas maganda yung para masunod yung mga kailangan. Okay? Kasi sometimes requirement yan. Okay? Na mas kung may mga incomplete na requirement na pagpa-file mo, hindi rin ma-actionan yan. So, binibigyan kayo ng format para ma-comply lahat ng requirements. Okay? Person complained of. Upon the receipt of a complaint which is sufficient in form and substance, the PPC shall require the person complained of to submit a counter affidavit. So yon. Pagka nag-file na kayo at nakita namin na may substance yan nga, binibigay uli namin sa inyo yung form, may format. So, bibigay nyo sa amin ngayon. So, yung format na yon is mas madali nang sagutin nung kinumplain nyo na tao. Okay? Mas clear na. So, para naman yung tao na yon na kinumplain nyo is makapag-explain din. Okay? Hindi lang nag-file ka na ng kaso, bigyan na natin ng decision kaagad dyan. Hindi ganon. Dapat i-due process din natin. Okay? Next slide, please. Complaint, sa rules pa rin, the complaint shall be at least contain the following. So, ito ang nakaglaman ng complaint. Okay? Yung name ng taong kino-complain, address niya, tapos narration of yung relevant na violation niya. Okay? Mga evidences, kung meron kayo, dapat, kung may original evidence kayo, dapat mas maganda pa, masabit sa amin. Or yung photocopy muna, okay lang. Okay? And yung letter E is certification of no shopping, forum shopping. Ibig sabihin ng forum shopping is yung sa ibang mga cases or court nyo pa na demanda na, hindi po pwede yun. Dapat sa amin lang muna, kayo na certificate. Okay? In the absence, ito, yung note dyan sa baba, in the absence ng wala sa iba dyan, but hindi rin sa requirements na yan, hindi mag-go yung complaint mo. So, dapat kumpleto. Okay? Next slide, please. When and where to file complaint. Okay? The complaint may be filed at any time with the PPC. Yan. Mas maganda kung director i-file nyo sa amin, the PPC. Okay? Huwag na yung sa iba nyo pa, kung alam nyo yung mga email naman, pwede nang i-email yan. Okay? Saka na lang, pagka sinagot namin yan, may mga forms na ibabalik namin sa iyo para mas maganda yung pag-file mo ng complaint. And then, number 2, the complaint against an IIEE member shall be not be given due course unless it is in working and subscribed and sworn. Writing ba yan? Hindi mabasa masyado. Naka-notarize. Naka-notarize ang ibig sabihin yan. Okay? So, withdrawal of complaint. Ang withdrawal ng complaint naman is, ang sabi dito is, hindi lang basta-basta nawi-withdraw ang complaint. Okay? Tinitignan din namin kung merong substansya, may merit yan para ma-actionan din. Okay? Hindi basta-basta. Okay? Lalo na kung yung complaint ay wala pang decision. Okay? Kung wala pang decision ng PPC, amicable settlement yun, makikita nyo dyan. Okay? So next slide please. Primary investigation. Pag primary investigation, ang ibig sabihin yan, of course, tinatawagan din namin yung taong nag-complain, ini-interview, tinatawagan din namin yung kinomplain nyo para makausap din, ganyan yan. This involves evaluation of documents and records submitted both by the complainant and the person complained of. Okay? Where both are given the privileges of submitting affidavits and counter-affidavits. Okay, yan. Due process yan. But yung nag-file ng complaint at saka yung kinomplaint, na-interview yan. Okay? Failure of the person complained of to submit his counter-affidavit within the reglementary period shall be considered as a waiver thereof, whereby the case will be decided based on the documents submitted. Okay. Kung halimbawa may yung complainant, yung respondent hindi niya nag-submit ng counter affidavit niya, dine-decide natin yan based sa mga documents na nasa atin. Okay? Next is, if necessary, both parties may be called for further clarification. Okay, tinatawag din yan. The counter affidavit received, PPC may decide whether it warrants the formal investigation shall proceed. So pag nakikita natin din kung may substansya, talagang nag-investigate tayo. Okay? Fact-finding investigation follows which serve as preliminary investigations for the proceedings. Okay? So, matrabaho rin ang ng PPC. Okay? Dahil kami ang nagkikipag-communicate, kami rin sometimes ang nag-investigate. Okay? Sometimes, kung malapit-lapit yan, pumupunta pa mga members dyan. Okay? Next slide, please. So, duration of investigation. So, nakikita nyo yung mga naka-red dyan is 15 days. Preliminary investigations are commenced not later than 15 days. Okay? Pagka na-receive namin yan at na-evaluate, 15 days, i-investigate namin yan. Okay? Or, mas maaga pa. Pero, yung result naman is, but yung result, yung investigation na kuwan namin sa case, is dapat mabibigyan namin yung sa mare-report namin yan within 60 days. Pero kadalasan hindi mamimit yan, yung 60 days na yan. Kasi ang dami rin nangyayari na ginagawa natin, kaya more than pa. Pero ang nagkokos naman ng delay is sa amin, pag minsan sa PPC, at ini-inform namin kayo na involved. Para yung communication is active, hindi yung mapuputol ka agad. So, dapat may communication yan. Okay? Investigation report. So, eto, within 15 days, from the termination of the preliminary investigation, the investigating officer shall submit investigation report. Okay? And the complete record of the case to the PPC. So, yung nag-investigate, magre-report din sa amin. Okay, magsasubmit din yan. Okay? Within 15 days, Next slide, please. Decision or resolution after preliminary investigation. So, yan, if a prima facie case is established during the investigation, a formal charge shall be issued by the PPC. In the case of prima facie case, the complaint shall be dismissed. Okay? kung makikita mo na matibay yung complaint niya, pinoproceed yan. Kung hindi, kung halimbawa, kulang-kulang naman yung binigay nilang minsan pa nga, engineer ganito, yun lang ang ma-receive namin. Through email pa o kaya through text. Hindi na namin yun, kinikater yun. Kaya dapat, makita natin to, labasundan natin yung rules niya at saka yung requirements niya para makater lahat yung natin, yung mga complaints natin. Okay, matulungan natin yung mga gumagawa ng hindi tama dito sa grupo natin. Okay? Next slide, please. Formal charge to the respondent. After finding the prima facie case, the person complained shall be formally charged. So kung yung kinomplaint mo is napatunayan na may prima facie na siya, may truthfulness, yan, tinatawagan na natin yan, in-investigate na uli natin yan, tinitignan na natin yung mga evidence na nakafile. A brief statement of material and relevant facts accompanied by the certified true copies of the documentary evidences, if any. A sworn statement covering the testimony of witnesses, a directive to answer the charge or charges in writing under oath. Under oath na naman yan, naka-notarize na naman yan. Mas maganda kung pa-notarize natin kasi mas ano kasi sa requirement yan mas require namin. Within 15 days from the receipt thereof. Okay? An advice for the respondent to indicate in his answer whether or not he elects a formal investigation of the charges. Okay? Kung gusto niya na mag-formal investigation, kumuha siya ng counsel niya. Okay? Next slide, please. If the respondent has submitted his comment and counter affidavits during the preliminary investigation, she shall be given the opportunity to submit additional evidences. So tinatanong din namin yan. Kung meron pa siyang additional na ibibigay na evidence na kulang dito sa niya para mas maganda, mas marami kang evidence, mas patibay. Okay? The PPC shall not entertain clarification, bills of particular, or motion to dismiss, which are obviously designated to delay the administrative proceedings. Okay? Sometimes kasi meron tayong mga tao na kasama natin na delaying tactics yung mga ginagawa nila. So hindi na namin ini-entertain yan kung hindi maganda yung mga reasons. Okay? Next slide, please. Answer. The answer which is in writing and under oath shall be specific and shall contain material facts and applicable laws, including documentary evidence, sworn statement, covering testimonies of witnesses in support of the case. It shall also include a statement indicating whether or not the respondent shall elect a formal investigation. Yan ang sagot ng respondent. Okay? Failure to file an answer. Okay? If the respondent fails to or refuses to file a formal answer within 15 days, calendar days, the receipt thereof, kung natanggap mo na hindi ka nag-file ng answer mo within 15 days, considered waive of right na yun for formal investigation. Okay? And formal investigation will commence na. Okay? Next slide, please. Ito naman is mabibigay naman yata sa inyo eh. Mahirap kasi mabasa pag nandito sa So, ewan ko kung may mga slides din na may mga CD rin na ibibigay sa inyo para makita nyo. Okay? Conduct of formal investigation. Even the respondent does not request a formal investigation, one shall nevertheless be conducted by the PPC where from the allegation of the complaint and the answer of the respondent, including the supporting documents, and both parties merits, the case cannot be decided without conducting such investigation. So, lahat din, base rin sa yung mga decision din natin yan is through investigation. Okay? Napakahirap ngayon ang mag-investigate kasi ganito nga ang itsura natin. Webinar, mag-uusap-usap lang kayo dyan, hindi yung sometimes kasi pumupunta ang PPC committee sa mga areas na gusto namin makita kung totoong may mga ganitong nangyayari. Okay? Lalo na sa mga example ng mga ganyan is yung mga sa indigenous, yung mga template na yan. Minsan ang daming nagkalat na signed na. Okay? Yun ang tinitignan din namin. Kung may mga ganyan kayo, i-complain nyo para maayos din natin, matulungan din natin yung mga iba. Okay? Next slide, please. Conduct of formal investigation. The investigation shall be held not later than 15 days. Okay? Not later than 30 days from the receipt of the respondent's answer. Okay? Pag sumagot na yung respondent, dapat 30 days, masagot din natin. Okay? Pero pag 60 days na, dapat from the issuance of formal charge to the receipt of the answer unless the period is extended by the PPC. So, yun ang sinasabi natin kanina na pwede rin ma-extend dyan. Yung pagbibigay ng mga recommendations, pwede ma-extend dyan. Kasi hindi naman, tayo naman is, hindi naman nagtatrabaho sa doon eh. May mga ibang trabaho pa naman natin eh. Kung magmi-meeting nga kami, supposed to be once a month pag magmi-meeting. Pero sometimes ginagawa naming MWF. Sa dami rin ng namin. Kung nagmi-meeting kami, 7 to 10, 7 to 11, 7 to 12. Ganyan ang meeting ng PPC rin. Okay? So, mahirap din. Marami rin tasing ginagawa. Working din tayo. So, with the lab natin sa IIEE, yan ang ginagawa natin para makatulong. Okay? Next slide, please. Pre-hearing conference. Okay? Stipulation of facts. Simplification of issues. Okay? Pero yung mga pre-hearing conference na yan, dapat identification and marking of evidence, waiver of objection, and admissibility of evidence, limiting the number of witnesses and their names, dates of susunod na hearing, such other matters. Yan ang natatakal sa preliminary hearing. Okay? Yan ang mga hinahanap natin. Okay? Minsan, siyempre, may sa IIEE rin kasi may ano din tayo eh. May mga lawyers din tayo doon na kasama sa mga retainer. Ganyan. So, nagtatanong din kami doon. So, minsan, natatawa na lang kami pag minsan yung mga ginagawa namin na hindi pala yun. Dapat baguhin. Parang gano'n. So, pero huwag kayong matakot sa grupo natin. magtutulungan-tulungan tayo. Okay? So, next slide please. Amicable settlement. Yan ang sinasabi natin kanina na parties may either enter into an amicable settlement or submit to any of the alternative modes of dispute resolution at any time during the pendency of the case, but not before. Okay? Ibig sabihin niyan, kung reglo kayo, dapat wala pang decision ng PPC. Okay? At kung nag-reglo kayo, dapat ibigay nyo sa amin na naayos nyo na. Okay? Ang case nyo. Okay? Next slide, please. Continuous hearing until terminated. Postponement. Hearing shall be conducted on the hearing dates. Siyempre, magseset tayo ng hearing dates. Okay? So, doon maging schedule para well is informed para yung attendance ay nandyan. Okay? Where no pre-hearing conference is conducted, the parties and their counsel. Siyempre, ganun din. Kung sa lawyer, kung mapopospone, may inform kayo. Okay? Na walang hearing or walang investigation ngayon. Okay? A party shall be granted only to postponement upon oral or written request. A third postponement may be granted only upon written request and subject to discretion of the PPC. Okay? So, dalawang postponement ang allowed. Pero yung pangatlo is with the discretion of the PPC and bank na. Okay? If the respondent fails or refuses to appear during the scheduled hearing despite of due notice, the investigation shall proceed ex parte and the respondent is deemed to have waived the right to be present and to submit evidence in favor during those hearings. Okay? So, kung hindi magpapakita, itutuloy pa rin ang pagkakandak ng investigation or interview sa mga complaint or sa respondent o sa complainant. Okay. Next slide, please. Order of hearing. Unless the PPC directs otherwise, the order of hearing may be as follows. The prosecution shall present its evidence subject to the pre-hearing agreement. Cross-examination by the party. There may be redirect and recross-examination. The respondent shall be then offer evidence in support of his defense following the same order, rebuttal or sur-rebuttal. Okay? When the prosecution of evidence has been conducted, the parties shall formally offer their evidence, either orally or in writing, and thereafter, objections thereunto and also be either orally in writing or in writing. After which, the both parties may be given time to submit their respective memorandum, which in no case shall be beyond 15 calendar days after the termination of the investigation. Okay? So, mga instruction yan. Okay? Kadalasan dito sa mga rules na to, mga instructions ang nakalagay. Okay? Na dapat with time na allotment na nakalagay doon. Dapat sundin natin yung mga 15 days, 60 days yan kung kayo ang nag-file ng case. Next slide, please. Decision of the case. So, eto na yung decision of the case. The IIEE Board of Governors shall render the decision of the case within 60 days, calendar days, from the receipt of the report of investigation. Okay. So, yung PPC magsasabit ng report sa BOG, recommendation lang, yung mga recommendations niya. And yung Board of Governors ang magdi-decide kung ano yung ipapataw. It's either kung ayaw nila or approve nila, ayun ang PPC is recommendatory lang. Okay? Filing of motion for reconsideration. Okay, siyempre, nangyayari naman yan, kadalasan yan, na kung nagbigay ka ng decision, yung respondent, magmo-motion yan for reconsideration. Okay? And ang timetable mo dyan is only 15 days pag magsasubmit ka ng motion for reconsideration. Okay? When deemed filed, motion for reconsideration sent by mail shall be, okay, etong when deemed filed na yan, yung kaso na yan, kung send ng email or mails, tinitignan namin kung saan, kung anong date niya na-receive o kung saan anong date niya na-mail. Tinitignan din natin yung mga dates na yan. Okay? Next slide, please. Grounds for motion for reconsideration. New evidence has been discovered. Okay, so grounds for reconsideration yan. The decision is not supported by evidence on record. Okay, kung nag-decide na walang supporting evidence na naka-record sa kanila. And errors. Okay, errors of law, irregularities. Okay, yan ang grounds for motion for reconsideration. Okay? And limitations niya is only one motion for reconsideration shall be entertained. Okay? So isa lang ang motion for reconsideration na may entertain. Filing of motion for reconsideration shall be within reglementary period of 15 calendar days shall stay the execution of the decision sought to be considered. Okay? Next slide. Filing of appeals. Decisions imposing penalty exceeding 30 days suspension or expulsion by the IIEE member appeal to IIEE with a period of 15 days after the receipt thereof. So, pagka na-desisyonan na ng BOG, meron kang 30 days para mag-appeal. Okay? Kung wala kang appeal, pending appeal, the same shall be executory except where appeal is expulsion. Kung expulsion kasi, yung appeal, ma-affirm na yan, ma-reconfirm na ng BOG yan sa expulsion. Next slide. When the case is remanded for violation of respondent's right to due process, if the case appeal is remanded by the PPC for further investigation, the PPC shall finish the investigation within 3 calendar months from the date of receipt of the record, unless the investigation is delayed due to fault, negligence, or petition of the respondent, or an extension is granted by the IIEE BOG. Okay? In meritorious cases, the period of delay shall not be included in the computation. So kung there are extensions at the BOG ang nag-approve, hindi may include sa 3 months yan. Okay? Within 15 days from the termination of the investigation, the BOG shall render decision. If at the end of the said period of the BOG fails to decide the case, the decision shall be vacated and set aside. The respondent shall be exonerated of the charge. Okay? Ang ibig sabihin, kung nag-fail ang BOG sa pagbibigay ng decision, okay, mawawalang sala, ma-free na yung respondent niyan kung hindi nila nabigyan ng decision within the 15 days na yan. Okay? Next slide, please. Recommendation for restatement. Of course, pag na-suspend ka sa grupo, i-re-restate ka rin nila. So, ito yung mga requirement pag ma-reinstate ka. A meritorious case and upon recommendation of the PPC and BOG may commute or remove penalties or disabilities imposed upon IIEE member. Okay? The purpose of the petition for a favorable recommendation for the grant of clemency may be filed by a disciplined manner with the IIEE upon submission of the following. Okay? So magsasubmit ka ng certified true copy ng decision of the disciplinary case with the favorable recommendations. Certification from 3 reputable IIEE members who vouch that the respondent has become a practitioner in good standing. Okay, dapat may mag-recommend sa'yo na dapat naging hindi mo na ginagawa yung mga dati mong mistakes, isa-certify, ayan. Proof of non-pendency of the appeal for review relative to the disciplinary case before any tribunal. Okay? Next slide, please. Yan ang penalties pagka na-violate natin yung Constitution of Bylaws, Social Code of Ethics, ayan. Suspension, removal from IIEE membership, expulsion. Okay? Yan ang mga pero kung mabibigyan ka naman ng ganyan na mga decisions, siguro napakabigat na yung ginawa mo. Gaya nung ang una namin na sa Code of Ethics, ang isa diyan sa expulsion is yung graft and corruption pag proven. Okay? Kasi yung graft and corruption sa talagang may kuan ka alam mo ang ginagawa mo, may will ka. So yan, expulsion na yan. Okay? Next slide, please. So, 2016, members of the PPC, ayan sila. Sir Antonio S. Guevara, Sir Jess David, Ariel Soriano, Sir Roland Dio, Jose Jupiter Gonzalez, Jeff Acop, Salvador Peralta, Dennis Saavedra, Leo Escabasag, Vice Chairman, and si Sir Marlon Parot ang Chairman. So yan ang nagko-comprise ng 2016 PPC. Next slide, please. So, my presentation is over, and if there are questions, i-cater natin. Nakailang minutes ako? Over 45? So may mga questions?
Yes, sir. We do have one question.
Okay.
Mangge.
Sino yan? Anonymous?
On the PPC Act, on his
Hindi
own
pwede yung anonymous.
initiative?
Hindi pwede yung anonymous. Dapat lagyan mo ng pangalan. Alam nga naman sasagutin ko yan, hindi ko naman siya kilala. Magpakilala siya. Kung magkwe-question kayo, magpapakilala kayo. I am...
Yes, sir.
So, pakilala kayo. Hindi yung anonymous. Yes, sir. Sige, sir. Ibigyan mo ng mic, sir.
Good morning, sir. I am Engineer Wilson Rosario. I have a question. Kapag po ba na-expelled po yung member ng IIEE, ibig sabihin po, hindi na rin siya magiging engineer. Kasi para ma-renew mo yung license mo, kailangan mo yung certificate of good standing na kukunin mo sa chapter membership mo. So, syempre, hindi ka mai-issuehan nun dahil you are no longer a member of the organization. So, yun din po, mawawala rin po sa kanya yung pagka-engineer po niya. Tama po ba yun, sir?
Mahirap na question yan. Magandang tanong. Sinong makakasagot sa membership? Sa mga expired na IDs, okay? Hindi dapat nangyayari yan. Parang driver's license yan eh. Makakapag-drive ka ba kung expired ang driver's license mo? Makakapag-drive kayo? Bakit? Bakit hindi kayo makakapag-drive? Kasi hinuhuli kayo ng LTO. IIEE ba nang huhuli ng expired? Hindi. So dapat, it is your responsibility to renew your IDs, your PRCs. Okay? Dahil hanap buhay mo yan. Okay? So dapat hindi. Okay? Dapat hindi. Kaso kung employee ka, nakakapag-work ka pa kasi hindi ka naman nahuhuli. So yun ang consequence. Dapat hindi. Yes, meron ka bang support, Juan? Dapat hindi ka makakapag-file niyan.
Hindi sir, kunwari meron po kasi kayong na-decisionan na expulsion. Natanggal siya sa IIEE, na-expelled siya. So ibig sabihin nun, kapag na-expelled po yung tao, hindi na siya member ng IIEE.
Oo.
So when you are not a member of IIEE, hindi ka na pwedeng makakuha ng certificate of good standing, which is a prerequisite para maka-renew ka ng license mo sa PRC.
Yes.
So kung hindi mo ma-renew yung license mo, ibig sabihin hindi ka na pwedeng ma-considered na licensed electrical engineer or licensed electrical master electrician. So ibig sabihin hindi ka na rin pwedeng magpirma sa permit, sa sa in charge of installation, hindi ka na rin pwede doon dahil hindi mo na nga ma-renew yung license mo dahil expelled ka. So pati yung karapatan niya na maging licensed practitioner, matatanggal din po yun. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes. Kasi parang suspended ka dyan eh. Kung na-expel ka sa organization, parang nasuspend ka, nakat yung ano mo. So, hindi ka dapat makapag-practice.
So you can no longer practice your profession mo.
Not unless na yung kanina na may mag-certify sa'yo na 3 engineers na ikaw ay nagbago na, nire-recommend ka na nila na yung expulsion mo is ma-terminate. Kasi may mga ano naman yan pag expulsions naman yan, mga suspensions yan. Ano yan ang expulsion lang dito sa IIE, dapat talagang napakagrabe na yung ano mo. Yung
sabi nyo sir, yung graft and corruption po yun. Isa sa pwede maging reason para ma-expel ka.
Kung graft and corruption, napakagrabe na yan. Talagang ma-expel ka na yan sa organization. And hindi ka na makapag-practice.
Okay. Sir, regarding do sa comment ninyo na yung mostly na nagva-violate yan, yung OBO. Kanina po, meron po kayong sinabi.
Okay.
So, sa tingin ko po kasi yung mga OBO, wala rin po kasi silang magawa dahil meron po talaga mga municipality na walang license electrical practitioner sa kanilang plantilla position. Kaya po, nangyayari talaga yun, sir.
Dahil sa OBO, kadalasan kasi magminsan mga sa Office of the Building Officials. Pero may committee na nag-cater niyan ngayon na tinitignan kung paano magkaroon ng electrical engineer ang bawat municipality. Okay? Meron pa? Wag lang anonymous ah.
I
Hello,
think
sir.
we're running out of time.
Hello,
So
sir.
we would just like to appeal na lang to
Sir.
Sir
Hello,
Johnny
sir.
that if we have questions and to give time na rin sa mga susunod na speakers natin. Anyway, you will be joining us for the rest of the day, right, sir? So, yung mga other questions na lang, we will be addressing to you sa chat box, and then if you have time po, you could answer na lang their queries. Or
Pwedeng
if
isa na
not,
lang? Pwedeng isa?
anyway, they have their
Pwedeng
accounts,
isa?
may email sila. And if you have very flexible schedule, you could
Yeah.
go back to them, right, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes po.
Mas maraming sasagot. PPC.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much for giving me the chance to discuss this with you, and sana marami kayong natutunan, at yung please follow yung procedure para hindi masasayang yung oras natin pare-pareho. Okay? And if you have complaints, please idirekta nyo sa PPC para mas maganda yung communication natin, direkta. Okay? At nakikita nyo naman doon na dapat notarize. Ganun na lang ang gagawin natin. Okay? So with that, thank you very much for listening. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir. So as a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by this important gentleman, Engineer Oscar F. Ranilla Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, with the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Juan Johnny R. Agtarap in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resources speaker on the IIEE Hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25, 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this June 26, 2001. Signed Oscar F. Hernellia Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed Woody G. Irama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir. And thank you.
To give us insights and what their company has to offer, let us welcome our partner from Panasonic with their representative. To know more about him, please hear this out. Our next speaker obtained his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Maragondon campus. He is a registered electrical engineer. He is a member of Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization year 2019. He is a member of Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers year 2016, an experienced product technical specialist with expertise in the field of extensive specialization analysis and technical studies for development and improvements of products, with in-depth knowledge on electrical and auxiliary system designs, installations and operations such as substations lighting and system products like lighting control system, fire alarm system, CCTV system, intercom, and structured cabling system. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Engineer Christian A. Vigil.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Ma'am, can I share na po yung screen ko? No? Hello? Hello, ma'am. I-clear ko lang po kung okay na po yung screen and audio ko.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We can hear
okay.
you now.
So, I can start na po. So, before I start, I would like to thank po muna no, si Central Luzon Region for the invitation to Panasonic po para makapag-present yung aming team for the lineup po ng Panasonic Electrical construction material. So, and also to the in charge po, si Miss Bing. So for inviting us here to be part of the event. So for today lang po, so since nakapag-introduce na rin po yung MC for me, so I will not be introducing myself now. So I will be proceeding with the presentation. So for today, I will be discussing yung what Panasonic Flex Solutions can offer po sa inyo. So si Panasonic po is meron siyang different department and company. So for our side, we are offering the Life Solutions product, including the control system solution, the safety solution, security solution, saving solution, and the new normal solution. So for this presentation, makikita niyo yung mga products namin na pwede namin i-share sa inyo with these different types of solutions. So normally po kasi nagpe-present kami by product. So for now, starting this year po, nagpe-present kami via B2B or business to business solution na po. So including these different solutions to offer. Okay, so I will be starting with the control solutions po ni Panasonic Life Solutions. So for the control solutions, we have manual controls and the automated controls. So for our manual, we have the common wiring devices. So meron po kami Platina, Wide Series, and yung latest po namin which is the Slim Art. So ito po yung mga common wiring devices to offer po ni Panasonic sa market. So, and also we have the B Hotel for hotel solutions naman po. Then, for the new normal solution, meron po kami full switch. So this is for offices like yung meron tayong mga sari-sariling mga ilaw. Then, syempre to avoid contacts ng maraming tao, so pwede tayong gumamit ng mga full switches per area. Yan. So itong full switches namin. Then, for our automated products naman, we have the TEA IQ. So si TEA IQ po is a KNX protocol system for home automation. So pwede po natin siyang gamitin for lighting controls, appliances, aircon. So kagandahan dito is we can also control the system using our mobile phone. So if halimbawa meron tayong or pauwi na tayo ng bahay, gusto natin pagdating natin ng bahay is open na yung air condition system natin. So pwede natin siyang i-control pag malapit na tayo. Then yun nga, pagdating natin sa bahay, so pwede na siyang or gumagana na yung system. Then yun nga, kagandahan doon is pwede natin siyang control remotely. Then another automated product namin is the time switch. So for the time switch naman, so we have the mechanical and the digital type. So meron kami yung, for the digital, we have the yung programmable na siya for the whole year. So pwede natin siyang gamitin for the whole year, including yung mga holidays. So using our time switch po na Panasonic. Then we also have the passive infrared sensor. So a passive infrared sensor or mas kilala po siya as a motion detection switch. So si passive infrared sensor, ang difference lang niya with the motion detector is hindi lang niya dinedetect yung motion. So ang dinedetect niya po is motions with human temperature. So pagka nakadetect siya ng motion na yun nga, hindi, let's say, bola lang or moving objects lang, so hindi siya mag-activate. So ito po is intended for locations na very rare yung pagpunta ng mga tao. And sayang naman siyempre for the electricity consumption natin kung may iwan natin bukas yung mga ilaw natin. So that's for our PIR or yung passive infrared sensor. Then for the last product of our automated control, so we have the full two-way system. The full two-way system is a lighting control system. So normally, ginagamit po namin siya for a high-rise buildings. Then we have also installations for our residential. So the lighting control system, gumagamit po kami ng mga addressable switches to connect with the system using the 2-wire 24 volts DC lang po na wiring. So ang setup niya, centralize yung ating lighting control. So pwede po sa security room lang. Nandun lahat ng controls natin for the lighting. Then we can control na yung ating lighting for the whole building. Then Same with the KNX system or the TIA IQ, meron po rin siyang controls via mobile application. So pwede po natin siyang control with that. And yun nga, centralized, mas better yung ating control for the lighting system natin. So for the application, so for the number 1, so yan, pwede natin gamitin yung mga wiring devices natin. Second picture is yung number 3 items, TIA IQ. So pwede natin automate yung mga home, mga bahay natin for this product. Just another information for the TIA IQ, this is just for launching pa lang po. So ito po siya already available in the Philippine market. Then for the next picture, so si passive infrared sensor naman, normally ini-install natin siya sa mga comfort room. So since yun nga, hindi naman lagi may tao sa comfort room, so much better na meron siyang passive infrared sensor for the control ng ating lighting. Then for the last application, so si offices naman natin, so pwede natin yung gamitan ng ating mga full switches, then yung full two-way system and yung mga timer switch. So for the timer switch, pwede natin siyang iset from for the working hours natin. So let's say 8 to 5. Gagamitin natin si time switch for the aircon. Then si full two-way naman for the automation ng controls natin for the lighting. Okay. Then for our next solution, so we have the safety solution. First, we have the MCB, the devices, and the system solutions naman for the safety. So first, we have the MCB. For our MCB, this is a very new product po ni Panasonic. So this is for launching for this July. So this July, magiging available na po siya ngayon sa market. So we can offer the MCB type, RCBO, and RCCB. So as of now, we have the low current MCB po na pwede muna namin i-offer sa inyo. Then for the large capacity and the circuit breaker, so in the future po siguro magkakaroon na rin po si Panasonic. Then for the devices, so we have the EL Guard or the GFCI. So si EL Guard po namin is kagandahan niya is meron siyang, yun nga, so bukod sa pwede natin siya gamitin for wet locations or yung mga nag-require ng EL or GFCI requirement. So meron siyang yung outlet niya is two flat lang, then ground. Then if may mga appliances tayo na nakahiwalay yung ground wire natin or yung green wire, like yung common sa washing machine, kadalasan nakabukod yung ating ground wire. So nakahiwalay na wire siya. So meron po siyang parang terminal to connect naman yung ating ground wire natin using ito nga po yung terminal na to. Then okay, so next safety device po namin is the outlet with switches, with switch or yung tip. Then at the same time may safety shutter na rin po siya. So for this application naman, so normally pwede natin siya i-apply or gamitin sa mga locations na siguro may presence ng mga bata. So siyempre meron siyang safety shutter, hindi siya basta-basta matutusok ng mga malilikot na babies. And then kagandahan niya, meron din siyang switch. So pwede natin siya, if hindi natin ginagamit, pwede natin siyang i-off na lang. So at least kung masundot man siya ng mga bata, at least live, hindi live yung ating outlets natin. Yan, so yan yung kagandahan. Then another application, kung halimbawa yung appliance natin is much better kung i-off na lang natin yung switch, so kesa hugutin na lang. So kung medyo tinatamad tayo, natanggalin yung plug natin for the TV or electric fan, so pwedeng i-off na lang natin para mawala yung power supply. Then another safety solution product namin is the twist lock. So ito naman is commonly used for siguro sa mga production equipments and like mga life support na equipments natin. So like yung sa hospital, so yung mga life support natin sa hospital na equipment, so pwede natin gamitin yan twist lock. So since si twist lock kasi is hindi basta-basta matatanggal once na naka-plug yung ating mga equipment. Then for the floor outlet, so we have different types of floor outlets. We have the pop-up type, the yan yung yung dito, the shallow type, yung very dito, pinakabago po namin na lineup is the shallow type. So commonly, kasi sa requirement natin for the floor outlet, kadalasan po si slab natin, no, yung installer, medyo ano yan, magre-require po yan ng makapal. So si shallow type, so since shallow type na nga siya, medyo hindi na tayo magre-require ng makapal na slab. So hindi na natin kailangan na mag-require sa pagdating sa installation natin ng mas malaki or mas makapal na ating na slab for the installation naman ng floor outlet. Then, for the system safety product, so we have the factory line. So, si factory line naman is movable electrical system for production equipments naman. So, normally sa mga factories, pwede natin siyang i-apply. So, ito naman is pwede natin gamitin for, yun nga, production equipments na kadalasan is movable yung equipments natin. Kailangan nag-move during production. So, yun yung si factory line. Then, next product is the security solution. So, for our security solution, we have the fire alarm system and auto door. So, first for the auto door, so we have the hardware and the system. So, door hardware, we have the guards and bolts, closers and clamp floors. Then we have also the auto door system for the, so ito po for our door requirement. So ito pong products na to is a newly launched na product din from Panasonic. So this year lang po siya nilo. So, and as of now, it is already available in the market. So pwede nyo po kaming kontakin if you have requirements for this door hardware system. Then for our fire alarm solutions naman, we have different types. First, we can offer our smoke alarm. So smoke alarm is, kagandahan po sa smoke alarm ni Panasonic is meron po siyang voice alarm na. So for the voice alarm, pagka meron tayong fire, automatic yan mag-a-alarm yung fire. Then if nag-require po siya ng change of battery, mag-a-alarm din po yung for the battery. Then if mag-require po ng testing, and if normally operational. So yun yung mga possible na marinig natin using this smoke alarm. Then another advantage ng smoke alarm po namin is up to 10 years yung battery capacity niya. So hindi po natin kailangan siguro from every 1 year or 2 years na magpalit ng smoke alarm. So for 10 years guaranteed po gumagana po yung aming smoke alarm. Then halimbawa nalobat lang po yung battery natin, we can off naman na palitan lang yung battery. So we are offering also the battery for the 10 years na capacity. Then for the detector, so we are offering different types. We have the common smoke detectors, heat detectors, and we have the multi-detectors or yung combination po ng smoke and heat, and with isolators naman. Then we have this one. So ito po is a wireless type smoke detector for installations naman na medyo hindi na consider yung wiring po and piping fire alarm system. So pwede po natin gamitin si wireless detectors. Then for the module, so since yung aming system is addressable type, so we are offering different types of modules to integrate naman yung mga conventional system. So we have modules for integration ng conventional detectors, yung mga relay outputs, and monitoring inputs natin from the other system. So, and also if possible or if required, meron din po kaming modules for extending the loop kung medyo hindi na kinaya ng system yung ating loads. So, common application yan. So, for the door, so, syempre yung mga pinto natin, sliding or yung tawag dito. Ayan, yung mga glass doors. So, dyan po natin pwedeng i-apply. So, kung familiar kayo sa Robinson na pinto, parang ganun po yung application namin for the auto doors. Then, smoke alarms and fire alarms. So, since yung fire alarm namin sa system type, so pwede po natin siyang i-offer for small, medium, and large scale projects like yung high-rise building, industrial building. So, pwede po natin i-offer yan. Then, for the smoke alarm, normally sa residential locations, pwede po natin siyang i-gamitin. Then, for our saving solution, so we have different products. So first we have the solar, then we have devices for the saving solutions and the LED lighting. So for the solar panel, so we are offering 385 watt na solar panel po. So yun po yung latest product po namin for the solar. Then ang advantage po namin for this product, so we are offering a 25 years guarantee performance warranty for the installation po ng solar. So if nagkaroon po ng yung sa efficiency niya is bumaba po dun sa standard, so pwede pong palitan namin yung buong system if yun nga napatunayan na hindi nagawa ng system yung tamang ano lang efficiency ng ating solar panels. Then for the next product, so we have the daylight sensor. So ito naman is commonly used po for locations na nare-reach ng ating sunlight or yun nga. So yung mga glass walls natin, so pwede po natin gamitan si daylight sensor. So normally ang setup niya pagka medyo dumidilim na or dumidilim na sa loob ng room, mag-activate na po si daylight sensor. So pagka wala na siyang nade-detect na sunlight, so mag-on na po, mag-on or magdidim na yung mga ilaw natin. So using the daylight sensor. Then for the lamps, so we are offering LED lamps. So alam naman natin pag LED talagang savings yung makikita natin dyan. So since very low yung wattage requirement natin for the LED lamps and fixtures. So for the lamps, so meron kaming common bulbs, LED bulbs, and fixtures naman. So we have the common yung yung mga pin lights, yan yung mga square type na ilaw namin, then yung mga ballast type or yung pahabang ilaw. So yan po yung mga pwede namin i-offer for the LED lightings. So, okay. Then for our last solution, we have the new normal solution. So since very in demand talaga ngayon yung mga products na related sa new normal, so ito po yung pwede namin i-offer sa inyo when it comes to adjusting to new normal since we are still in the pandemic ngayon. No? So first, we have the ventilating fan product. So ito is a very old product na po ni Panasonic, but since nagkaroon po ng pandemic, talagang tumaas yung demand po for the ceiling, for the ventilating fan since sa ngayon nire-required po ni government or actually required naman talaga siya, but ngayon mas strictly implemented na magkaroon tayo ng yung magandang daloy ng hangin sa ating yan sa mga offices. So kaya talagang ngayon si ventilating fan is very antaas, very high yung demand niya for lalo na sa mga projects. So for the ventilating fan, we can offer yung mga box type, ceiling mounted type, then we also have yung air curtains and mga hand dryer. So yun po yung lineup namin for the V-fan. Then for the another product po for new normal, so since nagkaroon po ng pandemic, nagkaroon din po kami ng new products to offer with regards naman po with COVID or new normal. So first, we have the ceiling mounted air-e. So ito po is parang air purifier po siya na ceiling mounted. Then ang setup po niya is yan nga, install lang natin siya sa ceiling. Then bigyan lang natin siya ng power supply. Then ang setup niya, nag-generate po siya ng Nano EX. So yung Nano EX po, if hindi po kayo familiar, si Panasonic po is patented manufacturer po ng Nano EX. So ang ginagawa po ni Nano EX is pinopurify niya yung hangin sa paligid. So pagka may virus diyan, i-extinguish yan. Virus, dust, bacteria, and other inhabitants na pwedeng makita natin sa isang location o isang area. So yun po yung ginagawa ni ceiling mount ni Nano EX. So si ceiling mounted air-e po namin, nag-generate na siya ng Nano EX. Same with our portable. So si portable naman is yun nga, From the word itself, portable siya, pwede po natin siyang dalhin kahit saan. Then, to activate lang yung ating generator, nano EX generator, is kailangan lang po natin siyang bigyan ng power supply using our power bank or laptop. So, kaya niyang protectionan yung siguro mga 1.5 meter radius nyo. So, kung halimbawa, nagpunta kayo sa restaurant, so kung gusto niyo mas protected kayo, pwede niyo gamitin si portable nano EX generator namin to protect you from virus sa paligid ninyo. So then last product po namin is the ultraviolet lamp. So si ultraviolet lamp naman is very familiar na sa atin na ginagamit for disinfecting yung specific location for viruses and bacteria. So for the UV lamp, we have the low wattage capacity and the high wattage capacity. So for our low wattage capacity, so ang kaya niyang protection is siguro yung mga from 2 by 2 meters area. Then yung high wattage capacity naman namin is kaya na nang mag-protect ng mga rooms for disinfecting yung mga viruses and bacteria po sa area natin. So, ang setup lang niya, i-open lang natin yung ating UV lamp. Then, after 1 hour, automatically yan mag-off na. So, very easy lang. So, ang kailangan natin i-avoid is ma-expose tayo during operation ng ating UV lamps. Okay, so yan po yung mga pwede namin offer for our new normal solution. So, one last thing na lang po. So, what Panasonic can offer for you? So, ito po kasi is yung product presentation na to is the parang general presentation namin for our client. So, if meron po tayong requirement specifically per product, so we can provide yung actual presentation or face-to-face or webinar-based na product presentation for the specific product na i-request niyo. So kung meron tayong request for the fire alarm, for the wiring devices, so pwede niyo po akong kontakin and i-request po yung specific product niyo na gustong malaman pa further. Then we can provide samples din po kung kailangan niyo, or specifically for the wiring devices, talaga nagbibigay po kami na sample. Then for the design and specification assistance, so we are offering free lighting layout via dial-up. So if may requirement din kayo for the simulation po ng lighting system po natin, so pwede po kaming mag-provide ng dial-up layout. So or kung gusto niyo rin naman matuto ng dial-lux, nagpo-provide or nagko-conduct din po kami ng training for the dial-lux. Second, for the fire detection and alarm system, if not familiar po kayo sa design, so we can provide po yung support namin for the design. Also, we can conduct product training and design training po sa mga candidate for system integrators po ng fire alarm system ni Panasonic. Then next is the switches and outlet. So for the switches and outlet, we can also support you with the design, sample, and specification. Then home and lighting automation, so same po, we can provide the design and specification, ventilation, solar panel as well. So yan po yung mga pwede po namin mai-offer sa inyo for the design and specification assistance. Then lastly is the samples for the actual presentation and retrofitting. So kung meron po tayong mga requirements for the samples or gusto niyo makita yung sample namin ng Panasonic product, so pwede naman po kami mag-provide. Yun, so then one last thing po, so ito po is a special announcement for IIEE members. So this is a yearly raffle po talaga ni Panasonic. So this is our third year electrical practitioners appreciation raffle. So every year nagko-conduct po kami ng raffle per chapters for IIEE members na bumibili ng aming Panasonic wiring devices. So for this raffle, pwede po kayong manalo ng different Panasonic appliances like ang nakikita niyo dito sa screen. So pwede kayong manalo ng TV, yan, TV, air purifier, extension cords, door chimes, nano EX generator po namin, rice cooker, and yung blender. So, yan po yung pwedeng yung mapanalunan once na nag-join kayo dito sa aming raffle. Then, meron din po kaming additional price for very bulk orders po na nare-receive namin for the wiring device. So, ito po is a two-door na inverter type na glass door refrigerator. So, very, ano po siya. And sobrang maganda talaga pagka nakuha niya. So, paano po ba tayo makakapag-join sa aming raffle promo? So, simple lang po. Ito po yung magiging promo mechanics namin. So, for every 10,000 pesos worth of purchase ng Panasonic items like switches and outlet, door chimes and push button, smoke alarms, MCB, and factory line system. So, qualified po tayo na manalo or magkaroon ng raffle entry. So, for every 10,000 yan. So, for example, meron tayong 100,000 pesos worth of purchase ng specific items po ni Panasonic is meron po tayong 10 raffle entry. So, mas malaki yung chance na manalo tayo. So, second, invoice can be named either by the participant or the company he represents. So, we are not strict for this specific invoice. No? So, pwede pong nakapangalan sa inyo or hiniram nyo lang kay company. So, wala pong problema as well as long as you represent naman po yung company. So using that invoices, pwede po kayong mag-join sa aming raffle. Then, invoices must be dated from January 1, 2021 until November 30, 2021. So, ang raffle naman natin is matagal-tagal pa. So, pwede pa po kayong makapag-accumulate ng multiple invoices para maka-join tayo sa raffle. So, all raffle participants can win up to 2 items. So, maximum po yan, 2 items. Then, participants who will submit 1 million worth of invoices, single or cumulative, will win a guaranteed prize and can still win 1 major raffle prize. So, if siguro kung mga contractors or yung mga developers na member po ng IIEE, then meron po kayong kayang i-provide na 1 million worth of invoices, more than 1 million. So, meron po na kayong guaranteed price na refrigerator sa two-door inverter type na glass door. Refrigerator na po yan, Panasonic. So, this is around 35K yung price niya. So, yun po yung guaranteed price na makukuha nyo pag nakapag-submit kayo ng million pesos worth of invoice ng ating Panasonic electrical wiring devices and other products. Then, entries will be submitted and validated through Google Form link which will be sent to all participants. So, ito na po yung Google Form. So, scan nyo lang po itong QR code na to. Then, pipili lang po kayo kung anong chapter kayo. Then, makikita nyo yung specific Google Form for the chapter po na kailangan yung sendan or bigyan ng invoices. Then this raffle promo is open only for registered IIEE members in any classification. So raffle draw will be on December 15 and can be extended po yan hanggang January 31, 2022. So yun po yung raffle since medyo marami ang chapters po ni IIEE. So for more information, you can contact me po. So Christian Vigil at 0917-805-7423. Yan. So, scan the QR code to join the raffle. So, pa-scan na lang po if hindi pa po tayo makakapag-provide ng invoices. So, pwede nyo po munang i-save yung link. Then, submit na lang po tayo once na meron na po tayong mga invoice to provide. So, raffle naman po natin is until November 30 pa yung submission. So, pwede po nyo yung i-accumulate and submit po before that date para makapag-join po tayo for the raffle draw. Okay, so that's all for my presentation for today. Hopefully, marami po tayong natutunan na regarding po sa ating Panasonic products, especially for the electrical materials po. Yun, so thank you very much. IIEE Central Luzon Region.
Sir, And as a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by these important gentlemen: Engineer Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. With the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Christian A. Vigil of Panasonic in recognition of his valuable contribution as a technical presenter during the Hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir. At this point, we would like to tell everyone that you can view the virtual booth exhibit where you can see and explore what IIEE has to offer, and also for your shopping needs while having the discussion of the resource speakers.
We are down with two important resources speakers, and as we take note of the time, it is almost lunchtime. However, we would like to tell you that we are on a working break. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin po tayo sa pagbibigay serbisyo sa ating mga minamahal na electrical engineers. Maybe some of you are taking their lunch already. However, we are also grateful that we are gifted with the valuable time he had offered to us by one of these important guests. He will be talking about the introduction on the protection relay coordination. To know more about him, let us hear this out. Our presenter studied Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in Mapua Institute of Technology in Manila. He earned his Master's in Business Administration in Ateneo de Manila University and currently on his Master's in Electrical Engineering at Mapua University. He has worked on different projects utilizing international standards and electrical codes such as ANSI, NEMA, IIEE, NFPA, IEC, BS, and PEC. He's able to use the following electrical tools such as ETAP, SKM, and standard office software. He is the Senior Technical Specialist, Power Systems for VJPSE. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, let us give a warm welcome to Engineer Vincent E. Jimenez.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful introduction. May I congratulate IIE Pangasinan chapter for hosting this 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, and I thank you for inviting me as your resource speaker to present this introduction to protective relaying. Okay, jumping to the topic, may I share to you my electronic whiteboard? Okay. On your screen, you can see here a log sheet of paper. This is a preparation for our TCC, or time current characteristic curve sheet. Okay. When we talk about protective relaying, the first thing to come in mind is this setup. However, the real protective relaying starts in the selection of the power protective devices for our system, depending on the scheme that we are using. Shown here is a typical setup of protective devices. So we select the protection based on the scheme we have. For example, we have here a delta Y transformer with a solidly grounded secondary. Our transformer is given in its power and the voltage ratings, the impedances in percent, and our loads. Before we could start doing this protection coordination, we have to analyze what protective devices we are going to put in this scheme. Okay, so common MV protection, MV voltage level protection is the relay with CTs. Okay, we have the CT ratings there. We have our vacuum circuit breakers, and on low voltage side, we have our air circuit breakers as incomers, depending on the size of our transformer. And the selection of the functions that we need: long time, short time, instantaneous, and with ground protection if required. Okay. For the motors, common are the magnetic only or motor circuit protectors and our OL. Okay. But before we jump into the protection coordination, we must be able to determine the available fault for maximum and minimum. Okay. The maximum will be our guide in setting the backup protection instantaneous setting. Okay. On maximum fault at the secondary side, okay, we are not expected to set the instantaneous to pick up at that maximum level. However, it is expected for the characteristic curve of the time delay function of the relay upstream to provide backup protection. That's why we also need the minimum short circuit current, so that at the minimum short circuit occurring at the low side or at the secondary side, we could still expect some backup at the primary side. Okay, that is talking about the phase protection. So if we are to look at the loads, okay, for motor loads, okay, it is important to plot the starting characteristic. Okay. The I start is composed of the full load current the acceleration time, okay. Representing the full load current of your motor, the acceleration time, okay, and the starting current. Okay, we have two portion of the starting current, the symmetrical and then the asymmetrical. These are healthy currents, okay, where our protection must allow. Okay. Therefore, in setting up the setting of our motor protection, MCP, and the overload when required, okay, there are motors that are required not to be placed with overload. Okay, so if it's required, it must be set at greater than the full load current, higher than the knee point of the starting. This is the knee point of our starting characteristic. Okay, and then instantaneous could be set greater than the asymmetrical starting of your motor. Okay, we put some delay so that the protection will not be sensitive on little unbalance of the system, especially during starting. Okay, that's why we put some time delay. Okay, so this could be our OL setting and our instantaneous setting. Okay. For transformer loads, okay, what's important to include in our coordination, okay, we must include the damage curve of the transformer. Okay, so we are trying to set the protection of this small transformer. We have here a simple circuit breaker depending on the size of our load transformer. Okay. So we must be able to plot the magnetizing current of this one. Okay. So just simply plot it. If it's a small transformer, it could be here, lasting for 0.1 second. So the setting of this CB will be independent with the setting of your MCP. Okay, but both of these breakers, okay, will be the basis for setting our ACB. Okay, so if we set our ACB, okay, looking at the healthy current of these two loads, okay, our ACB must be set insensitive for those healthy current. When we say healthy current, the magnetizing of the transformer and the inrush starting current of our motor. Okay, both should be considered. Okay, and of course, considering the rating of our transformer, the MVA rating, okay, we can set the pickup of the long time function. But before that, we must be able to plot the characteristic damage curve of our main transformer. Okay, so usually without data from the manufacturer, you can get this from your IEEE C37 guidebook. Okay, so depending on the type of transformer that you have and the size, okay, damage curve can be plotted this way depending on the transformer size. Okay. So with the plotting the full load of our transformer, main transformer, let's assume we have this as our full load of our transformer, main transformer. Okay. We should also plot its characteristic, magnetizing characteristic, which is also here. That's supposed it's located somewhere here. Okay. So we have two bases to consider. Okay. Setting our air circuit breaker. Okay. We must allow the full capacity of the transformer to be delivered, especially when we are expecting some expansions at the secondary side or at the load side. Okay, so it must be set at least greater than your full load current. Usually that's 125% or 130%. Okay, especially if there's some forced air capability. Okay. The setting of ACB must be greater than the setting of each loads connected to the bus, and must be able to allow the starting current of the motors and the magnetizing current of our I'm sorry about that. Sorry, we were interrupted by a call from CLC. Okay, continuing. So, our air circuit breaker must be set. Okay. Providing backup protection to our downstream breakers. Okay. And making sure that it will not engage when there is the maximum fault downstream. Okay. It will just serve as a backup but not interfering with the protection downstream. Okay. So there must be some coordination with the downstream. And when we say coordination, this is the backup coordination. Okay. Not interfering with the maximum fault but providing a backup. Okay. It also provides backup for this is our maximum high fault, and still providing for minimum fault. Let's say we have here the minimum fault. Okay. Now let's go to the upstream relay. Okay. For the upstream relay, okay, based on if you are going to refer to our PEC, it can be set at around 300 to 600% of your full load of your transformer capacity. Okay, But as a protection engineer, uh, we have the leeway to adjust the pickup. Okay, so as to maintain the coordination with the downstream circuit breakers. Okay, making it sensitive enough on minimum fault, but a little less sensitive for maximum fault that are occurring at the secondary side. Okay, that's why we calculated for the maximum short circuit current, so that we can determine what would be that amount of current related to the maximum fault occurring at the secondary, what will be the current that will be reflected at the primary side. Okay, so that we can be sure that we are not setting the instantaneous pickup or the 50 pickup very sensitive on that short circuit, although we must allow backup. Okay, so it could be set higher. Okay, let's mark the setting of our ACB. So this is the setting for our long time, setting for LTD. This could be the short time. Okay, and this is the instantaneous. Okay. In terms of the relay, okay, the relay has general formula. We must be able to determine what type of relays we are using. Okay, anong brand, what are the range of settings, what are the available characteristic curves we can choose from. Okay, so for example, we have an IEC standard curve. Okay, so the general formula that are standardized for IEC has this following formula: K times the time multiple scalar the monitored current over the setting of the pickup raised to an exponent -1. Okay, that's a general formula. Each type of curve you choose has a value of K and alpha. So all you have to set is the TMS and determine the time. Then you can plot it on the log paper or our TCC. Okay, so it is set to pick up higher than your ACB. You can set it at up to 300% or times 3. Okay, so in my case, I always go for at most 2 times the full load current of my transformer. So that's the characteristic of your 51 setting. Okay. For the instantaneous, you must be able to clear the magnetizing current of your main transformer. So this is your magnetizing inrush. Okay. So that will be the guide of your settings for the inrush. You must be able to clear that. Okay, so you can set it that way. Okay, not intruding with the maximum fault at the secondary side. Of course, this will entail a lot of calculations. Okay, for those using standard software for protection coordination, you can use it, but make sure that you have the basic, you have the knowledge to use the software. Otherwise, the software is just a garbage in, garbage out input output. Okay, so I made this interactive discussion as an introduction. Okay, we have detailed explanation and detailed calculation of an actual course for this. Okay, so I made this as a fast track one for all of you so that we can have a little more on the question and answer. Okay, to our coordinator, please, I'm done with the introduction and presentation. We are in for questions and answers.
For our speaker, our gentleman here in the hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on. Huwag tayong mahihiyang magtanong. Or may we have someone on the chat box?
Do you have a chat box here? Okay.
I think there is a question by the one with the red na button. Eric? Okay, how about Ricardo Aquino?
Yes, sir.
Or kay Rodolfo Placido? Did I read it right? What
What
is
is safe time allowance for each circle?
Cycle? Or
curved? What is safe time
yeah. We have
allowance
this,
for
yeah.
Each curve.
each curved?
Okay. Depending on the type of protection that we are using in our network, for example, we are using solid state coordinated with another solid state. Okay. Standard time margin can be 0.25 seconds. Okay. That's a standard margin we allow. But for electromechanical to electromechanical devices, okay, we must include the over travel time. Okay, so standard is 0.35 seconds. Okay. So dyan naglalaro yung ating CIT. So it depends on the type of protective devices that we have in the system. Okay. Solid state to solid state can also go down to 0.2 seconds. Okay.
So more
By the way, as you can see here, this is a face protection TCC. Okay, this is what is expected output from you. Okay, another one is yung ground protection. So it has something to do with your grounding scheme. For this example, we have here a grounded secondary side. Okay, but the setting of the ground fault at the primary side has nothing to do. Ulitin ko ha, it has nothing to do with the ground occurrence at the secondary. So you do not expect ground fault protection of your relay R1 to back up a ground fault occurring at the secondary side. But you can produce a backup protection relay by setting R1 yung phase protection niya. Because this is connected in delta Y, so there will be a 57% of the current that will flow at the primary side. Okay, and you can use the phase protection to be sensitive at that amount of current to offer backup dun sa ground fault sa ilalim. Okay, so if just I may add that. So okay, another question po.
sir.
Is there another question? May tanong po rito yata sa chat box. Is it okay to set 51 pickup for transformer to its force air rated full load if already known? Yes, as I've said earlier, you must allow the full capacity of the transformer to be delivered, especially when you expand your load. Okay. Yes. That's the answer is yes. Another question here. I allow anonymous questions nga pala rito, no? Sir Vincent, kailan po next schedule ng seminar sa protection coordination? Abangan nyo na lang po sa page ko, VJPSE. Vincent Jimenez Power Systems Engineering page. That's from the anonymous, ano. Okay lang po ba na binabasa ko na direkta yung nababasa ko sa, ano, sa chat box?
Sir, that's
Okay
okay
lang.
po.
Okay. So, is there a question from the site?
The people here on the hall. Is na query.
Introduction lang po ito, kaya mabilis lang. Pero pag itinuro po natin na detalyado ito, inaabot tayo ng 5 days dito.
Yes po. Any more? We're clear, sir. Wala daw pong questions dito sa ating mga gentlemen.
Okay.
Sa ating live site.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Engineer Oscar F. Hernelio Jr., Engineer Woody G. Irama, and joining us, the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, with the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Vincent E. Jimenez in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resources speaker during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25-26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan, given this June 26, 2001. Signed, Oscar F. Hernelio Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Irama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, Sir Jimenez.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we greet you, masantos ya ug tuod si kayo namin. We are already halfway in our program and maybe some of you are already eating their lunch. And we would just want to tell everyone still that we are on a working break. Likewise, ma'am.
At this juncture, let us acknowledge the biomass power plant as they present a virtual plant tour presented by Engineer Medel de Jesus.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to show you a biomass power plant. And we will start where the fuel is being processed. We are now here looking into a bale truss. Basically, the fuel is the, how you call that, the truss coming from the sugarcane harvesting. That means yung mga dahon niya na natuyo, iipunin siya, i-bale. There are also, how you call that, loose truss. Ito naman. And then, it would be sent to the power plant via the in-feed conveyor. And then, it would be shredded to put it into small lengths of 3 to 6 centimeters for easier transportation and combustion in the plant or in the boiler or furnace. From these shredders, go down to the outfeed conveyor, which would transport the fuel, in this case the shredded cane truss all the way up to the conveyor, to the how you call that, the hoppers, or the the that would send it to the furnace. We are looking now to the upper conveyor or the outfit conveyor going to the furnace. We have here also the tanks for the water, and then we have also the tank for the demi water, and this is basically the boiler area. Okay, from here you could see a typical thermal power plant, but in this case, since it's a biomass power plant, the fuel comes from um, biomass materials. Okay, so we're looking into the boiler, and then inside we have the furnace. At that point, that's the going inside the furnace, and the fuel flows down to that box that you will see, and then it would be sent by conveyor going inside the furnace, where there will be combustion. I think everybody knows that a thermal power plant boils the water to produce the steam. But first, we will follow the flue gas. That's the hot air that is the product of the combustion, which would be sent out to the atmosphere to minimize or so that there will be no pollution. We have the cyclone separator, the baghouse filter. I will go to the other side. That would be the baghouse filter to capture all the fly ash that is a product of combustion. Okay, so we are not sending any ash to the atmosphere. Then uh, the ash is being gathered and trucked to as fertilizer again to the cane fields. Now, at this juncture, we will proceed and follow the steam path to the steam turbine generator. We're still looking into the boiler furnace area. We have the primary heater, primary superheaters inside the boiler, low pressure, the low pressure heaters, and high pressure heaters. Basically, the water is first heated for to save on fuel and more economically or improve the efficiency through the backpass where we have the economizer, and then we go to the super heaters and inside the furnace. We have there the boiler feed pumps, and we will follow now the steam path going to the steam turbine. We're going inside now the steam turbine generator, and Basically, this is the generator. It's a 25 megawatt generator, steam turbine, um, 2 poles. But the steam turbine is 6,000 RPM steam turbine at this point, and water is brought down to the outside after, or the steam is brought down to the condenser after the energy has been utilized. Then from the condenser, again, it would be pumped going back to the boiler feed pump for again recirculating the water, the hot water, and going to the boiler to make it again into steam. From the generator voltage is 13.8 kV. This is the generator switch gears, and then it would be sent out to the switch yard with us a 35 MVA transformer, then connected to NGCP. At this point, we will go to the control room so that you can see how the control room is look like. This is the switch yard. Oops, it's locked. I have to go around. Oh, it's quite hot these days in the area. It's very hot. The sun is shining. And this is the control room, all in DCS. So this is it, gentlemen. We end our virtual tour. Yes, at this juncture, please feel free to ask some questions. Oh, in it. And that ends our virtual tour.
Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Engineer De Jesus. And to give us insight on renewable energies, let us have a brief a background about our speaker. Our speaker obtained his BS Electrical Engineering course at Bicol University, Legazpi City, postgraduate studies in Aquinas University in Raos, Legazpi City. He was also a member of the academy who worked as a professional lecturer in Bicol University. He worked as a control engineer in National Power Corporation in the Bicol area office in Albay. He became an electrical engineer plant maintenance in National Power Corporation, Kalayaan Pumped Storage Power Plant in Laguna. He also was the senior instrumentation and control engineer in National Power Corporation, Makiling Banahaw Geothermal Power Plant Complex in Calauan, Laguna, and moved to become principal instrumentation and control engineer. He also worked as a principal engineer at National Power Corporation Efficiency and Reliability Department in the Liman, Quezon City. He also worked as the division manager at National Power Corporation Tiwi Macban Geothermal Plant Rehabilitation Project MPC SLRC in Tiwi Albay. He was a plant engineer, engineering manager, and operations manager at San Roque Power Corporation in San Manuel, Pangasinan. He also worked in Siemens Incorporated in Makati City as a site manager. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our respected speaker, Engineer Medel Claveria de Jesus.
Wow, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. How do I share my screen? Oh. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, we start first by introducing basically what I'm going to show to the body or to the participants is an introduction to the renewable energies, energy sources, which some of which I have a first-hand experience. So going to my presentation, we will go to I will name first around 7 renewable energy sources. That would be water, sun, wind, geothermal, biomass, ocean, and hydrogen. When we go to say water, basically it is a hydroelectric power plant which has several types: the conventional, the reservoir type, the run-of-river, and the pump storage. I will not elaborate further how it is being converted to energy is the water. On the sun, we have the photovoltaic or solar farms, and we have also the solar thermal power plants. Wind, later I will touch on that, but I have prepared a separate presentation. And then geothermal, it is the inherent heat coming from the underground producing steam, which runs steam turbines, and we call that the geothermal steam power plants. Now, the residual heat can also be tapped for energy using the binary system, or we call that the binary power plants. The ocean, the same as water, we tap the energy of the ocean either by using the tidal or the difference in elevation during high tide and low tide, the flow of water in some straits, and how you call that? The movement of the water caused by the wind. And then we have the ocean thermal. This is using the difference in the temperature of the ocean from the top to the bottom. This is similar to the binary principle of the geothermal binary power plants. The biomass, so we just have done the virtual tour of a biomass power plant. So I'll make presentation again on that. And then last one is the hydrogen, and the hydrogen is made into a fuel cell similar to batteries with the mixture of oxygen. So at this point, I'll go to the next presentation. Okay. Slideshow. I will show the wind power plant, how it works. The first is we got to know the operation of principle of wind turbines. The shape of the blades of the turbine, if you look at it, is almost similar to the wings of an aircraft. So one side is curve going outside, and the other side is either straight or curve going inside. So with that, it creates a lift when there's flow of air going around the blade. Similar how the airplanes or the aircraft flies. Wind turbine transforms the kinetic energy of the wind into electrical energy with no use of fuel and passing through the phase of conversion into mechanical rotation energy carried out by the blades. So the next picture, we can see how it works. The flow of wind in this direction. Then we have the hollow part in here, and then the other side is the curvature. So with that, it creates a lip. So it has a lower pressure on the other side compared to the inner side. With that, it make the blades rotate or move reference to a lip in the wings of an aircraft. A wind turbine, by the way, requires a minimum of around 4 meters per second to start generating power. And then on the average, around 12 to 14 meters per second. And at high speed, when we have typhoons, usually exceeding 25 meters per second, the turbine is stopped and the brake system is applied for safety reason. We have two types of wind turbines, the vertical axis and the horizontal wind turbines. We will go more to the horizontal wind turbines as that's where I have my experience. So basically, this one is called a nacelle, and this is the blades. This is the hub. So looking to the components of the wind turbine, number one here is the blade. Number two is the blade support. Number three is the pitch angle actuator. What does it do? Basically, at different wind speeds, you have to pitch the angle of the blade to maximize the harvesting of energy from the wind. And number four, it's now the hub. And then number five, it's the spinner. And we have here the number 6 is the support. Basically, it's just a bearing. And then we have the main shaft. We have the main shaft, and we have here the generator. Now, for the wind turbine to harvest at its maximum, it has to face the wind. So there is what you call the need for yawing. Yawing is facing the turbine to where the air is flowing direction. So we have all these parts, and we also have a transformer for that. And what else? Oh, the one that rotates the diesel to face the wind is what you call the yaw driving device. So my reference in here, although I have a personal experience, was the ABB Technical Application Paper number 13 for wind power plants. We go now to how the biomass power plant works.
Sir, di po ba ma-share screen?
Hindi sir nakashare?
Hindi po sir, wala. Ang nakikita po sir namin, ikaw eh.
Oh, sorry on that, sir. I'll check how it is being connected. Ano, sir, yung sa wind, nakita niyo, sir?
Yung kanina sir, na parang plant tour, nakita. Pero ito, parang yung kayo na lang sir.
Presentation, hindi, sir?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
sir. Let me check on my action anyway. We'll how the technical guys would check on this one. Pardon sir, sandali lang po.
Thank you sir, thank you sir.
So, ito na ba? Ano muna natin, i-close na natin. So, Zoom. Okay. Share screen. And then PowerPoint natin. Presentation. So, renewable energy sources. Dito ulit tayo, ano? Dito. Share screen. Video. Sir, nakikita na? Oh.
Yan sir, medyo, yes sir, renewable energy sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for calling me on that.
Yes sir, no problem sir.
Kasi na sir, Jurassic na ako sa pagdating sa computer sir eh. Buti na lang, I have some younger staffs in here.
No problem sir. No
Okay,
problem.
so we go back a little bit. present to you some of the renewable energy sources. We start from slideshow from the beginning. We have several renewable energy sources, which myself has a direct, I would say, actual experience. First, we go to the water. We have several renewable energy sources: the water, sun, wind, thermal, biomass, ocean, and the hydrogen. For the water, it's basically we understand it's the hydroelectric power plants, which around three, conventional or the reservoir type, the run-of-river, and the pump storage. Okay. And then going to the sun, we have the photovoltaic or solar farms. And then we have the solar power plants. The second one, or the latter, basically the heat of the sun is concentrated on using mirrors to a point wherein the heat is gathered to boil either a fluid or water to produce the steam. On the other hand, the photovoltaic uses the sunlight to produce the energy. On the wind, I'll again say that deeper to my other presentation. And geothermal, we have the geothermal steam power plants, and we have the binary geothermal power plants. On the geothermal, basically the steam coming from the underground is directed to run a steam turbine, which is connected to a generator. On the other hand, the binary uses the remaining heat coming from the geothermal fields, which would increase the temperature of the fluid, which is a very volatile kind of element. An example of that is the ice methane, which at different temperature, it really produces a very high pressure. But the ice methane is quite explosive, and any exposure to direct fire, it may cause some explosion. So the next possible source for renewable energy is the ocean, which we have using the tide, that means it is the energy of water. For example, the rise and of the tides, the water in the ocean, and even the movement of the water due to the wind. That's how you can for energy. While the ocean thermal, it utilizes the difference of heat or the different temperature of the water in the ocean due to its depth. I know that, or I would say, we know that the ocean at the bottom is quite cold, and at the upper part it's little higher temperature. Now that difference in temperature is harnessed similar to the binary process in the geothermal power production. So we go now to the next. The same, ano, naka-ano rin. Parang hindi na nakashare, ano.
Hindi na sir, hindi na nakashare.
Ito, sir. Oo. Ito, sir. Nakikita na ulit.
Yan sir, nakashare na sir, nakashare na. Wind power
Ano,
plant.
sir, yung mahirap sa remote area, sir? Ang internet connection.
Yes sir.
So for wind power plants, the operation principle of a wind turbine is similar to the wings of an air. The flow of air on a different surface of the wings creates a lift. If you notice in here, the flow of air, this one is the head and this the upper side. It's curved. It's curved. How's it outside, and this one's curved. It's either straight or curved going inside. The resulting flow of air in here creates a low pressure at the upper part, and in this point, it lifts the wing to for it to rotate. So this is how it works. You have here the hub or the nacelle connected to the blade of the turbine. This is the underneath and the upper part on the other side. So it creates a low pressure on the other side of the blade, and with the lift, it rotates. It rotates going to the counterclockwise. A wind turbine requires a minimum wind velocity of around 4 meters per second. That's when it would start to deliver energy, and basically at 12 to 14 meters per second, that's a good production already of energy. But for safety of operation of the wind turbines at 25 meters per second, it should stop production. The blade should stop rotating, and using the braking system, the blade would stop to rotate. Basically, the vertical axis wind turbines and the horizontal axis wind turbines. We would, I would say, almost all of us have seen a wind turbine, which is a horizontal axis wind turbine. There are two types of generator used in the wind turbine. One is the asynchronous or induction motor, and the other one is the synchronous generator. So from here, we could identify the parts or the components of wind turbine. Basically, this area here is called the nacelle. Inside the nacelle, you can see the generator, the transformer, and other parts, the shaft, and this one is the main support. Basically, it's just a bearing, and we have here the blade, and following the flow of the wind, it would rotate and generate power. The generator, rotation of the shaft or the rotor should be above the synchronous speed. That means it should be higher than we say design the RPM of the induction motor if it is to run as induction motor. But once the wheel passes and then rotates more than the synchronous speed, it would generate power. So although I have an experience with a 3 megawatt wind turbine, it's a direct drive. It uses a synchronous generator. It has a permanent magnet, and then the power, since the rotation is uneven because of the uneven flow of wind also, it has to be first from AC converted to DC, and then from DC again, it is converted to AC, wherein the frequency and the voltage is now at a stable grid voltage. So the presentation that I made, I have a reference, the ABB Technical Application Paper number 13, Wind Power Plants. Next, next ano natin dito. Okay. Biomass. Saan ko makikita? Close ko muna ito. Ano? Okay. So, ito. Biomass. Nakashare na ito. Sir, nakashare na ito ngayon. Biomass power plant.
Sir, ang naka-share is reference ABB Technical Application Paper.
Ito, sir. Ito, sir. Sir, hello. Biomass, sir, nakikita?
Yan, sir. Biomass power plant.
Okay. Basically, gentlemen and ladies, a biomass power plant is just a thermal power plant, but in this case, it's using a biomass fuel. A biomass resource refers to a non-fossil biodegradable organic material originating from natural occurring or cultured plants, animals, microorganisms, including agricultural products, byproducts, and residues. Example of this as the bagas. The bagas is yung sugar cane na matapos mapiga niya para kunin gawing asukal. Yung pulp material, pwedeng pang-fuel sa isang boiler. The same with the sugar cane truss, that is the leaves and some of the stalks which is not used for sugar cane production can be used as fuel also, napier grass. Then the biodegradable municipal waste, yung mga basura natin sa mga bahay-bahay na pwedeng masunog at mababa ang moisture content, and also some are the rice hulls, yung ipa. Diyan sa norte, merong mga biomass thermal power plant
using rice hulls. A biomass is a form of renewable energy source that comes from plants and animals, which is an organic material. It is a potential energy source when it's burned, and its heat energy is used to convert water that drives the steam turbine to generate electricity. Here is a picture of the cane crust, which is abundant in most areas. It's a sugarcane plantation. Around 10 to 15 tons of cane crust can be gathered during harvest time, and 70% to 80% of the cane crust are just left in the ground, or farmers burn it to make into the fertilizer. In your area, which is the northern Luzon, since you have lots of rice plantation there, it's the rice hulls, the one yung ita ang ginagamit sa biomass power plant. Now, process, that's what you call the material or fuel handling. It is to maintain, control, move, distribute, protect, and monitor consumption of the materials for fuel, and considered vital to the system because without the fuel, the operation of the plant cannot be sustained. So from the process, we pick up the grass, the sugarcane grass, and those rice hulls, even also those municipal assets. In this case, it is baled. Parang binabox din siya. Then, inspection, kinukuha yung weight niya, and then chinecheck for moisture. During the harvesting time, you could gather so much fuel and just stack it in the trash yard. Then earlier, I've shown to you the in-feed conveyors, which transport these bales going to the shredder. This is the picture of the shredder, which cuts the cane truss or any biodegradable material into the fuel size, which is around 3 to 6 millimeters. Then it is conveyed to the furnace. Then it is feed into the furnace for combustion. This is an example of the sugarcane truss. This is a baler, the one that makes it into a, how you call that, compacted material for lesser area in stacking and easier transportation. The way bridge to make the trucks that bring in the cane truss or the fuel materials, and then we have the moisture analyzer of how much moisture content has the fuel. So prior to how you call that, proceeding it, bringing it to the furnace, it is stacked as and withdrawn as needed. This is the one that holds all these trucks to the in-feed conveyors. Became loader. So at this point, it's already, how you call that, you understand how the fuel is, or the cane truss or the biomass is converted in, how it's being fed into the furnace. I will not furtherly show to you the furnace and the boiler area, as most of us already understand how a thermal power plant works. At this point, I would like also to acknowledge one of my staff that helps prepare the presentation. This is the picture of the shredder. So, sir, that ends my presentation, which I would say just give an overview or introduction into the renewable energies, which is being utilized here in the Philippines, except for the hydrogen, which is not yet a very commercialized. I would call that biomass, renewable energy, but it's still much on the developmental stage. So, gentlemen, thank you, and ladies, thank you. And that ends my presentation.
To our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by this important gentleman. Engineer Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. With the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Medel C. De Jesus in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And
We would like to acknowledge the host chapter officers headed by the chapter president, Engineer Oscar F. Ranelio Jr., with the Vice President for Internal Affairs, Randy Peralta, Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Frederico Aquino, Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Alfonso Palpal, Secretary, Engineer Arnel Ramiscal, Treasurer, Engineer Cristino Vidal, Auditor, Engineer Billy Idio, the Board of Directors composed of Engineer Michael Abarra, Engineer Junicio Prendol, Engineer Zake Ian Estacio, Engineer Dario Togade, Engineer Romel Yolazo, Engineer Romel Kinsay, Engineer Maximo Gamboa Jr., and Engineer Bernard Menezes, the ex-official Engineer Carlo Adrihilo, and Executive Secretary Engineer Rechi Pinera. We would like also to acknowledge the chapter officers of the region headed by their chapter presidents. Engineer Joey Alulod of the Aurora chapter, Engineer Mar Otapia from the Bataan chapter, Engineer Jovita SP Domingo from Bulacan chapter, Engineer Jeffrey C. Cudapas, Nueva Ecija chapter, Engineer Jared M. Riolizo from the Olongapo Zambales chapter, Engineer Condrado D. Cagiat from Pampanga chapter, and Engineer Anna Lindsay Fernandez from Tarlac chapter. We'd also like to recognize the member of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Jaime V. Mendoza, Chairman of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Francis V. Mapili. We would like to acknowledge our sponsors, our generous sponsors who extended their contribution, making this event possible. We'd like to send on behalf of the committee and the whole electrical engineering community the appreciation, and you know how much you are valued, to our cover sponsors, River Groove Lifestyle Center with the following food establishments: Kabalen Restaurant, Romantic Baboy and Army Navy, Shakey's Pizza Parlor, Pacific Power Incorporated, maker of 25 years of efficient electricity solutions. Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated. Alvarez Brentos Electrical Supply and Services Albar Incorporated. Y Point Electric Equipment Incorporated. Huawei Brills Marketing. Huawei Technologies Company Limited. JMC Illuminux General Merchandising Company. Police Brigadier General Romeo M. Karamat Jr. and family. The Province of Pangasinan Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Office.
For the giveaway sponsors, raffle draws, we have Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, M. Abara Trading and Construction Services Incorporated. The Evergreen sponsors, we have the Landlight, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Control Gear Electric Corporation, Sifang, Epitex Claro Incorporated, Shili Electric, Hymel, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Hymax Electronics Corporation. For the featured virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. For the premium virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Safety Tech and Innovation Incorporated, your fire protection company, J&B Industrial Corporation, Flexcon, and Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation. For the technical presentation sponsors, we have Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, 25 years of efficient electricity solutions, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, and the Panasonic.
To our participants and delegates who are with us on the conference hall and virtually, to every electrical engineering student, practitioner, and academician, thank you so much for joining us. For the massive efforts and skills to make the 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference a success, special mention to the men and women, our efficient electrical engineers, the members and officers of the host chapter, the IIEE Pangasinan, for everything you have done, everything you still do, and will continue to do. IIEE just want you to know how thankful they are, and we look forward for a prosperous future together. And with that, we want to extend our sincerest gratitude. Maraming salamat po, dear sponsors, and hope you will still continue to outpour your generous commitment to help the programs and advocacies of IIEE.
At this point, we will be witnessing a video presentation from the UNTV.
na tumulong sa pagitan ng pagre-rescue.
Sa isang kasunduan ng Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated o ang IIEE at UNTV News and Rescue. Ito ay upang palakasin pa ang ugnayan ng dalawang grupo sa pagtutulungan sa paghahanda at pagresponde sa panahon ng kalamidad. Ito ang balita ni Leslie Willem.
Sa datos ng Bureau of Fire Protection, sa nakalipas na 2 taon, nasa kalahati ang naitatalang mga sunog sa Metro Manila dahil sa nagliyab na kawad ng kuryente. Sa mahigit 400 sunog naman ngayong taon, karaniwan pa ring dahilan ang depektibong electrical wiring. Para makatulong na mapababa ito, bumuo ang Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated ng Emergency Preparedness and Response Committee na ipinadadala sa mga lugar na apektado ng kalamidad.
Ngayon ako nagkaroon ng malawakang bagbaha sa Cagayan at sa Marikina. So nagpapadala kami ng grupo or volunteer o mga experts sa electrical upang isaayos or inspeksyonin yung mga electrical facilities.
Ilan sa nagawa na ng grupo ang voluntaryong pagtulong upang maibalik ang supply ng kuryente sa mga lugar na tinamaan ng kalamidad at ang pamamahagi ng solar lamp. Ngunit kailangan pa ng grupo ng sapat na kaalaman pagdating sa basic first aid at rescue operations upang maiangat pa ang kanilang serbisyo at pagresponde sa panahon ng kalamidad. Isang partnership ang pinasok nila sa UNTV News and Rescue para sa information at skill sharing. Kabilang dyan ang pagtuturo ng tamang paghahanda sa pagkakaroon ng faulty wirings, mga sunog na dulot ng short circuit cables, electrocution at lalong-lalo na ang paglalagay ng safety mechanism o gadget kapag may baha, lindol at sunog.
Ang gusto namin maging skills dito kung paano mag-react sa mga emergency cases na yun ay makukuha sa pamamagitan ng UNTV o yung programa nyo na Lifesaver and Rescue na kung saan nagtuturo kayo ng pamamaraan kung paano mag-react sa mga emergency cases. So, we look forward na itong partnership na to magbibigay sa amin ng daan upang mabigyan din ng kaalaman yung aming mga miyembro.
Bago naman ito, actually, katuwang na rin natin yung UNTV sa mga information dissemination. Sa pamamagitan ng MOU ngayon, lalong palalakasin ng IIEE yung disaster preparedness dahil alam namin, of course, not only UNTV is being in the media, alam namin yung kalakasan ninyo when it comes to disaster. So that's why nakikita namin na malaking bagay yung pagtutulungan natin when it comes to disaster.
Actually, kasing halaga siya, if not mas mahalaga kaysa sa ibang departamento ng gobyerno. Kasi pangkaraniwan, especially when it comes to disaster in fire, ang pangkaraniwang tinuturo nila is electrical or faults, no? Or faulty wirings. Mas mahalagang makasama natin sila at makatulong kasi sila yung mas nakakaalam not only the basic pero pati yung complexity ng issue pagdating sa ganyan. Makakatulong natin sila personal sa iba't ibang panig ng Pilipinas kasi nga ang Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers in the Philippines, nakakalat din sila. So basically, ang collaboration, ang coordination, mas madali.
Gaya nga ng palaging panawagan ni Kuya Daniel Razon na saving lives is not just a duty for us, but a lifetime commitment. Leslie Widem, UNTV News and Rescue. Diyos ang aming sandigan, serbisyo publiko ang aming pinahalagahan.
Naumpisahan natin yung tulong muna bago balita. Yung ating mga reporters ay capable sila na tumulong sa pamamagitan ng pagre-rescue. At maging ating mga vehicles ay ginawa nating news and rescue vehicles dahil dito natin ipinasok yung konsepto ng tulong muna bago balita.
Launched in 2010, UNTV News and Rescue Team was the first of its kind in the Philippines with the advocacy Tulong Muna Bago Balita.
Ang ating mga reporters, sila ay pina-train natin at meron na sa ating mga reporters ngayon ang naging trainer na din sila.
The rescue team has since helped people in distress during road accidents.
Ituloy nyo lang yung fast reaction nyo na pag may narinig kayo kaagad, diretso kaagad sa scene. Huwag nyong tatanggalin yung ambulance and news thing, na yung news crew and ambulance. Kasi malaking bagay talaga yun sa ibang mga tao. Na nagpapasalamat ako. I was one of those people who were able to receive that.
Gusto kong magpasalamat sa UNTV sa pag-rescue nila. Malaking bagay itong ginawa ng rescue team. Kailangan suportahan to at saka magandang huwaran ang ginawa ng UNTV. Mabuhay ang UNTV.
Fire incidents and typhoons using the latest emergency rescue equipment. The news team also uses drone technology in covering incidents for better view and assessment. UNTV also promoted disaster awareness with its Rescue Summit. UNTV News and Rescue intensifies its emergency preparedness by commencing underwater rescue training.
I am honored and proud to present to you ang yun aking mga module, the first batch of rescuers who have finished underwater training under my instructorship under PSI and CIMAS Philippines programs.
Part of this intensification is the rescue training for its anchors, reporters, cameramen, and employees in all departments, with the vision that every UNTV employee is ready to administer first aid if the need arises.
Gusto natin na ganito din ang mangyari sa ating mga anchors na saan man sila mapapunta at kung meron mang mga instansya ng pagkakaroon ng emergency ay meron silang alam na pwede nilang maitulong at magawa. Ito'y tuloy-tuloy na ginagawa natin, hindi lang sa ating mga news anchors, kundi maging sa ating mga empleyado. Napasimulan na natin yan dahil ang objective natin na ang bawat isang makakasalubong mo sa loob ng himpilan ng UNTV ay mayroong kanya-kanyang level of competence pagdating sa pag-respond sa mga panahon ng emergency.
With the help of the almighty, UNTV News and Rescue Team is committed to being one with the rescue units in extending assistance to the community in times of emergencies.
Saving lives is not just a duty for us, but a lifetime commitment. We are UNTV News and Rescue.
Before we proceed, let us just acknowledge our technical resources speakers who were with us yesterday, and of course, those speakers that we have today. For the technical resources speakers, Honorable Francis V. Mapili, who had just have a talk regarding the electrical engineering implementation and road ahead. Maraming salamat po, Engineer Mapili. Of course, to Engineer Christopher T. Villaflor, who had the talk on the guidelines on energy conserving design for electrical systems. Also, we had Engineer Virgilio S. Luzares. He had discussed about the designing solar plus storage system for residential energy solutions. Maraming salamat po. To Engineer Rinaldo R. Santiago and Engineer Eileen A. Alejo. They jointly spoke about significant changes in the PEC Code of 2017. Also, we had Engineer Fortunato Silenes, who had discussed about career progression and specialization program. Likewise, to our technical sponsored speakers, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos and Engineer Marlo G. Castor of Switch Industrial Sales Corporation. Maraming salamat po. Engineer Randy M. Reyes from the Pacific Power Incorporated. Engineer Ferdinand Caluza from Control Gear Electric Corporation. Maraming salamat. And lastly, Engineer Huang Yi Huai from Huawei Technologies Company. Maraming salamat po. And our day 2 speakers who had just finished their talk, Engineer Primo G. Beltran Jr. He had discussed about understanding communications, data scope collaboration in electrical facilities. Engineer Vincent E. Jimenez, who had an intro to protection relay coordination. We also had Engineer Juan R. Agtarap, who had discussed about the IIEE Code of Ethics and Rules in Handling Complaint. Lastly, we heard about Engineer Medel C. De Jesus, who had discussed the renewable energies. Also, we would like to thank our Engineer Medel for touring us around. We had the virtual plant tour a while ago. We had our sponsored technical speaker coming from Panasonic, to Engineer Christian A. Vigil. Maraming salamat po. We would like to acknowledge also the Board of Governors composed of the following regional governors: Engineer Orlando T. Bilapana Jr., Engineer Christian J. Maligro, Engineer Arislav G. Juani, Engineer Zandro R. Villarosa, Engineer Felipe C. Nilama, Engineer Nonilo N. Nashon, Engineer Joselito S. Orticio, Engineer Jeffrey T. Tanjutco, Engineer Alwin M. Wagan, and Engineer Jaime V. Lucas Jr. We would like also to acknowledge the Board of Governors composed of the national officers. We have the National Auditor, Engineer Eusebio A. Gonzalez, the National Treasurer, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, the National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., the National Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the National Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, the National Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, our host Regional Governor, Engineer Woody G. Irama, and of course, our National President, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. Maraming salamat po. To our dear delegates and participants who are joining us virtually, you may visit our exhibit in order for you to get a grasp of the online happenings, especially our stores. And for those delegates who are here with us who have not yet received their souvenir programs, you may go to our secretariat there in the registration area. Lastly, we would like to acknowledge the working committees, especially the chapter officers here in IIEE Pangasinan chapter, headed by Engineer Oscar F. Hernelio Jr., our Internal Affairs Vice President, Engineer Randy Peralta, External Affairs Vice President, Engineer Frederico Aquino, Technical Affairs Vice President, Engineer Alfonso Palpal. We had our Secretary, Engineer Arnel Ramiscal. We have also our Treasurer, Engineer Cristino Vidal. Auditor, Engineer Billy Idio. The Board of Directors, Engineer Michael Abara. Engineer Junicio Prendol. Engineer Zake Ian Estacio. Engineer Dario Togade. Engineer Romel Giolazo. Engineer Romel Kinsay. Engineer Maximo Gamboa Jr., Engineer Bernard Meneses, our ex-officio, Engineer Carlo Adrihilo, and our Executive Secretary, Engineer Richie Penera.
We would also like to thank our generous sponsors who extended their contribution making this event possible. We would like to send on behalf of the committee and the whole electrical engineering community the appreciation, and you know how much you are valued. For the cover sponsors, we have the River Grove Lifestyle Center with these establishments: Kabalen, Romantic Baboy and Army Navy, Shakey's Pizza Parlor, Pacific Power Incorporated, Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, Alvarez Barrientos Electrical Supplies and Services, Albar Incorporated, We Point Electric Equipment Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, GMC Illuminox General Merchandising Company, Police Brigadier General Romeo M. Karamat Jr. and family, Province of Pangasinan Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Office. For the giveaway sponsors, we have Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, M. Abara Trading and Construction Services Incorporated. For Evergreen sponsors, we have Landlight, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald, Control Gear Electric Corporation, Sefang, Epitex Claro Incorporated, Chili Electric, Hymel, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Himax Electronics Corporation. For featured virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. Premium virtual booth exhibit sponsors, Safety Tech Innovation Incorporation, J&B Industrial Corporation, Flexcon and Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation. Technical presentation sponsors, Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, and Panasonic. For the massive efforts and skills to make the 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference a success, a special mention to the men and women, our efficient electrical engineers, the members and officers of the host chapter, the IIEE Pangasinan, for everything you have done, everything you still do, and will continue to do. IIEE just wants you to know how much thankful they are, and they look forward to a prosperous future. And with that, we want to extend our sincerest gratitude. Maraming salamat, dear sponsors, and hope you still continue to outpour your generous commitment to help the programs and advocacies of IIEE.
So we are going to pause for a break. To our virtual viewers, please have a look at our province of Pangasinan in order for you to have an idea what Pangasinan looks like.
What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go. Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. How about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one. What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true.
So before we proceed to our next speaker, we will be having a raffle draw. Magpipick po kami ng 2 delegates from the hall and 1 sa virtual naman.
So we have here a list of the delegates and participants here on the hall. The same is true with the participants virtually. So since hindi namin sila kilala or wala namang kaming papanigan, wala kaming kikilingan because we do not know personally these people, these handsome gentlemen, we're going to pick or draw the lucky winners na lang po of 2 PEC coming from our guest delegates, participants here in the hall. Tapos isa nga po, as Ma'am Angelica said, sa virtually. Okay. So before we do that, pasalamatan po namin mula energies, their efforts in giving up with informative and insightful sessions na maraming kinapulutan ng aral, ng knowledge yung ating mga delegates virtually at saka sa mga delegates natin dito sa Pangasinan Regency Hotel. So, we would like to say again, thank you to Honorable Francis Mapile. Maraming salamat po, sir. Engineer Christopher Villaflor, Engineer Virgilio Lozares, Engineer Rinaldo Santiago, and Engineer Eileen Alejo. To Engineer Fortunato Lainez, Engineer Primo Beltran, Engineer Vincent Jimenez, Engineer Midel De Jesus, Engineer Florigo Verona, Engineer Juan Nagtarab, Engineer Marlon Parot, Engineer Paulo Tolentino. Some of the names that I have mentioned has not able to give their piece or their discussions, pero in advance we are thanking them. To our sponsored technical speakers from Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Engineer Kevin Carlos and Engineer Marlo Castor. From Pacific Power Incorporated, Engineer Randy Reyes. From Control Gear Electric Corporation, Engineer Ferdinand Caluza. From Huawei Technologies Company, Engineer Huang Yi. From Panasonic, Engineer Christian A. Vigil. And of course, one of our speakers coming from Phelps Dodge Philippines. Later, he will be talking about what their company is going to offer us, Engineer J. Martin Robiano. So maraming salamat po to our technical resources speakers from the day 1 up to the recently concluded na nag-speak or nag-discuss ng kanilang mga topics. And now, to our delegates here on the hall, pwede po bang maupo tayong lahat? We have given you enough time to visit the lavatory for your health break. And of course, sa mga selfie moments po ninyo. This time, we are going to have a raffle draw. Sa mga mahiwagang kamay ni Ma'am Angelica, she will be drawing a name para mag-receive ng isa muna na PEC. Okay? Okay. No na.
So we're expecting na all the delegates present in the hall already written their names here. Who among you yung hindi feeling nila hindi sila nakapag-write dito?
So maybe we could ask our technical crews to, what's that? To let them see yung faces nila kung sakaling mabunot yung kanilang pangalan. So parang let us just have a brief mechanics, no? If it happens that your name will be drawn, pag mabubunot po yung pangalan ninyo, and in the event na you are not here in the hall, or maybe there in the comment section sa ating chat box, syempre pag na-draw yung pangalan nyo virtually, magsabi na lang po ng present. If not, our technical crews will be monitoring the presence of that person. Okay, yung lucky winner natin. So in the event na ang delegates dito sa hall wala siya, we'll draw another one. Okay po? And of course, you're going to present yourself para naman makita live yung ating winners. Okay? So lahat po ba ay nakapag-register na? Meron pa bang hahabol? Okay? So it's a go.
Okay, so we have 105 names here. Okay, so it's 6 pages.
And in addition to the mechanics, kung nanalo na ng minsan, syempre, yung pangalawa, pangatlong pagkakataon na makukall yung name niya as a winner, of course, we're going to give chances to others na rin. So, isa lang na prize para dun sa isang pangalan. Okay po ba tayo doon? Gentlemen on the hall, okay pa po ba tayo? Palakpak naman dyan. Yan. Galaw-galaw para hindi ma-stroke. Yan. Kasi syempre hindi na tayo bumabata. Kailangan ng konting-konting stretching man lang or exercise. Yan. Okay. Since we do not know the listed names here ng ating mga participants at para ma-assure din na wala po kaming pinipili, Mamangge, without looking, what's your favorite number po?
24.
24. Why so, ma'am?
That's my birthday.
Okay po. Mamangge picked the number 24. So on the paper that she is holding, titignan po namin yung maswerteng number 24.
It's Engineer Edgardo M. Borgonya.
Edgardo M. Borgonya, nandito po ba sila? Tayo po tayo.
Ayan, congratulations, sir.
Okay po. Our next winner of a PEC. Okay. The winner has a PRC ID number. A PRC number ending in 8. So sino sa inyo ang may PRC number na naglalas sa number 8? Ayan. Tayo po tayo. Sino sa inyo ang may PRC number na nag-i-end sa number 8? Tayo po tayo. Kasi any one of you will be a winner. At yung PRC license number niya, nag-start sa number 2. So yung umpisa ng PRC number niya ay 2. Tapos nag-i-end sa 8. Parang isa na lang po ang nakatayo or kasama yung mga nasa likod. Lahat po sila may 2 at saka 8. Okay. Sir, yung susunod na number ay 1. Kayo pa rin yun? Parang loto ito, ano? 2, 1, 3, 4, 8. Who among you has a PRC license of 21348? Kayo po ang nanalo sa ating pangalawang prize. This is in the person of Jose Christopher G. Gallego. Nandito po ba sila? So lalapit po sa atin si Jose Christopher G. Gallego to claim the prize. So magbibilang po ako ng hanggang 5 lang. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala po si Engineer Gallego, so we have to draw another. So we are here with our engineer na magpapareceive po ng ating mga prizes. Our next winner, since wala po si Engineer Gallego. Okay. This one has number 1 as a beginning of his PRC license number. Sino sa inyo po ang may PRC license number na nagsisimula sa number 1? Meron po? Taas po yung kamay. Yan, merami. Next number is number 2. Oh. So we still have another number 2. Oh, mamapag-asa. Okay? Next number is number 9. Pwede rin po, baliktayan na po ito. De, joke lang. And the last number. Please stand up with a person number of 12293. Philip, Engineer Philip V. Fenyes. Nandito po ba sila? Ah, sir! Congratulations po! Please come here para i-claim po yung inyong prize. Magdala po kayo ng birth certificate, ng yung latest Meralco bill para ma-distinguish po talaga na kayo po si Engineer Philip Fenyes. Just joking, sir. Anyway, your colleagues know you na kayo po talaga si Engineer Philip Fenyes. Sir? Ayan. Kaway-kaway naman po, sir. Ayan. O, palakpak naman dyan. Ayan. Sir, balato daw. Balato, sir. Tigi-isang page po. You could distribute po, tigi-isang page. Joke lang po. Congratulations po. So, we are going to continue our raffle draw. This time, yung susunod pong mananalo ay virtually naman. We are down with 2 winners of the raffle draw. So yung isang maswerteng winner is going to be drawn virtually naman po. So nakita nyo naman po kung anong prize ang ibibigay sa ating mga lucky winners. Actually, those prizes would just be minor prizes. According to our host chapter president and our regional conference governor, ang ibibigay po nila sa mga lucky winners sa mga major awards later ay IIEE limited merchandise naman po. Yan. So before we go on, still, we would like to thank our sponsors pa rin, ang ating mga generous na mga sponsors who have made their contribution making this event possible. In behalf of the community of electrical engineers, IIEE, we would like to say our appreciation to you, to our cover sponsors, the Province of Pangasinan Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Office, the Police Brigadier General Romeo M. Karamat Jr. and family, to GMC, Illuminux General Merchandising Company, to Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Y Point Electric Equipment Incorporated, to Alvarez Barrentos Electrical Supplies and Services, Albar Incorporated, Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, Pacific Power Incorporated, making 25 years of efficient electricity solutions, to Shakey's Pizza Parlor, and to River Cruise Lifestyle Center with the following food establishments: Kabalen, Romantic Baboy, and Army Navy.
For the giveaway sponsors, we have Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, M. Abara Trading and Construction Services Incorporated. Evergreen sponsors, Landlight Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Control Gear Electric Corporation, Sifang Epitex Claro Incorporated, Shili, Hymel, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Hymax Electronics Corporation. Featured virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, and Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. For the premium virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, J&B Industrial Corporation, Flexcon and Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation. For the technical presentation sponsors, Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, and Panasonic.
To our participants and delegates who are with us today in the conference hall and virtually, to every electrical engineering student, practitioner, and academician, maraming salamat po for joining us. For the massive efforts and skills to make 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference a success, a special mention to the men and women, the efficient electrical engineers, the members and officers of the host chapter. Palakpakan po natin ang IIEE chapter of Pangasinan.
For everything you have done, everything you still do and will continue to do, IIEE just want you to know how thankful they are and they look forward to a prosperous future together. And with that, we want to extend our sincerest gratitude. Maraming salamat, dear sponsors, and hope you still continue to outpour your generous commitment to help the programs and advocacies of IIEE.
And of course, we would like to inform everyone, especially our virtual viewers, lahat po ng mga delegates and participants natin, we are observing our health protocols. Lahat po ng ating mga delegates ay nakamask po sila at socially distant. So everyone on the hall, please, hep hep! Ang hina naman. Hep hep! Mabuhay kayong lahat. Isa pa. Mabuhay IIE! Sigaw! Okay. So we are on business now. We are going to proceed with our technical presenters.
To give us insights and what their company has to offer, let us welcome from Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, their representative. He is a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineer from University of Santo Tomas and currently working as a Business Development Technical Engineer at Phelps Dodge Philippines Energy Products Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Engineer J. Martin Y. Rubiano.
Good afternoon. Today, I will be discussing some of our value engineering solutions. No? So first of all, I'm Jay Rubiano from Phelps Dodge, technical engineer. Okay. So here is our presentation outline. First, we'll be discussing the company overview of Phelps Dodge. So quickly, we will be discussing that. And then next topic would be our value engineering solutions. So under value engineering solutions, we have the PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. And then we have also the metal clad cables or type MC cable. So basically, we will be focusing on MC cable. So just in case if you have any questions or clarifications, you can chat. You can type in the chat box, no? So we can answer after the presentation. And then our last topic would be the PD Engage or Engineering Advantage. So si Peps Dutch, we offer free pre and after sales services to our customer. We don't just sell cables. So we do trainings, presentations, and inspections, etc. So we will go through that during the tail end part of our presentation. Okay. And then first company overview. So our plant is located inside Hacienda Lucita in Tarlac. So we have quality management, environmental and safety management. And then for our third-party product certifications, we have for building wires, we have UL and Bureau Product Standards. So for your information, for the building wires, normally ang default namin is we use PNS sizes. No? But we can also manufacture yung mga UL compliant na cables. We use AWG sizes for that one. Okay? And then for medium voltage, we have KEMA and power lock for 5 kV up to 35 kV medium voltage power cables. And then for fire rated cables, we have TUB from Singapore. So normally, ang fire rated, we use it sa mga fire pumps, fire alarm systems, emergency applications, etc. Okay? So first topic would be yung PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. So as you can see, we are using aluminum 8000 series for the PD Alumilite. So different siya dun sa alloy na ginagamit natin versus dun sa mga overhead lines na nakikita natin like yung mga ACSR. So sa ACSR kasi we use 1350 aluminum alloy series. No? So for building wires, we must use aluminum 8000 series. So yung characteristic nito is comparable versus sa copper. Okay? So to give you an overview dito sa cable construction comparison, so as you can see, we have the copper and the aluminum building wire. So in terms of conductor, so sa copper, we use compressed stranded, while sa aluminum, we use yung compact stranded na aluminum alloy 8000 series. So by the way, if you convert from copper to aluminum, we need to upsize to AWG sizes bigger. No? So the reason for that, yung conductivity ng copper is 100% while yung aluminum is 61% lang. To compensate on the conductivity, you need to increase the cross-sectional area of the aluminum. So that's why we need to upsize the cross-sectional area. Okay? So later on, I'll show you the direct conversion from copper to aluminum. And then in terms of insulation naman, same lang sila, lead-free. We use lead-free PVC na insulation. So it's rated at 90 degrees, no, maximum for both dry and wet application. And then for the jacket, we use nylon jacket. So yung nylon jacket kasi natin, it acts as the mechanical protection of the cable. Okay? So by the way, we have the capability to manufacture PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire starting from 6 AWG or 14 mm squared and bigger. So yun yung pinakamaliit na in-offer namin. Bakit? Walang mga circuit sizes like 2.0, 3.5, 5.5. So the reason for that, wala kasing mga dual rated or mga aluminum na connector sa mga wiring devices natin. And not unlike dito sa mga sizes na to from 6 AWG and bigger, so meron na tayong readily available na dual rated connectors kasi hindi natin pwede i-connect yung aluminum conductor sa copper connector. So we will have kasi galvanic corrosion, no? Kasi different metal sila. Okay? So later on, I'll show you also a picture of what is a dual rated connector. So pag sinabi mo kasi dual rated, pwede siya sa copper, pwede rin siya sa aluminum. Okay? And then ito yung ampacity conversion table. So this is based, yung copper ampacity is based sa PEC, and then yung aluminum ampacity is based sa MEC. So makikita nyo kasi yung sizing natin sa aluminum is we use AWG sizes kasi we offer aluminum building wire strictly UL listed. Okay? So based sa electrical codes natin, ang smallest na pwede natin convert is 8 mm squared. So ang equivalent niya is 14 mm squared. So as you can see, same ampacity na sila. No? Then for example, if you are using 250 mm squared sa copper, so ang conversion niya is, it's either 700 mcm or 750 mcm. No? Okay? So here's the conversion table from copper to aluminum. And then what are the advantages of PD alumilite? Okay? So ang advantage nito is number one, it's cost effective versus copper. So in terms of cable to cable cost, ang savings natin would be 40%, 30 to 40%, no? Yung masasave natin if we convert to aluminum. And then in terms of weight, mas lighter pa rin yung aluminum by 50%. Mas magaan pa rin siya by 50% versus sa copper kahit nag-upsize na tayo. Okay? So isang advantage niya during cable pulling, mas lesser yung manpower na kailangan natin. Kasi mas lesser yung weight. And then in terms of safety and reliability, so it's widely used in US and Canada since 1987. And then we offer this sa market since 2008. So almost 13 years now. Okay? And then ito lang, to give you a summary, no? So from 250 mm squared, for example, 250 mm squared copper yung ginagamit natin na existing ngayon. So ang conversion niya is 375 mm squared or 750 mcm. So upsize siya. Then to summarize, so it's lighter, yung aluminum is lighter by 50%. And then in terms of overall diameter, it's only bigger by 15%. So bakit 15% lang? Kung napansin nyo kanina, sa aluminum, we use compacting technology. So mas napaliit yung overall diameter niya by using compacting technology. And then ito yung UL certifications namin for mga building wire, especially aluminum. No? So we have UL certification. So UL file number E54448. And then ito yung clause NEC and PEC that allows the use of aluminum alloy 8000 series sa mga building wires natin, like yung THHN, THWN, okay? Okay? So it's in our electrical code. So ayan, makikita nyo AA 8000 series. And then in terms of cost comparison, so sinabi ko kanina, 30 to 40% is cable to cable cost. What if i-consider natin yung mga other materials like yung conduit, labor, and mga other accessories like yung terminal rods? What would be our savings? So first, ito yung parameters natin. So we have prepared yung cost comparison. So for example, we have length of 100 meters. Then ang default wiring system natin is copper THHN, THWN-2. Size is 4 conductor 250 mm squared plus ground, which is installed in IMC conduit. Okay? And then if we convert it to aluminum, no? Co-convert natin siya sa aluminum THHN, THWN-2. So we upsize from 250 mm squared naging 750 mcm na 4 conductor, which is installed also in IMC. So we will consider yung mga other materials like yung material cost, cable, conduit, and then yung mga labor cost natin. So ito yung magiging savings natin. So at least 29 to 30% savings tayo if we convert from copper to aluminum in IMC. So makikita nyo majority ng savings would be coming from the cable cost. No? And then sa mga conduit, possible na lumaking konti kasi we need to upsize one trade size bigger for the conduit. And then sa mga accessories, so lalaki ng konti yung mga overall diameter ng cable natin, so possible yung mga clamps natin or mga supports natin, we need to increase also. But overall, if we convert to aluminum, ang savings pa rin natin is at least 30%, no? For IMC configuration. Then what if gawin natin from IMC, gawin natin siyang PVC? No? Ano magiging savings natin? For PVC comparison, yan, makikita nyo, much higher, nasa 34%. Kasi yung conduit part dito is mas maliit yung cost niya, no? Compared dun sa total. Okay? So, mas mataas yung savings natin if we compare it versus the PVC conduit. Okay? And then here are some of the tools, no, or accessories for PD Alumilite. So, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. So, if we use aluminum building where we need to use yung double-rated connectors or yung tinatawag natin mga AL9CU connectors. So, ano ba meaning ng AL9CU? Meaning aluminum 90 degrees copper. So, pwede siya sa copper, pwede siya sa aluminum. So, by the way, it's readily available naman sa market, no? So, meron na mga nagtitinda ngayon sa mga hardware, no? Specifically sa mga malalaking tindahan. But si Phelps Dutch, aside from supplying cables, we can also bundle the terminals or connectors to avoid yung problem during the installation. So baka kasi hindi alam nung mag-procure nung connectors na aluminum yung gagamitin. So possible na magkaroon tayo ng gray area doon, magkamali pa yung mabili na materials, no? So magiging dagdag trabaho pa. So that's why si Phelps Dutch, we do bundle it together with the aluminum building. Okay? So it's available sa mechanical type or cream type connectors. Okay? So aside from the aluminum building wire, we are also offering yung other value engineering solution. We call it metal clad cable or MC cable. No? So ito yung MC cable natin. Basically, it's a factory assembled cable, no, which is insulated in an interlocking armoring, no. So parang ang principle niya is para siyang multi-conductor, no. Okay? For the conductor, we can use copper, aluminum, no, same, no. And then insulation, it will depend on the specs of the client or the customer. So normally we use yung PVC or nylon or yung regular na TH and TH2 na insulation and jacket. But we can also produce yung XLPE PVC, PVC na configuration. Okay? And then for the armoring, we use yung aluminum strip armoring. Okay, so ito, we have two variants or we have two types of MC cable. Meron kaming pang indoor, meron kaming pang outdoor. So yung indoor application natin, itong nasa right side ng screen niyo. Then for outdoor application, we need to apply yung outer jacket. It's either PVC or polyethylene. Okay? So by the way, yung aluminum strip armoring namin is corrosion resistant po siya, hindi siya nangangalawa. So ito yung MC cable natin. And then bakit ba namin in-offer yung MC cable? So in-offer kasi namin to address yung current issues and challenges sa conduit wiring installation. Kasi pagka gumamit na tayo ng MC cable, we don't need to use na yung conduit eh. We eliminate the conduit. Okay? Bakit? Kasi meron na tayong aluminum strip armoring, siya na yung nag-a-act as the conduit natin.
Tama dito kami dumaan.
So ito kasi yung mga issues and challenges sa mga conduit wiring installation. So number one, minsan nakikita namin sa site, pinagsasama-sama yung magkakapase or improper yung cable grouping. So magiging problem natin dyan, we will have yung induction heating once na-energize ng cable. And then another problem is na-damage yung nylon during cable pulling. So when we use MC cable, na-eliminate natin yan kasi ang naka-expose na is yung armoring natin or yung outer sheet natin. So we eliminate the damages during cable pulling. And then in terms of cable congestion sa pullback, so normally kasi pagka sa conduit wiring, we need to install pullbacks if we have 4 of 90 degree bends based on sa electrical code natin. While if we use MC cable, we eliminate also the pullbacks, no? Matatanggal din natin yung pullbacks Kasi ang MC cable, in terms of number of lengths, it's unlimited po. So wala tayong limitation in terms of lengths. Okay? And then in terms of installation time, mas mabilis po install yung MC cable compared sa conduit wiring. Okay? And then in terms of cost, syempre, dahil mas mabilis siya install, mas katipid tayo in terms of cost of installation when we use MC cable. And then in terms of flexibility sa site, when, for example, sa mga storage area natin, mas lesser yung storage space na kailangan natin if we use MC cable. Kasi pagka meron pa tayong conduit, kailangan natin ng mga ng space for the conduit and then separate pa yun sa cable. While dun sa MC cable, yung reel lang yung i-delay natin yung space. No? So, mas lesser yung space requirement. And then ito yung third-party certifications namin for MC cable. So we have UL certifications.
Power bank?
No? So hindi
Power
lang
bank?
yung cable inside,
Power?
so mismong whole assembly, including yung aluminum strip armoring. So it's UL listed. And then in terms of applications of MC cable, so with some of the building types application, we can use almost all, no? Stadiums, schools, high-rise buildings, hotels, casino, etc. Pwede siya. So basically, it's a building wire type, building wires. Then what are the advantages of MC cable? So number one, it's all-in-one factory assembled, factory tested cable. So before namin siya i-deliver, so we test it sa planta namin. Okay? And then yung armoring niya, it's strong, lightweight, durable, and corrosion, rodent, and termite resistant. So hindi siya nangangalawang, and then hindi rin siya basta-basta masisira ng mga anay and yung armoring natin. Okay? And then it's highly flexible, so yung MC cable natin, it's not limited to 4 of 90-degree bend rule. Thus, hindi na tayo kailangan gumamit ng pullbacks. Okay? And then it also meets yung requirements ng NEC and PEC. No? Nasa electrical code po natin siya. And then isa pang advantage ng MC cable, so in terms of installation step, we can reduce by 30 to 50% versus the conduit wiring method. Kasi sa conduit wiring method, medyo marami-rami pa tayong steps na kailangan gawin before we can pull the cable. While sa MC cable, kailangan lang natin ng hangers, no? Install lang natin yung hangers, unistrut, threaded rod, and then yung clamp. No? Then we can lay the MC cable na. So we simplify the process and then we can reduce the damage due to cable pulling. And then in terms of space requirements when we install MC cable, so mas maliit po yung space requirement na kailangan ng MC cable. Kasi kung mapapansin nyo, we use 100% fill. Not unlike when we install cable in the conduit, we normally use yung 40% fill. So mas lesser yung space requirement ng MC cable. Mas maliit yung overall diameter na na-occupy niya. And then in terms of bending radius, no, so bending radius, it's 7 times the overall diameter of the cable. So kung ano yung diameter ng cable natin, we multiply it by 7 sa MC cable. While sa conduit, it's 6 times. No? So almost comparable naman siya. And then for your information also, it's less susceptible to pilferage, especially if you use aluminum conductor, hindi siya ninanakaw. No? Kasi ang aluminum conductor natin is lesser yung value niya, kaya mas mura siya, mas mura yung value niya pagka pinakilo natin sa mga junk shop. No? So normally, hindi siya mainit sa mata when merong mga scrap sa site, no? Or mga tira sa site. Hindi siya masyadong ninanakaw kasi wala siya masyadong value. Not unlike scrap. Okay? And then for the standard packaging of MC cable, for MC copper cable, ang sa mga small sizes, we can do as much as 1,000 meters per reel. And then for the bigger sizes, yung mga feeder sizes natin, we can do up to 500 meters. So same with the aluminum. No? Copper and aluminum same na. 1,000 and 500. Sa maliit, 1,000. Sa malaki is 500 meters. And then ito lang, pakita ko lang din sa inyo yung install cost comparison for MC cable. So ito considering na yung mga other materials, no? So we compare copper, for option 1, we compare copper cable in IMC versus MC copper cable. So as you can see, we use 4-conductor 250 mm squared plus ground, which is installed in a 4 inches conduit. No? So makikita nyo yung overall diameter niya, dahil nga sinunod natin 40% fill for this configuration, it's 100 mm. No? While dito sa MC copper cable, same size lang siya, no? 100% fill siya. So we have 66 mm na overall diameter lang. So mas space saver siya. So in terms of savings, we can save at least 12 to 15% for this conversion. No? So saan magagaling yung savings natin? So magagaling savings natin from the conduit, we eliminate the conduit 100%. No? And then sa hangers, possible na mas mura tayo. No? Dahil mas lesser yung materials na kailangan natin. And then in terms of installation cost, mas mabilis install yung MC cable. So mas slightly lower yung installation cost niya. So at least 12 to 15% savings if we convert from copper cable in IMC versus MC copper cable. So what if i-convert natin yung method of wiring methods natin from copper cable in IMC into MC aluminum cable? Okay. So as you can see, we need to increase for conductor 750 MCM, no, na MC aluminum cable. And then ang overall diameter niya is 80 mm pa rin, no? So mas lesser pa rin siya compared dun sa copper cable in conduit, no? And then in terms of savings, no, so at least 40 to 50% if we convert from copper cable in IMC into MC aluminum cable. So number one savings natin again will come from the conduit, we eliminate. And then yung cable cost natin, majority of the savings would be coming from the cable cost also. Dahil mas mura na yung aluminum. No? So yan. And then pakita ko lang din, aside from the cost comparison, I'll show you some of the installation methods for MC cable just in case may mga questions kayo. No? So we'll show you on how to install MC cable. So yan. So as you can see, in terms of installation methods, ang kailangan nating hanging support system, we must support the MC cable every 1.5 meters. No? Yung interval ng hangers natin. So just like this picture. So we just use yung unistrat and yung threaded rod and then i-clamp natin yung MC cable. No? So kaya we recommend every 1.5 meters, no, to avoid yung paglundo or pagsag ng MC cable natin. Kasi yung conduit natin, alam naman natin, is rigid siya, hindi siya nagsasag. While yung MC cable kasi natin is flexible. So normally, ang tendency niya is magsag siya. So that's why we need to support it, no? Maximum of every 1.5 meters. And then yan, ito yung normally, mga unistrat, and then yung clamps natin. Okay? And then for mga high-rise or riser applications of MC cable, we can also provide yung yung mga special clamp for this one. Kasi iba yung clamp na ginagamit natin for horizontal installation ng MC cable. Not unlike yung mga riser applications, so sobrang tataas kasi niyan. So meron tayong gravitational pull. So to eliminate that, so we need to use yung special gravity grip na tinatawag namin. So we can supply this also naman. Just in case you are interested to use MC cable sa mga high-rise application. And then we can also support naman MC cable sa cable tray. So meron kaming na-encounter before yan. Nilagay nila sa cable tray kasi sobrang dami ng number of sets. So depending on doon sa number of sets na i-install nyo. And then we install MC cable para mas madali po dahil parang multi-conductor yung principle niya. We need to use yung mga rollers, no? So kahit yung mga improvised rollers lang. No? Kahit sa unistrat, lagyan lang natin ng PVC na pinagputulan, no? So we can use it as a roller na. So we can install the MC cable easily. And then in terms of pulling MC cable, so we recommend to use pulling basket. Pero syempre ang practice ng mga electricians natin sa site, so they use yung mga GI wire. So it's also possible, but we need to install the GI wire dun sa mismong cable, wag dun sa aluminum strip armoring. So make sure lang na nakakamit yung GI wire dun sa cable natin when we pull the MC cable. And then tools for cable cutting. So normally we use hacksaw lang naman to strip the aluminum strip armoring. Okay? So ang technique sa tanggal ng aluminum strip armoring, so gatlaan lang natin yung dalawang adjacent na aluminum strip and then we twist. So ganun lang kadali po putulin yung aluminum strip armoring. And then yung mga bushings natin or mga fittings natin, we can use naman yung regular na ginagamit sa mga conduit wiring natin. So it's the same. And then just in case, again, if you use MC cable aluminum, so we need to use yung mga dual rated connectors, yung AL9C. But if for copper, so pwede na rin yung copper na connectors na. Okay? And then, aside from yung mga value engineering solutions natin, so we have also yung program na PD Engage. No? So we offer this, especially pagka umorder sa amin ng mga new products namin like aluminum building wire and MC cable. So we offer PD Engage. So ano ba yung PD Engage? So under PD Engage, so we provide yung training in cable selection. So we coordinate with the customer during design stage pa lang. So if ever kailangan nila ng tulong on how to value engineer yung project, we can help them. No? Then siguro sa design din, kung may kailangan silang specific design, so we can recommend them. And then aside from that, we can also supply yung mga connectors and other materials, no? Especially sa mga new products namin. And then we can also do a presentation or technical presentation sa client. So depende yan kung sa designer, sa contractor, sa owner, developer. So normally we do technical presentation. And then once na-order sa amin, we will conduct pre-installation training sa mga contractor natin, especially sa electrician, then yung mag-i-install mismo, yung magte-terminate, and then yung mga engineers doon sa site. No? Then we can also conduct technical visits and site audits. So para during installation, makikita natin kung may mali. Or after installation, kung may mali doon sa installation, we will provide the technical report and then we will submit it to you for correction, for corrective action. So normally kasi right now it's we are in a pandemic, so we do it via video conference or video call. No? So pero pagka okay na yung situation natin, we can conduct this one. Okay? Face to face. Okay? And then aside from that, we also do thermal scanning services once na-energize yung cable. And then up to 1 year of energization, we can also provide thermal scanning. So by the way, it's free of charge. No? So walang babayaran if we are offering yung PD Engage as part of parang value-added services developed sa mga customer niya namin. No? Then aside from thermal scanning, so we would like to invite you also to conduct kahit right now we can conduct yung virtual plant tour. No? So you can see paano ginagawa yung mga new products natin or yung mga existing products natin. So mas ma-appreciate natin on how to manufacture yung mga cables. Okay? So that ends our presentation. So just in case if you have any questions, so we will try to answer that. And then again, we thank IIEE Central Luzon for inviting us in their event, no? Or letting us present our product or value engineering products. Okay. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Engineer J. Martin Robiano from Phelps Dodge, Philippines. Engineer, parang hindi nyo yata make use of time yung 1 hour na binigay sa inyo, and you have given our delegates some time to ask their questions. May we ask from our participants here in the hall if you have questions to Engineer J. Martin Robiano from Phelps Dodge, Philippines. Baka may i-raise po kayong question dyan. How about our viewers from our live stream? Do you have questions po for Sir Robiano? Okay, so we have questions raised for Engineer Rubiano. Sir? So walang tanong. Okay. So since we have no questions raised for Engineer Rubiano, sir, please stay with us. As a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate for appreciation to be given by this important gentleman, Engineer Oscar F. Hernelia Jr., Engineer Woody G. Irama, and joining us, our National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, with the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer J. Martin Y. Rubiano of Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated in recognition of his valuable contribution as a technical presenter during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25, 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this June 26, 2021, signed Oscar F. Hernelia Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed Woody G. Irama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir.
We would like to acknowledge the chapter officers of the region headed by their chapter president, Engineer Joey P. Alulud, Aurora Chapter, Engineer Mar O. Tapia, Bataan Chapter, Engineer Jovita S. P. Domingo, Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Jeffrey C. Codapas, Nueva Ecija Chapter, Engineer Jared M. Realizo, Olongapo Zambales Chapter, Engineer Condrado D. Cagiat, Pampanga Chapter, Engineer Annalyn C. Fernandez, Tarlac Chapter. The member of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Jaime V. Mendoza, and the Chairman of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Francis V. Mapile.
So again, we would like to inform our delegates and participants here in the hall, as well as those who are joining us live, virtually, I mean. If you have questions, please do not hesitate to send in your questions. Sa ating pong Q&A chat box, mariread po ng ating mga speakers ang inyong mga tanong. Likewise, if the time is okay, mas mahaba pa yung time for entertaining your questions, they can readily answer your questions. The same is true with our participants here in the hall. Kung meron po kayong questions na i-raise, just take a microphone from our staff and our resource speakers are willing and they're going to give you their valuable time to answer your questions. Huwag po kayong mahihiyang magtanong.
We would also like to thank our generous sponsors who extended their contribution in making this event possible. We would like to send on behalf of the committee and the whole electrical engineering community the appreciation and you know how much you are valued. The cover sponsors, we have River Grove Lifestyle Center with this establishment. Kabalen, Romantic Baboy and Army Navy, Shakey's Pizza Parlor. Pacific Power Incorporated, Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, Alvarez Barrientos Electrical Supplies and Services Albar Incorporated, WePoint Electric Equipment Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, GMC Illuminox General Merchandising Company, Police Brigadier General Romeo M. Carama Jr. and Family, Province of Pangasinan, Provincial Tourism Cultural Affairs Office. And for the giveaway sponsors, we have Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, M. Abara Trading and Construction Services Incorporated. For the evergreen sponsors, we have Landlight, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Control Gear Electric Corporation, Sefang, Epitax Claro Incorporated, Chile Electric, Hymel, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Hymax Electronics Corporation. For featured virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Exponent Controls Electrical Corporation, and Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. For the premium virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, J&B Industrial Corporation, and Flexcon and Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation. For the technical presentation sponsors, we have Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, and Panasonic. For the massive efforts and skills to make the 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference a success, special mention to the men and women, our efficient electrical engineers, the members and officers of the host chapter, the IIEE Pangasinan, for everything you have done, everything you still do and will continue to do. IIEE just wants you to know how thankful they are and will look forward to a prosperous future together. And with that, we want to extend our sincerest gratitude.
Moving along, since we are observing the correct time for our resource speakers to get ready, our next speaker will be having a talk at 3 p.m., right, ma'am? Okay po. So we would just like to ask these people in the hall, sino po ulit sa atin ang from Aurora chapter? Are they still here? So they are joining us virtually na po. How about from Bataan chapter? Also, they are virtually. From Bulacan, meron pa bang mga taga Bulacan dito? Also, virtually they are here. From Nueva Ecija. How about from Olongapo, Zambales chapter? From Pampanga. From Tarlac. So I believe these people who are here with us on the hall is from Pangasinan. Tama po ba ako? From Tarlac pa rin kayo, ma'am. Hello po ulit. Okay. May we just ask, yung unang winner natin kanina sa ating PEC, the same is true with Sir Engineer Phoenix. Tama ba ako? Finiz. Okay. Si Sir Bergonia. From where are you, sir? From Pangasinan. So, isang maswerteng engineer from Pangasinan had received a copy of the PEC. Congratulations po ulit. May I just ask, is the PEC book available from a leading bookstore here in the Philippines? Or they are really limited copies lang po? Okay, so very lucky naman si Sir Bergonia and Sir Finez. Okay po. Taga saan po sila, sir? Pangasinan. Okay. Dalawang maswerteng taga Pangasinan. So, wag po kayong mawala ng pag-asa. We still have copies of the PEC to be given away sa ating mga raffle draws. But let's just wait for the perfect timing para sa ating raffle draws. In case na makareceive po kayo ng copy ng ating PEC, at the same time, mga limited merchandise coming from the our sponsors and of course sa IIEE Pangasinan. So again, repeat announcement sa ating mga viewers, at the same time sa mga delegates natin. If you have questions, queries po, somehow greetings sa ating mga respected resource speakers, you may key in, you may send in your comments for your questions sa ating chat box po of Q&A. Pwede kayong mag-shoutout? I think not. What else? Okay, we still have time. Maybe this is the proper time to invite our delegates and participants. Visit naman po kayo sa Pangasinan and discover our beaches. Yung mga beaches po, yung mga pinagmamalaki po namin na mga tourist spots. Like for example, yung mga beach resorts po namin. If you were not able to have a taste of Kalasyaw Puto products, ang lapit-lapit lang po ng ating booth or sa may market para po may pasalubong po kayo sa inyong mga mahal sa buhay. You could visit some of the stalls there sa market sa Kalasyaw. And somehow we are near SNR Kalasyaw para sa mga products po na imported at gusto nyo pong pasalubungan ang inyong darling. So you could do that. Lapit lang po dito sa ating venue, dito sa Pangasinan Regency Hotel. The same is true, we are near Robinson's Kalasyaw. Baka meron po kayong amenities or products na gusto nyo pong bilhin para ipasalubong sa mga munting chikiting ninyo. You could do that po. And we would like also to thank the men and women of Pangasinan Regency Hotel. Maraming salamat po mga kuya, mga ate for giving us the best accommodation that Pangasinan Regency Hotel could cater. Let us give hands to our crew of Pangasinan Regency Hotel. Malakas na palakpakan naman dyan po. So we are still thankful na even though we are in the midst of a pandemic, you still have the time and effort that you are gathered here sa ating CLRC. Maraming salamat po. Yung mga delegates po natin all the way from La Union, all the way sa west of Pangasinan, sa east Pangasinan. Maraming salamat po for gathering here sa Pangasinan Regency Hotel and be able to attend this 22nd CLRC conference. So maybe our reference speaker is but ready now. In a few minutes, we will be introducing our next resource speaker, but let us just appreciate these people. Again, we would like to say thank you very much to our technical resource speakers in the person of Honorable Francis V. Mapile, who had the talk on electrical engineering implementation and road ahead, to Engineer Christopher T. Villaflor, who had the topic on guidelines on energy conserving design for electrical systems, and Engineer Virgilio S. Lozares. He had discussed to us designing solar plus storage system for residential energy solutions. Engineer Rinaldo R. Santiago and Engineer Eileen A. Alejo. They had discussed on the topic significant changes in the PEC Code 2017. And we have also Engineer Fortunato Silenes, who had a topic on career progression and specialization program. And also, those who have given a sponsored technical speaking engagement, such as Engineer Kevin D. Carlos and Engineer Marlo G. Castor of Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Engineer Randy Reyes of Pacific Power Incorporated, Engineer Ferdinand Caluza from Control Gear Electric Corporation, and lastly, Engineer Huang Yi Huai from Huawei Technologies Company. Those are our speakers from the day one of our CLRC 2021. And of course, we would like to thank also the resource speakers who have just given a talk this morning. and early afternoon. Engineer Primo G. Beltran Jr., who had discussed about understanding communication, data scope collaboration in electrical facilities. Engineer Vincent E. Jimenez, who had introduction to protection relay coordination. Engineer Medel C. De Jesus, who had talked about renewable energies. And also, much appreciation is given to Engineer Medel. Engineer Medel De Jesus, he had toured us. He has given us a virtual tour in a biomass plant. I think it was in Laguna, right, ma'am? And also, our engineer Juan Agtarap had a live discussion on IIEE Code of Ethics and Rules in Handling Complaint. So he had given us an info that I think he was from La Union and he had to drive all the way here. 5:30 pa lang daw ng umaga he was driving na. So maraming salamat Sir Agtarap. We have our sponsored technical speakers, Engineer Christian A. Vigil from Panasonic and Engineer J. Martin Robiano from Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. So we still are going to have 3 resources speakers. So I hope you can sustain your energy, absorbing all the sessions that we're going to have. May energy pa ba kayo? Marami pa. Of course, umiinom tayo ng multivitamins. Kasi sa panahon ngayong pandemic, kailangan talaga ng additional na booster para malabanan natin ang COVID-19. Okay? So, we're down to business. But before we're going to introduce our next speaker, may we have a glance again of what Pangasinan has stored for us. Sa mga delegates natin na nagpaplanong mag-visit ng Pangasinan with your friends, with your relatives, with your mga balikbayan na mga kamag-anak, please follow the health protocols that are given to us by our LGU, of our Department of Transportation, of course, from our Department of Tourism. Kailangan i-follow pa rin po natin yung mandate nila na i-follow yung mga health protocols natin before you are going to have a good time with your families and visiting us here in Pangasinan. So, without further ado, let us have again a glance of the province of Pangasinan.
What if I told you that out of the 7,641 islands in the Philippines, there's one place to see 100 of them all in one go? Come find me in Pangasinan. Where you can find the one place to make your water ventures come true. Everywhere you turn lies a unique surprise. Nature becomes your umbrella. Waterfalls are calming. And the death pool gives a surge of adrenaline. how about a throwback? Before you kick back and relax on a river cruise. Next thing you know, you're making your own salt. Or bonding with bangus. So if there's one thing you've always wanted to do, maybe you'll find it here. It's time to find the one.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our resource speaker to share his knowledge on standard and comprehensive power transformer testing, a very important person in the field of electrical engineering. Let us get to know him first. He is a modern day test engineer who is a graduate of Mapua Institute of Technology. At an early age, he was trained by his grandfather, engineer Luis Mendoza, in conducting electrical substation preventive maintenance. By the love of his work, he eventually studied thermal scanning at Infraspection Institute Canada and is now a level 2 certified thermographer. His projects range from commercial to industrial sites. Currently, he is the operations manager of Exquiz Engineering, VP Technical of IIEE Metro Central, a professional consultant at LM Power Engineering Corporation and MC Engineering Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give a warm welcome to Engineer Juan Paulo M. Tolentino.
Hi ma'am. Yes po. Hello? Yan, okay. Sorry. Ma'am, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. We can hear your po.
Okay. Sige, sige. Thank you ha. Ma'am, okay na ako mag-share? Wait lang ma'am. Yeah, okay. Sige. Good afternoon, no? Good afternoon sa inyong lahat again. And thank you for the invite to talk regarding this topic. Okay. So first and foremost, no, I would like to congratulate of course the Pangasinan chapter for this event. Actually, sabi ko nga nabanggit din naman ni Ma'am kanina, no. I'm also the VP Technical for Metro Central. And actually kaninang umaga meron din kaming event na regarding sa MMR, no. So it's really it's really overwhelming yung ginagawa ng IIEE sa atin ngayon. Ang daming pa-event, di ba? So again, so for this, no, I would like to, of course, congratulations to the Pangasinan Chapter President, Sir Oscar Hironella, and of course to all officers and chairmans and BOD, and of course Sir Gov Budi, no, again for the invite also. Okay, now let's talk about let's talk about my topic, a technical guide to standard and comprehensive power transformer testing. Okay. Again, I am Paulo Tolentino. I am a PEE, no, by profession, level 2 certified thermographer, and basically these are my credentials. Ano lang ma'am ha, ma'am sir, kung meron man kayong, kung humina boses ko or anything, kung naglalag ako o kung ano man, pakitawag na lang ako, pag-get yung attention ko. Hindi ko kasi nakikita. Screen ko lang yung nakikita ko ngayon. Anyway, yun. So, here are my emails. So, kung meron kayong gustong i-question sa akin mamaya or kung ano man, gusto niyo akong i-PM or i-direct message, wala namang problema. Okay, so work history, no? I've been doing preventive maintenance since actually college pa lang, no? College pa lang ako. Minsan nga high school pa lang eh. Nung mga panahong bata-bata pa tayo, no? So sinasama kami minsan nila ng grandfather ko sa mga maintenance work or sa mga testing and commissioning. So yun, no? So hindi ko pa alam talaga yung ginagawa that time, no? So ayan, sa left picture, picture lang ako eh. Ayan, mga taga-linis lang and stuff. And then of course, eventually after college, yan din naman yung napuntahan kong field. I worked for several industries. So after that, of course, I settled. So yun na, ito talaga yung naging passion ko na rin. And of course, since ito rin naman yung ginagawa ko, hanggang ngayon, hands-on pa rin naman kami sa trabaho. So we do testing pa rin, we do scanning pa rin, we do analysis pa rin. But at the same time, we also conduct trainings talaga. So lalo na sa IIEE, kapag na-i-invite kami, of course, binibigyan naman namin yung free talk namin for especially kapag sa IIEE talaga. So not just from Metro Manila, but of course kahit saan man, minsan sa national pa, 'di ba? So yun lang. So about me, actually ito yung mga naging training course din kasi namin talaga, no? So one of the things na tinuturo ko rin kasi talaga, aside from thermal scanning, is power transformer testing or substation maintenance per se. So nung last time pa kasi, nung wala pang pandemic talaga, nagpapatrain kami sa office with a hands-on, no, with the hands-on testing sa may mga transformer kasi kami sa planta. So yun, so since meron naman kaming test equipment, pinapagamit lang din namin. Ang gamit kasi namin is Megger, no? So more on Megger yung ginagamit natin. So yun din yung pinapagamit namin sa field, no? Actually sa field and of course sa training center namin. May mga power transformer kasi kami sabi ko nga, sa planta. And after the first day na theoretical and yung ganitong discussion, yung face-to-face discussion, the second day namin, ginagawa namin is hands-on talaga. So para at least matuto kayo mag-testing ng kompletong testing, from insulation resistance test up to insulation power factor test. So from DC test to AC test. So yun yung mga pinapakonduct namin sa training. And technically, yun din naman yung i-share ko sa atin ngayon, no? So but basically, since I only have an hour to talk about these things, siguro ginawa ko kasi yung presentation na to more or less parang magiging overview, no, for everyone, na at least especially sa mga gumagawa ng scope, mas gusto ko sana matutunan ninyo kung ano ba yung dapat nating ilagay na scope when it comes to, say for example, testing and commissioning or maintenance, or kung ano man yung parang anong magiging objective natin talaga, no? So siguro ang maging objective natin dito for this 1 hour talk, learning natin na pwede kong maibigay din sa inyo. Sabi ko nga, yung overview ng testing talaga. At least isa-isa natin siyang matakel, pero I'm guessing, no, I'm hindi ko naman sinisigurado sa inyo na after this talk kaya niyo na mag-test, kasi kung 2,000 medyo marami pa dapat talaga tayong pag-usapan kung yun talaga yung purpose nyo, no? So again, if you may or if you like, sabi ko nga, kahit i-message nyo naman ako, walang problema. Kahit one day talk tayo regarding sa testing, wala namang problema. Or 2 days or 3 days na. Okay. So let's try to understand. Let's try to understand our specimen talaga. So for this talk, ang gagawin naman natin talaga is more on transformer testing, 'di ba? So yun ang pag-usapan natin and yun yung gusto nating aralin. So first and foremost, of course lahat naman tayo dito more or less EE tayo lahat, no? So I'm assuming na alam na natin tong pag sinabi mong transformer, ito 'yon, 'di ba? So alam na natin yung principle, alam na natin yung construction, alam na natin yung kumbaga alam natin yung para saan nga ba 'to, no? Para saan ba yung transformer natin? Okay. Nung bata pa ako, no? Nung bata pa talaga ako, actually nakikita ko kasi talaga yung parents ko na may transformer. Actually, yung tito ko may transformer din katabi nung Nintendo ba yun? Yung mga lumang gaming na, no? So, kasi 'di ba, ang reasoning naman yan is especially pag galing ka sa ibang bansa, especially sa States, ang voltahe doon iba talaga, no? So, 110 kaya kailangan nating ilipat ng 220 para ma-utilize natin, or the other way around, sorry. 220 ililipat natin ng 110 para at least magamit natin dito sa Philippines, no? So, actually nung bata ako parang nakikita ko yung mga bakal na malaki pa yun, yung stainless na or bakal, basta bakal na transformer, yung malaki na nakalagay lang sa gilid, no? It's either for kitchen equipment or yun nga for gaming purposes. So, nung bata naman din ako, no? So parang inisip ko para saan nga ba yun? Syempre, curious ka lang naman, 'di ba? Sinasaksakan lang, sinasaksak din. Yun lang. Gumagana. So wala na ako masyadong pakialam, no. So basta gumagana ang isang bagay, masaya na tayo. So technically yun lang naman yung purpose, 'di ba? No, pero kung tutuusin pala, no. After college, of course, sabi ko nga napunta ako sa maintenance field. So iba't iba talaga yung mga naging experience din natin, and iba-iba rin pala talaga yung mga dapat nating alamin, no. So at first, ito lang ang pananaw ko sa transformer, yung mga ganyang kaliit lang, no? Pero kung tutusin pala, hindi pala, no? So kung tutusin, marami tayong transformer, especially sa substation, no? Of course, doon talaga natin makikita, no? Depending on our application, so yun yung paggagamitan natin ng mga transformer natin. Now for this picture, no, actually naglagay lang ako ng mga image ng mga usual transformer na makikita natin sa substation. Of course, we have our potential transformers, current transformers, depending on your application, syempre, no? We also have the dry type transformer, oil field transformers, power transformer, distribution transformer. So depende sa mga tawag nila yan. Wait lang, sir, ha? Yan, sorry. May kaaway yung aso ko eh. Anyway, yun nga. So sabi ko nga kanina, no? So babalik lang tayo sa transformer. Yun. So ito yung mga makikita nating transformer sa substation natin, and depending on application, yung may usage naman talaga yan. So last na, sir, ha? Yeah, going back. Anyway, maraming salamat, no. Okay, sige. So dito naman sa mga transformer na tinutukoy natin, no. Hindi eto lagi ko lang din sinasabi sa mga nakakasalimuha ko and to everyone. Hindi naman porket transformer yan is lahat ng ituturo ko ngayon is yung pwede nating gawin, no. So if I'm going to tackle the standard testing and the comprehensive testing later, so papakita ko kung ano yung mga testing na dapat, no? Pero not because kaya mong gawin or pwede mong gawin is gagawin mo na. Okay? So like kung sinasabi yan. Say for example na lang, mabalik tayo sa una nating transformer, no? Ito. of course, for everyone siguro may alam na natin yung mga insulation test, Megre test, winding test, TTR test, yung mga ganong standard test, no? So, sir, gawin natin dito, no? So, kumbaga, after ng webinar natin, ako si facilities engineer. O nga, no, sir, pwede palang gawin natin yung mga testing na yan. Sabi ni Sir Paulo, basta transformer, pwede natin gawin yan, no? So, mag-propose ka ngayon kay bossing or kay end user. Sir, ito para masigurado natin ang safety and reliability ng mga ating mga system, conduct natin tong testing na to sa mga specific transformers natin or actually sa lahat ng transformer natin. Okay? So kapag yun ang pre-propose mo, sir, no, baka mabatukan tayo. Okay? Now, later on, kasi meron din kasi talaga tayong mga tinatawag na, alam mo yun, mga transformer natin na actually ang karamihan tawag sa, especially sa mga pole mounted, parang run to fail. Diba? Run to fail na. So, more or less, hindi na natin yan minimaintain or more or less, hindi na, or minimal, siguro minimal na lang din talaga yung ginagawa ng mga utility natin or ng distributor natin. Kasi, unang-unang reasoning is of course, downtime and syempre yung cost, no? Of course, kahit anong sabihin mo, kapag nagpa-maintenance ka or kapag nagpa-testing ka or kung ano mang pinagawa mo dyan, may kaakibat na costing yan, no? So, like ko rin sinasabi kasi ito minsan na, kunwari yung mga distribution type transformer na maliliit lang, no? That will range you magkano? 50,000, sabi mo 50,000. 50,000, pinakamahal na. Eh, kung ipa-comprehensive test mo yun, more or less, ganun din yung price, no? So, baka sabihin sa'yo ni bossing, bumili ka na lang ng bago. Diba? Or bumili ka na lang ng extra para lang if ever masira, palit agad. No? So yun yung mga ganung bagay. No? So kailangan din natin tandaan na, of course, as engineers, we should know of course the value of course, first is time, and syempre yung cost. No? Syempre nag-economics pa rin naman tayo, hindi lang tayo basta puro technical naman talaga. Diba? Okay. Sige. So next, pakita ko na yung mga test standards na usual na ginagamit natin for our testing, for our transformer testing. Not just transformer testing, but to the substation testing na lang din. Technically kami dito sa office, ang ginagamit namin talaga is ANSI net. Ito, yan. Yan. Nakita niyo ba? Ito. Yan. So more or less, ANSI net ang ginagamit namin sa office. And diyan kami nagbe-base ng mga results namin and nagbabangga ng mga resulta, no? Okay. Yan, okay. Next naman is of course test equipment, no? Sa mga test equipment naman, wait lang, sir. Yan, okay. For test equipments naman, no, hindi naman ako dito, no? Hindi naman ako anong tawag dito? Hindi naman ako supplier ng mga test equipment. So wala naman akong preferred, no? Preferred talaga dito. Pero of course nakagamit naman na tayo ng mga several equipments, no? From Megger to Omicron to Double to Fluke and ano pa ba? EMC, nakagamit na rin ako nito. And other brand, no? Of course may mga Chinese brand din, may mga kung ano-ano pang brand. So yun naman, mga nagamit na nating equipment, no? So technically kapag gagamit ka ng test equipment, no, ito actually sabihin ko na lang din sa mga participants natin. Technically pare-pareho lang naman yan, no? Hopeful the theory or the principle is the same for every equipment, no? So magi-inject ka ng ganito, magre-return ka ng ganito, i-analyze mo to, no? So more or less ang magiging labanan na lang din kasi talaga dito is of course yung reliability, no? So piliin niyo na yung mas matibay ba, yung kumbaga return of investment, di ba? Yun yung kailangan natin mangyari, hindi yung after a year sira na. So nasa inyo naman na yun, no? Reliability ng equipment. And second is of course yung interface, no? May mga interface ngayon kasi talaga na nagagamit natin is actually yung iba kasi may maliit na screen lang, di ba? Yung iba naman, especially kapag sa mga AC test na malalakihan, kino-connect yung laptop or kaya meron silang interface na touchscreen sa equipment mismo, no? So kung bibili kayo or kung anything naman, so yun na lang din siguro yung mga hanapin nyo, no? of course, lalo sa mga, actually, ang kahirapan din kasi kunwari sa amin sa office, kami medyo, sabihin na natin bata-bata, no? Kami yung medyo bata-bata. So kami, madali namang mag-adjust, especially sa computer. Kung kailangan ng laptop, walang problema. Pero syempre, yung mga bison na may tanda, yun, medyo kakapa-kapa pa, no? But then again, of course, matitrain naman yun. So siguro, if you're going to buy na lang din if you're going to buy test equipment, ensure na lang din siguro yung support, no? Technically, meron naman yan yung training before giving the equipment, di ba? So kahit naman kami, so kung bumibili kami ng mga equipment, ganun din yung hinahanap namin, no? I-train mo muna kami para gamitin to, no? So ganun na lang din siguro sa inyo. If you like, pwede naman kung may mga ideas naman ako, so kung bibili kayo, tanong niyo lang ako, wala din naman problema. So wala naman, hindi ako magsi-sales pero I'll just give my opinion or recommendation na lang din. Next. Okay, so for the test specimen, actually ito yung planta kasi namin, no. So I'd like you to meet, no, my team, Engineer Russell and Engineer Paterno. So si Pat, yan yung sabi ko nga, medyo may mga matatanda kami sa grupo no. So yun yung mga kakapa-kapa talaga sa lalo sa mga bagong gamit, no. Actually sige. Ayan, so ito test equipment, testing na gagawin natin, no. This is actually the test specimen or the test sample na gagawin natin. Actually, nag-provide talaga ako ng video dito, no, pero hindi ko na siguro mapakita mamaya. Pero let's see. Eto, sige. Pakinggan na natin si Engineer Pat, no, kasi iyaano niya sa atin kung walkthrough lang nung transformer na gagawin. Yan. So makinig lang tayo, ha.
Okay, now this is our stock transformer in our warehouse. This is 1,750 kVA. The primary voltage is 34,500 volts and the secondary is 460 volts. European made transformer. Now this is the secondary voltage terminal. We have also this one, primary voltage terminal, voltage terminal. Okay. Now this is an all immersed conservator type power transformer. Then we have this cooling fans. Now you can see the dehydrating breather. Consists of silica gel, the moisture absorbent. Then we have here the so-called vocals relay. In case there is a fault inside the transformer, will protect the transformer from gas buildup. This one, vocals relay. Okay. Now we have here the meter tank. We have here the liquid oil level gauge. Meter tank to know the normal level. Okay. Now we have also here the liquid. You can see here the specs, complete specs of the transformer. Including the international standard use in the design. Now here we have is the IEEE standard. Okay. Lastly, we have here the tank oil level indicator. Gauge. Or tank oil level indicator. Tank oil temperature level indicator.
Okay. Sorry. Yan, okay. Wait lang, sir, ha. Okay. Now, actually, yun nga, nung ginawa rin kasi namin tong video na to, actually last month ata, for the national webinar. So, ito yung pinakita namin, no. So, nag-walk through si Engineer Pat, and of course, pinakita namin yung mga specific testing na ginagawa natin sa transformer natin. Okay. Okay. So ito na yung mga next slides ko. Ito talaga yung transformer na kanina, no. So sabi nga ni Pat, dito yung nameplate natin. Yung nameplate natin, makikita natin of course the typical information na kailangan natin sa power transformer natin, no. It's not just sa design, and kailangan din kasi natin to sa kapag nagte-testing tayo, no? So we need these informations para kapag nagte-testing tayo, alam natin yung kailangan nating i-input na values din and yung mga uh, corrections natin, no, sa testing itself. So later ipakita ko siguro yung yung ginagamit nating software na Megatrax para at least magka-idea lang din tayo. Okay. Next. Okay. So again, this is the front or back view of the power transformer. So wait lang. Yan. Okay. This is the top view naman, no. So dito makikita yung mga bushings terminals natin, high voltage and low voltage or primary and secondary. Kung ano mang tawag ninyo, no. So primary and secondary. So technically dito tayo later dito tayo magtutuon ng pansin kasi dito tayo magte-testing, no. Okay. For the test specimen, ito yung mga external components niya. Again, nabanggit naman ni Engineer Pat. Of course, may high voltage bushing, low voltage bushing, conservator, breather, radiator, oil level gauge, temperature, Buchholz relay, and stuff. So, yan. For the internal components naman, no? So, binuksan natin yung power transformer para sa inyo, no? Para makita natin. We have the magnetic core, the LV winding, of course, the HV winding, the clamping frames, insulators, and of course, tap changer. So, if ever na may tap changer yung mga transformer natin. Okay. Okay. So, yun lang, no? So, yun yung test specimen natin. Now, let's go to our testing na, no? So, para at least na overview na tayo sa transformer natin. At least now, let's go to the standard or the testing na ginagawa natin sa ating power transformer. Sige. Wait lang, sir. Kailangan ko ng sulat. Yan, okay. Sige, overview of transformer testing naman, no. So, to be familiar with the testing na ginagawa natin. Ito yung sinasabi natin kapag actually nung bagong pasok ko pa lang din talaga sa testing world, ang usual na ginagawa lang din kasi talaga is ito. Yan. IR, winding, TTR, and DBV. Okay. Yan. Yang 1, 2, 3, 4. Yung 4 testing na yan. No? So basically, yung usual na makikita nyo sa mga scope of works, lalo na sa mga luma na lang din talaga, or sa mga commercial or yung mga residential or na substation. Ito lang talaga yung mga standard testing na pinapagawa nila. No? So, actually, nung sabi ko nung pagpasok ko pa lang sa company ni Lolo, ang una kong natutunan is itong tatlo din talaga. Or actually, itong 4 na to. No? Itong 4 na tong testing ang una kong natutunan since ito rin talaga yung mga usual na ginagawa nila, no, every year or annually. So ito yung pwede nating tawagin, no, standard testing, no. So technically, ito daw pala yung standard test. Standard test. So kapag sinabi nating standard test, basically ito yung mga basic test na pwede nating gawin sa ating power transformer, no. So iyan yung 4 na yun. Now, when we say comprehensive naman, so pag comprehensive na pala, of course mas lalayo or mas dadami, no. Kapag comprehensive test. Okay. Comprehensive test. Yan, sige. So sa comprehensive test naman, nadagdag na yung IPF, excitation, leakage, SFRA, and DGA. No? So technically, ito naman yung mga tawagin nating AC test. No? Actually, this test kasi talaga, since more on resistance lang, DC test naman kasi talaga to. And then going here, of course, ito na yung mga AC test. Kaya kung titignan natin talaga, kapag sa mga contractor nyo rin din kasi talaga, kung titignan nyo, DC test medyo maliliit lang yan. Pero kapag pumasok na tayo sa AC test, ito na yung malalaking equipment, no? Mas malaki na. And actually, technically, mas mahal naman talaga. No? So sabi ko nga kanina, yung ROI natin dito sa mga test equipment, hindi naman basta-bastang mapupulot. No? So kailangan humaba din yung lifespan ng test equipment natin. No? So yun lang. Okay, now let's go to our first testing. No? Ito yung overview na ipapakita ko sa inyo. Let's clear my drawing. Okay, sige. Overview na insulation resistance test with PI. Ano yung PI ulit? Polarization index. No? So ito yung mga makikita natin sa scope of works. IR, PI, o kaya minsan tawagin nila Megger test. No? Ito nga, i-Megger test mo yan. No? Actually, ang history lang naman dyan talaga. nakasanayan din kasi actually kahit naman ako eh. So kapag sinabing Megre test, alam ko ng insulation resistance test yun, no? So nakasanayan lang din talaga, especially sa mga matatanda nating or sa mga veterans natin, Megre test ang tawag nila sa insulation resistance test. Technically, insulation resistance test, Megre test kasi siya nag-invento, no? Or siya yung pioneer ng insulation resistance test natin. So kaya parang na-connect na yung name niya sa insulation. Kaya naging Megre testing din ang tawag. So, when it comes to Megre testing, ito yung concept natin. No? So, try natin ituro. Basically, sir, kapag sinasabi nating insulation, say for example, the insulation ng isang bagay, sabi ng mga engineers and scientists natin, sabi nila, kapag sinabing insulation, ang equivalent circuit niyan is series ba o parallel? Okay. Sabi ng mga engineer natin, so wag na natin silang pagdudahan. No? So sabi ng ating mga engineers and scientists, we have two components, the capacitive component and the resistive component. So ibig palang sabihin, no, meron tayong sa equivalent circuit ng insulation, we have the resistive component and a capacitive component. Now, ang question lang, series ba sila o parallel? No? Now, to answer that, ang sabi ng ating mga magigiting na engineer, it is actually parallel circuit, no? So if we are going to have an equivalent circuit of our insulation consists of a capacitive component parallel with a resistive component, no? So ibig sabihin pala, kapag nag-inject ako or kapag nag-analyze ako ng isang bagay, specifically for insulation, I would get a capacitive current and a resistive current. So technically, kapag nag-inject ako dito, say for example, yan, nag-inject na tayo, no? Voltage, inject tayo. So from plate 1 to plate 2 or from point 1 to point 2. So ang mangyayari lang dito, of course, meron tayong I of T or yung I total natin. Ang mangyayari, syempre, alam naman natin, 3 cos, di ba? So I of C plus I of R. Okay, plus I of R. So technically pala, kapag ang insulation natin, kapag nag-a-analyze tayo ng insulation natin, we have two components. Yun nga, I of R and I of C. Now, for DC test, tandaan natin, kapag yung Megre test na tinatawag natin, kapag we are injecting a DC test, ang component ng natin, syempre, AC, no? AC circuits. Ano nga? Kapag DC voltage tayo or kapag DC system tayo, anong meron tayo? Wala tayong frequency. So kung wala tayong frequency, wala tayong component na capacitive, no? Ito na. So more or less resistive component lang tayo, no? Kaya kapag tinawag nating insulation resistance test, technically, ito lang yung ma-analyze natin or yung IR value natin. Okay. Now, for our insulation resistance test kasi, so ito yung makukuha natin, no? Actually, yun nga. Sabi ko nga, yung resistive component lang. Now, bakit ko pa tinuro tong I of C? No, I of C or yung capacitive component. Bakit ko pa pinag-aksayahan ng panahon? Resistive component na pala. So later, ito na, dito na mamaya papasok si insulation power factor. No? So kapag insulation power factor, ito na yung AC test na natin kung tawagin. So technically, of course, meron ng frequency, meron na tayong capacitive component, no? That AC. So yun yung component na hinahanap natin, no, for insulation power factor. Sige. Erase. Next. So pagpasok natin ngayon sa insulation resistance test, technically, sabi ko nga, kapag ang transformer natin, kung titignan natin ang insulation ng isang transformer natin, whether this is an insulation resistance test or an insulation power factor test, ang magiging major components lang naman natin talaga dito. Ito yung sabi ng ating mga articles, we have major insulation and of course, minor insulation. So technically, major insulations natin is of course, ito yung insulation between phases and to ground. Diba? Kapag minor insulation naman, ito yung insulation between windings. Baga ito, yung mga minor natin, pero ang major natin, of course, ito na yung ayaw nating fault yung face-to-face or yung face-to-ground. So yan na yung mga ayaw natin. So technically, those are the major insulation and the minor insulation. Now, when we are talking about insulation and transformer, wait lang ulit, sir, ha? Anyway, sorry ulit. Sige. When we are talking about the insulation of transformer, technically tatlo lang naman ang hinihingi natin dyan. Okay. Alam natin, di ba, sabi nga natin kanina, we have our primary, we have our secondary, and we also have our ground. Yan. Okay. So, ang gusto ko lang ipaalam din sa atin lahat, no? Technically, we have three insulations na hinahanap natin, no? So, depending sa tawag nyo, meron tayong primary to secondary insulation, meron tayong primary to ground insulation, at meron din tayong secondary to ground insulation. Okay? So, ito yung tatlong major components na hinahanap natin when we do testing. Di ba? When we do testing. Ito kapag lagi nyo maririnig, siguro sa mga contractor nyo lang din, maririnig nyo primary to secondary, or minsan tawag nila high to low, tas primary to ground, minsan tawag nila high to ground, tas sa secondary to ground naman, yun low to ground. So yun yung mga components na kailangan natin makita. So itong tatlong to. Yan, 1, 2, and 3. Tapos na. So technically, kapag nag-i-inject ka naman ng insulation, ito naman yun, no? Ito yung sa PI naman na tinatawag natin. Three components din kasi ng current ang ma-i-inject natin kapag nag-i-insulation tayo, no? First is of course the conduction, or ito yung hinahanap natin, yung leakage current talaga. Capacitive current naman, ito yun, no? So from a high value going down agad yan, and from the absorption current naman, ito naman yun, no? So technically, kapag wet insulation ka, or kapag may moisture yung loob ng transformer natin, ang PI mo kasi yung magsasuffer dito, no? So technically, PI is more or less dapat 1 pataas, no, more than 1. Kasi PI is the 10 minutes ratio of the 10 minute and the 1 minute ratio. No? So technically, dapat yung 1 minute mo mas mababa sa 10 minutes mo. No? So yung 10 minutes mo, of course, syempre kapag nag-insulation test ka, tataas at tataas yan. No? So yun yung magiging analysis natin. Okay. Sige, sir. Clear drawing. Okay. Now, for our, actually, pakita ko lang yung magiging ano natin, no? Magiging connections natin, no? For our testing. Ito, hindi naman sa ano ba? Hindi ko alam yung term, sorry. Pero kasi meron kami mga contractor dati na nakita, no? Which is mali. Mali kasi yung connection na ginagawa nila. Yung ibang ginagawa nila, actually, ginagawa nila line 1, tapos insulation ng line 2. Tapos, line 2 to line 3, which is, anong value yan? Unang-una, 0 talaga yan, no? Magiging 0 yan. So, mali yung analysis mo. So, baka magtaka kayo, no? Mali pala yung ginagawa ng mga contractor natin. So, yun nga. So, kaya kailangan din, of course, kailangan din natin i-educate din talaga yung mga technicians natin and engineers natin. So, sabi ko nga kanina, tatlong major component na ang hahanapin natin, no? So, for example, ito yung ground. Ito yung ground. So, from high voltage to ground, from low voltage to ground, and of course, high voltage to low voltage. Itong tatlo lang talaga. No? Yan ang tatlo. So basically, kapag nag-i-insulation resistance test ka, ang clip mo lang naman dito, high voltage dito, tatlo yun. So sabi ko nga may tatlong value. So high to low, high to ground, and low to ground. Yan. So ang clip mo lang dito, dalawa lang yun. Yung high voltage clip mo, tapos yung secondary mo dito. Okay, so return lang naman palagi yan, return. So inject, return. So ang makukuha mo is itong value to. Okay? So kapag dito naman yung high voltage mo, andito yung secondary clip mo. So again, inject, ang return mo dito. So ang makukuha mo itong value na to. And other way, kung ito naman yung high voltage cable mo, inject, ang return mo is of course dito. So ito naman yung makukuha mong value. So technically, yung tatlo lang ang makukuha mong value. At yun ang i-analyze natin. Okay, so again, tip lang din pala tip lang din. Kapag nagko-conduct tayo specifically ng insulation resistance test, or more or less pang IPF din talaga ito. Pero I do this na lang din for the standard and procedure. Sinashort natin to. Huwag niyong kalimutang hindi i-short yan. Shorted lahat dapat yan. Technically, shorted na talaga ang connections natin sa loob ng transformer natin. Pero but then again, i-short nyo pa rin. Two reasons yan. first is of course the induction current, and of course pangalawa naman yung safety natin. So baliktad, sorry. First reason is safety. Safety palagi, no? Safety palagi ang una nating reasoning. And then pangalawang reason natin is yung inductive current natin. Okay. So next, okay. Next natin. Punta tayo naman ngayon sa winding resistance test. Okay. Technically, ang transformer natin yan, syempre may winding, no? Napaka-obvious, napaka-simple. Okay. So kapag sa winding resistance test naman natin, ang ina-analyze lang naman natin dito, basically, of course, alam naman natin ang VIR, di ba? VIR value. Technically, by construction design naman natin, no? Since same voltage, same rating, same power rating ang mga winding natin or ang phases natin. So technically, ang resistance nito, kita ba? At ang resistance nito, technically pare-pareho yan, no? So ito lang yung logic naman ng winding resistance test, or kapag nag-a-analyze kayo ng winding resistance, basically ang gusto mong value ng makuha mo, mag-equal lang yan. So technically, or at equilibrium, equal lang ang resistance ni phase A, phase B, phase C. No? So technically, yun lang naman ang gusto mo sa pag-a-analyze ng winding resistance. So kapag nag-a-analyze ka ng winding resistance, no, depending on your power transformer, depending on the connection of your power transformer, kung single phase man yan, of course, mas madali kasi ang i-analyze mo naman yung per single phase transformer, no? So dun mo i-compare yung values mo. Kapag dito naman sa three-phase transformer, if you have Y, kapag Y yung connection mo, of course, delta muna pala. Ang magiging connection mo lang naman dito, ang i-analyze mo lang, of course, si AB, ito, AB, si BC, and si CA. Okay, so i-analyze mo lang yung tatlong windings na yan. So technically, dapat pare-pareho sila para at least ma-assure mo yung sa analysis mo na nandun. And kapag Y naman, of course, ang connection mo dito. So dito yung return path mo, sa neutral palagi. So si A to neutral, B to neutral, at C to neutral. So technically, ito yung tatlong winding na gusto mo rin, no? So that is for your winding resistance test. So dito naman, of course, ina-analyze natin yung mga shorted turns natin, kung ano pa yung mga errors na pwede nating makuha sa winding resistance, no? So actually hindi ko na, sorry medyo 3:30 na. Medyo nagmadali lang din kasi ako. Pero balikan ko lang sir yung sa insulation, no? So sabi nga natin kanina, no, hindi ko kasi masyado na-explain siguro, no? Pero of course gusto kong i-explain. Ang kinukuha rin kasi natin talaga sa insulation resistance test is yung, sabi ko nga kanina, 'di ba, meron tayong component na resistive and capacitive. Ang gusto lang naman natin talaga mangyari dito sa insulation is gusto natin maganda yung insulation ng ating point to point, no? Bakit? Of course, kapag nag-inject ka kasi ng mataas na voltahe, tandaan natin voltage is pressure, 'di ba? So kapag lalo na kapag high voltage tayo, once nag-inject ka ng matinding voltahe diyan, kung ang insulation mo is medyo mababa or deteriorated, kapag nagkaka-surges, kapag nagkaka-transient or anything na talagang magsusurge ang taas ng voltahe natin, there can be a point kasi talaga na magka-fault tayo eh. So technically, yun yung pinoprotektahan natin sa insulation. Kaya tignan nyo sir sa mga local government units natin, ang isa sa factor na gustong-gusto nilang makita is insulation. Okay, kasi doon talaga manggagaling ang fault, no? So once nanggaling ang fault, kung mag-trip ang breaker mo, okay. Yes, at least kahit paano safe ka, wala ka lang ng kuryente. Pero when the time comes na hindi nag-trip, nagka-fault ka, nasunog, sumabog, so mas additional na safety concerns din talaga. Safety concerns and at the same time, disgrasya, no? So pwede pa kung magkaroon ng injury, which is yun nga yung ayaw natin talaga. In the first place, yun talaga ang iniiwasan natin, no? Okay. So, yun naman yung mga nakikita natin sa insulation, no? So, technically, yung mga deterioration, bumababa yung insulation, may mga voids, or usually, kapag dito naman, sabi ko nga kanina, sa PI, yung wet moisture content din, no? So, yan. Sige. Winding. Now, let's go to turns ratio test, no? Turns ratio. Ito, turns ratio naman. Yan, okay. For translation test naman, actually, more or less, itong winding and translation naman, more or less, ano naman, paano ba? Self-explanatory. So hindi ko na masyadong explain. No? Of course, turns ratio, it corresponds to the TTR value natin ng transformer natin. So technically, kapag magandang TTR na, or kapag, usually naman, madali mong makita to eh, di ba? Makikita mo naman agad na kapag ang primary natin is, or the voltage na primary natin, output niya is yung low voltage na nasa nameplate talaga natin, assuming na tama ang utility natin or ang distribution natin. So dapat yung low voltage natin kung ano yung nasa nameplate, no? So basically ito na yung makikita mo agad kung ay sir, pangit siguro yung TTR niyan, no? Kasi at this voltage, malayo yung voltage na nasa design for or nasa nameplate value, no? So technically tatlo naman yan. So pwede mong tignan si AB, si BC, si CA. So kung okay naman yung voltage ni AB at ni BC, tapos si CA yung malayo. So at least pwede ka na mag-decide, no, baka meron tayong shorted turns or stuff. No, basically, pero kung equilibrium naman sila, say for example, yung tatlo naman talaga nagpapantay-pantay, baka naman there is something wrong with the voltage na binibigay ni utility, or baka naman yung tap changer nyo na lang din, i-check nyo na lang, no? So yun naman yung sa turns ratio. Sa turns ratio naman actually parang winding resistance test lang to, no? So kung three-phase tester ang ginagamit, technically you just have to input per terminal per phase, no? So A, B, C, ganun din dito. A, B, C, neutral. So kung may neutral yung kable mo dito, you just hang it. So kumbaga open siya, open. So yun. So ganun lang yung mangyayari dito, no? Pero kapag sinisingle phase mo naman, ang magiging concern lang dito is yung vector diagram. So dapat pareho to. So ito ang i-connect mo at ito. Dito naman ito at ito. So, ito at ito. So, more or less, iikot nyo na lang. Dapat magpantay kasi yung mga vector niyan. Okay? So, yun lang. So, again, mga errors na makikita mo, ganun din, no? So, shorted turns. So, more on turns tayo, no? More on turns yung tinitignan natin. So, this is also the thing na pinapagawa rin namin kasi talaga. Kapag nagte-testing tayo, tandaan nyo, hindi basta-bastang makikita sa isang test lang ang problems kapag may problem talaga ang transformer. That is why usually nagpapa-comprehensive din talaga ang mga end user, or depending sa user, no? Depending kung sino man yung gagamit or kung gaano man ka-critical yung transformer natin, pinapa-comprehensive natin yan. Kasi tandaan natin, no, there are times na kunwari dito pa lang tayo sa tatlong to. There are times na kunwari bagsak tayo sa TTR pero pasado sa insulation resistance, no? May shorted turns na pala pero yung insulation natin hindi natin nakikita kasi sa winding lang siya. Sa winding yung development nung shorted turns natin. So, pwede natin siyang makita sa winding resistance, pwede natin siyang makita sa TTR, pero hindi pala natin siya nakikita sa IR. So, ito rin sabi ko nga in essence, ito yung mga kung ikaw yung engineer na magja-judgment dito or mag-evaluate, kailangan meron kang hawak na mga results na hindi lang iisa, no? So ano pa bang mga kunwari may faulted ka dito. Unang-una iinit yan, 'di ba? Kunwari may faulted ka dito. Nakita mo na sa TTR, nakita ko sa winding. Pero sir, pasado yung IR ko, mataas pa. Mataas kasi wala namang hindi yung insulation mo okay pa to ground, okay pa rin to face, 'di ba? Tapos so ibig sabihin hindi mo siya talaga makikita sa insulation resistance, baka hindi mo rin makita sa insulation power factor. Pero other thing na pa-solve pa dito is magpa-dissolve ka. So once may shorted turn ka dito or umiinit na, mag-accumulate yung gases mo, makikita mo sa DGA, no? So ito yung mga magiging judgment na lang din ng mga as engineers, no? So yun, bahala na kayo. So sorry, mali yung term ko. Wag naman pala bahala kayo. So consult na lang. So kung hindi natin alam, consult na lang din tayo. Pero yun nga, of course magiging judgment pa rin natin to. Okay. Another thing lang din, nakalimutan ko rin sabihin, or like ko rin palang sinasabi to, no? Kapag nagta-tap change kayo, specifically kapag DLTC yung yung tap changer niya. Kung baga hindi siya live, no? So you have to de-energize it to change the tap changer. Lagi niyong tatandaan, mag-TTR pa rin kayo ha. Meron kaming, well, actually hindi naman ako yung naka-experience. Naka-experience to ng friend ko sa ibang kumpanya. Nag-tap change sila. So ang nangyari, ang naging findings nila, actually pumutok yung transformer. Nag-tap change sila. Since pumutok, nakita nila hindi nag-engage yung tap changer. Hindi nag-engage ng madiin, no? So akala nila pagka tap change nila okay na yun, of course nag-energize sila. Nagka-problema, no? So sabi ko nga kapag nagta-tap change din kayo, ang usual na pinapagawa din namin talaga or ang usual na ginagawa namin kapag nagta-tap change is TTR. So kapag hindi kasi nag-engage yan, makikita mo agad sa TTR result mo. Same with winding resistance. Pwede mo rin makita. Pero sa akin, mas importante yung TTR. So once insulation, again, pasada yan ha. So walang paki si insulation kung hindi man nag-sink in yung top position mo. Walang paki si insulation dyan. Kapag in-insulation mo yan, pasado, sir, buksan mo na. So may problema pala. So that is the importance of TTR din, no? Sa specifically kapag nagta-tap change ka. So once nag-tap change ka, please provide lang din ng TTR value, no? Para sa kaalaman na lang din ng lahat. Okay. Next natin. DBV. Okay. DBV. Now, for the DBV, no, ito lang yung gusto kong ipakita. No? Actually, ang DBV kasi namin, ang actually ginagawa namin dito, kapag kumukuha kami ng ningis, meron kasi kaming chemical laboratory na talaga. No? So doon namin binabato lahat. So nagpapa-DGA kami, dissolved gas analysis, and at the same time, oil quality test para binibigay na namin sa kanila doon. At the same time, yung oil quality test kasi may DBV value na. We also have an equipment na pwede namin dalhin on-site pero mas gusto ko kasi na at least pinapasok na namin sa chem lab. No? Yun. So technically, ang concept lang naman nito is that okay, so meron kang, ito, syempre, kunwari 230 volts lang yung system mo. May high voltage transformer na yan. Dito, ito na yung pinaka-specimen mo eh. So ito yung transformer yung oil na kinuha natin sa transformer natin. And magkakaroon ka lang naman ng gap dito. Yan. So, by standard for gap, so, ang gagawin mo lang naman dito, di ba, ang tawag na natin DBV, so dielectric breakdown voltage. So, hahanapin natin yung voltahe kung saan magtitrip yung system. So, ibig sabihin, sabi ko nga kanina, di ba, kapag ang voltahe, pressure yan eh. So, pressurize mo. So, gustong tumalon ni voltahe. Pero ang ginagawa ng insulating oil mo is pinipigilan niya. So, kaya nga resistive siya, di ba? Yeah. So, pipigilan ko yung pagtalon ng voltahe. Pero since sobrang taas na ng voltahe natin, bibigay yan. So, magkakaroon na siya yun ng shorting dito. So, dun mo makikita yung DBV value mo or yung dielectric breakdown voltage mo. Makikita mo na nag-breakdown na yung voltahe nag-breakdown na yung oil natin. No, oil dielectric breakdown voltage. So technically dito makikita mo kung kung may specific or kung meron talagang medyo madumi na yung langis natin or medyo bumababa yung insulation ng langis natin since nahahaluan ng tubig, yung mga stuff na ganun na. So kung once ganun yung nangyari, of course bababa yung insulation niya, and at the same time makita mo sa DBV, no? Or sa oil quality. So depending na lang din. Okay. So actually one thing din na pwede mo kasing makita dito, no? So sabi ko nga when you do insulation resistance, especially with oil feed, kasama na rin kasi talaga ang insulation ng langis eh. No? Kapag sa insulation kasi actually parallel yan. So capacitive, parallel ng mga component natin. For example, ito yung oil mo. Yan. Tapos ito yung epoxy, sabi mo resin. Yan. So sabi mo ito naman yung mga insulator or yung mga poste. So basically, kapag nag-i-insulation ka naman, kaya ang tawag naman din talaga dyan is overall insulation. No, you are getting the overall insulation of your, kung ano man yung point to point mo. 'Di ba? Kunwari, ito nga yung high to low, 'di ba? High to low. Say for example, high to low. So kasama na dyan yung oil. No, so may factor din talaga. So kung wet ang oil mo or may moisture content, bababa yung insulation mo. So yun nga, so patong-patong na problema na yan, no? Or patong-patong na analysis. So that is why Yun. So for test engineers na mga nakikinig or for facilities na mga nakikinig. So technically, ito yung mga usual na ginagawa natin. For insulation power factor naman, ito na ano. So for insulation power factor, explain na lang din siguro natin. Ano ba? Yun, actually na-explain ko naman kanina, no? Yung resistive component, meron din tayong capacitive component. So technically, ito lang naman yung IPF natin. No? So since meron na tayong ice of C at ice of R, kinukuha na natin yung IPF natin. Basically, ang gusto natin sa IPF natin, the lower value, the better. No, baliktad naman, 'di ba? Ang insulation resistance naman gusto natin giga ohms, tera ohms, infinity. 'Yun yung gusto nating value. But for the IPF naman, gusto natin mababa. Actually gusto natin zero, approaching zero. So ito naman, actually ang IPF lang naman, ito naman yun, no? Insulation power factor. This one. So alam natin, 'di ba? As engineers, alam natin, power factor is what? Power factor is cosine theta. Cosine theta K. So K, adjacent over hypotenuse. So K, tama. Adjacent over hypotenuse. So ice of R over ice of T. Ito yun, di ba? Adjacent over hypotenuse. Ice of R over ice of T. So ang insulation power factor natin pala is ito yung kinukuha natin. Ice of R is ice of T. So technically, ito lang yun. No? So kaya kung titingnan nyo, or for some na alam yung insulation power factor, ang usual naman na tawag dyan is yung double test. No? Si double test. So siya naman ang nag-pioneer ng insulation power factor. Kung titingnan mo, di ba, yung sa insulation resistance, si Megger, so siya nag-pioneer. Dito naman for IPF test, si double naman ang nag-pioneer. So more or less, double test din ang tawag dyan. Okay. Sir, ano naman yung tan delta test? For the tan delta test naman, actually, ang ginawa naman ni tan delta, since hindi niya pwedeng gamitin si IPF, since naka-proprietary na yan kay double, or anong tawag doon? yung, anyway, yun. So, hindi mo na pwedeng, naka-patent, sorry, yun yung hinahanap kong term. So, naka-patent na yan kay double, gumamit siya ng ibang value. So, ginamit niya ito. So, kaya siya nag-tan delta test. So, tan delta test, tan delta. Yan. So tan delta is TOA naman, no? TOA. So adjacent, TOA, sorry. Tama, adjacent ice of C over opposite pala. TOA. Opposite, sorry. So ito yan, ice of R over ice of C. So yun naman yung ginamit niya value. But technically, pareho lang sila ng principle, no? You are using the capacitive component and you are using the resistive component. So, same analysis lang. Sabi ko nga, iba lang ng equipment, pero same analysis pa rin pagdating sa field or pagdating sa values natin. Okay. Clear drawing. So, yun lang. No? So, dito naman sa pakita natin yung component ng ice of C natin and ice of R. No? So, dito, mas gusto kong i-explain sa ganitong paraan. No? So, usually naman, di ba sabi ko nga, ito yung dielectric natin. No? Kapag sa ice of R naman natin, since resistive component ang usual na nakikita natin dito, ang makikita natin dito kasi is, kunwari, ito nga, yung dielectric insulation natin, madalas na makikita natin to. Kung merong mga, say for example, yun nga, sabi ko nga, moisture. Kung may moisture, madaling makuha ng ice of R yan kasi it will turn out as heat. No? Kaya heat watts ang tawag, watts loss ang tawag. So sa mga component naman ng insulation natin, usually kapag may voids dyan, makikita rin ng ice of R natin yan. Kasi magkakaroon tayo ng insulation failure dito sa mga voids na to. Again, kung ang transformer naman natin is, kunwari, mayroong mga foreign materials, so kapag inject ka dyan ng ice of R, it will show up as heat also. No? So yun yung mga value na makikita mo sa ice of R natin. No? Okay. Now, kapag ice of C naman, ano naman yung makikita natin? So technically, we have this formula. Capacitance is equal sa the electric of the material multiplied by the area all over the distance of the plate. No? So dito naman sa capacitance, actually, maganda rin kasi itong ma-evaluate, no? yung capacitance. Bakit? Kapag sa dielectric constant naman kasi, Dito pa lang makikita mo na rin na especially kung may leaks or may moisture or whatsoever. Kasi ang mangyayari doon sa, sabi ko nga 'di ba kanina, nakaparallel naman natin. So kapag kapag say for example may leak, syempre dapat purely oil lang 'yan, 'di ba? What if may leak? Mapupuntahan niya ng hangin. So bababa ang insulation mo. Since mas maganda naman ang insulation ng oil compared sa hangin, so ganun yung magiging analysis mo. Bababa at bababa yung dielectric mo. Say for example naman, nahaluan din ng tubig. So basically, dadagdag pa yung water mo sa dielectric mo. So ibig sabihin, yung capacitive component mo, it will change based on the dielectric constant of your materials. No? So another analysis na naman to. So sir, nagbago yung yung ganito, blah blah blah. So ito pala yung mga pwede nating pagtuunan ng pansin. Baka may leak, baka may hangin, or baka may moisture. So another thing, no? Another thing. So kapag sa area naman, ano naman yung pwede? Actually, area minsan kina-cancel out na to. Kasi ang area naman ng transformer, more or less imposible namang lumiit or lumaki. So medyo wala tayong masyadong analysis for the area. But for the distance naman, actually for the distance, ang analysis naman dito more on the winding movement. So kapag ang winding mo may movement, say for example, ayan, medyo pangit. Yan. So ito ang distance mo dapat, no? Ito yung D mo. Say for example, at year 1, or sabihin natin at manufacturing. So manufacturing. So binili mo siya, ito yung D mo, sabihin natin 1.1. So technically, ang distance mo 1.1, kapag in-input mo yung value, si capacitance, yun din yung value niya. Pero ngayon nung tinransport mo siya, hindi natin naalog, nalaglag, or kung ano man nangyari sa transformer natin. So yung coil mo, imbis na 1.1 yung distance, it's either lumayo or lumapit. Sabihin natin, i-exage natin, lumapit. Naging 0.1. So 0.1, of course, tataas yung capacitance mo. So ganun naman yung magiging factor mo naman ngayon for the insulation. No? Okay, sige. So at least may idea lang tayo. No? Sorry, tinitingnan ko rin kasi yung oras eh. So I still have 10 minutes. No? Sige. For the excitation current naman, insulation power factor, same procedure lang to with IR. No? So hindi ko na masyadong ipakita. For the excitation current naman, actually ano naman to? Ang concept lang naman dito, kapag ang tawag naman din dito is open circuit test, no? Sa school na aaral naman natin 'yan, open circuit test. Kapag open ang secondary mo or kung ano man, mag-i-inject ka dito, ay excitation lang ang value na makukuha mo, no? But once may fault, so magkakaroon ng reluctance. Ang mangyayari dito, imbis na I excitation lang, magkakaroon ka ng I fault. So technically, yun yung makukuha mo naman for your I excitation. Tataas yung value or bababa or whatsoever. No? So magiging dependent na ngayon. So kunwari, during commissioning, ito yung value ko, 1. Nagkaroon ako ng fault, naging 2 or 5, naging 10. So magkakaroon ka, again, analysis. Napakasimple. No? So yun yung I excitation naman. No? Ang magiging value mo lang naman dito is ito. Actually, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1. Sa primary ka lang naman mag-i-inject nun. No? Okay. Mga aso natin. For the leakage impedance naman, sir. Technically, more or less pang winding movement naman to. No? So basically, may nameplate tayo, di ba? May nameplate tayo na susundan natin yung impedance value natin. So kapag yung impedance value natin na yun, masusukat kasi natin using this, no? Using the leakage. Tandaan natin, magkakaroon ng leakage flux kasi talaga ang transformer. No? So may main flux ka, yan, i-connect mo di ba? I-connect mo yung dalawang winding using your magnetic core. Kapag nagkaroon ka ng leakage flux, yan. So basically, ito na yun. No? So technically, sa design natin, kapag at start or at commissioning, dapat ito yung leakage impedance natin, ma-value. Technically, dapat nga pareho sa nameplate value yan kasi yun naman ang sinupply ng ating mga manufacturer. So, once nagkaroon ng winding movement dito, say for example, exage pa. Sabihin natin, nagka-winding movement ako dito, gumanyan. So, yung leakage value natin, iiba. Magiging iiba yung leakage flux natin. So, at the same time, ang mangyayari dun sa dun sa impedance test natin, sa leakage value natin, lalayo siya ngayon sa short circuit impedance nameplate value natin or dun sa previous value na nakuha natin. So that is why ang leakage impedance naman more on the winding movement ang tinitignan nito. No? So technically, yun yung concept niya. Yun yung concept. Okay. Sige. Okay. Ang ano naman dito, ang connection naman dito actually shorted. I-todo yung shorted niya. Shorted. Kaya 'di ba sa ano naman sa school natin ang tawag naman dito short circuit test. 'Di ba? Kaya yun yung isang tawag sa leakage impedance, short circuit test. For the excitation, anong tawag natin? Open circuit, ito naman yung short circuit. So technically yun naman yung sigurado ako natutunan na natin to sa school. AC machines ba ang topic or subject natin or circuits? Hindi ko na sure. Pero anyway, sure ako na tutunan natin to sa laboratory natin. Kasi naalala ko ginawa namin to. Pero hindi ko pa nakita yung value nun. No? Okay, for the next test naman, yung SFRA. Actually, hindi na ako masyado mag-explain dito kasi iba yung engineer na gumagawa nito. So, hindi ako nagko-conduct ng SFRA. Yung engineer namin, kung sino yung nag-handle ng relay testing namin. Siya rin kasi nag-handle ng equipment namin para dito. So, ayaw ko masyado magsalita since baka may masabi akong mali. So, yun lang. But then again, kapag SFRA naman, ito yung tawag natin the fingerprint of our power transformer. So, basically, gusto natin, ito yung values na makukuha natin. Yan. Okay. So technically, we already have the fingerprint of our power transformer. So basically, kung hihingin natin to kay manufacturer, sir, conduct ka ng SFRA, kunwari galing siyang Germany, no? Galing Germany yung transformer natin, iaangkat natin papuntang Pilipinas. So yung SFRA value na nakuha niya sa planta niya, technically dapat yun din yung makuha natin dito sa Pilipinas or kapag sinalpak na natin siya dun sa substation natin. So kapag nagkaroon ng discrepancy, makikita mo agad dito sa graph natin, no? So dito, for the core influence, ibig sabihin kung kunwari gumanito si red, so may problema tayo sa core winding or dito naman interaction between windings, dito naman winding structure. So dito makukuha mo agad yung analysis na gusto mo in terms of the winding movement, no? Okay. So yun lang. For the DGA or the dissolved gas analysis, technically ito lang naman yung concept niya, no? Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, once nagkakaroon tayo ng faulted or nagkakaroon tayo ng say partial discharge or talagang umiinit na yung sa isang point natin, kunwari dito, yan, nag-iinit dito. So, yan, iinit. Hindi natin alam kung bakit, no? Pero yan, kunwari may shorted turns ka or talagang nag-iinit dyan, at certain temperature, magkakaroon ka ng gases formation. So, mamaya, pakita ko yung table. For example, 100 degrees or 500 degrees Celsius, umangat ka ng umangat, magkakaroon ka ng gases formation talaga dyan. Yun yung mga ayaw natin, ethylene, acetylene. So, yun yung mga iniiwasan natin sa transformer talaga natin. No? So, sabi ko nga kanina, no? Hindi porket pumasa ka sa IR, is pasado lahat ng value. Kaya usually, ako kapag annual PM kami, gusto ko talaga may DGA value ako. Gusto ko talaga during the commissioning pa lang, alam ko na yung value ng gases ko on the start, no? Para at least kung may mangyari ang transformer mo, for example, sir, nagkaroon kami ng fault at this stage of, sir, after 3 years, no? After 3 years, nagkaroon ako ng fault. Hanapin ko talaga sa'yo yung previous result mo. Sir, pati nga ng DGA mo. Ito yung value, no? So kapag nag-DGA ulit tayo during that time, tumaas yung value mo comparing to the previous mo. Or actually annually nga pinapagawa ko talaga from the annual result mo. Sir, may problema tayo. So nagkaroon ng fault yung transformer natin. So ganong analysis agad yung pwede nating ma-pinpoint, no? So yun nga. Okay. So next. Okay, ito yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, no? Sinasabi ko kanina na formation, gases formation, when you have internal heating sa transformer natin, ito yung mga pwede nating makuhang values, no? So ito yung mga ayaw natin, yun, yan, acetylene, ito pala, methane, ethylene, and acetylene. So technically, ito na yung partial discharge, arcing, no? So ito na yung talagang malala na sa paningin nating mga engineer, no? So yun na yung mga ayaw natin talaga, no? Okay. Clear. Okay. Now, yun, abot tayo ng 4 minutes. Actually, sample projects na lang din, no? Actually, ito yung papakita ko sa inyo yung importance din talaga ng ginagawa natin. This one naman, hindi kasi talaga annual PM yung ginagawa namin dito. We were just contacted. So sinabihan kami, sir, i-audit nyo nga yung mga power transformer natin. So pinuntahan namin, tinesting namin lahat. This is one findings na nakita namin. Actually, sir, hindi ko kasi nakita yung, hindi ko na-picturean or na-videohan yung initial condition nito. Pero ito, sir, kita nyo, may langis, di ba? Yan, may langis. Ay, sorry. Nawala. Yan, okay. May langis, di ba? Yan. Actually, pinasirit na kasi namin yung hangin. At first, walang langis yan. Walang langis yan. So, talagang clear yan. Actually, sabi pa nga sa amin ng engineer, siguro sir, kulang na ng langis. No? But hindi. This is a Buchholz relay. So, ang Buchholz relay natin, tandaan natin, kapag nag-build up tayo ng fault sa loob, may bubbles na taangat kasi dyan eh. So, ang mangyayari, yung bubbles mo, ipupunuin niya tong value na to. So kapag yung bubbles mo na puno niya, actually kapag may sudden build up kasi yun, di ba? So kapag napuno yung bubbles mo, yung ibang transformer may protection, may pin yan eh. So aangat yan, magtitrip yung breaker mo or yung VCB mo or kung ano mang protection mo. Basically, may mga ganong protection eh. Pero dito wala. So nawala yung langis, napuno na ng hangin yan. So yun yung naging findings namin. Actually, sabi namin, inspect mo after a week or after few days kung talagang mag-generate pa rin yung bubbles. Ibig sabihin talaga, may sira yan. So, pero nung tinignan naman namin yung nag-DJA din naman kami talaga dito, sir, no? Actually, ito yung value. So, based from our gas limits, no? Dito, kita mo, acetylene. So, ano yung nakita natin kanina? Partial discharge, no? So, meron na tayong problema talaga, no? So, for replacement na yan, transformer na yan, sabi namin. So, yun. So, ganun yung mga magiging analysis natin kapag nagko-conduct tayo ng power transformer testing. Okay. Other samples, ito actually other samples na lang din namin. Ito, no, lagi yung titignan, sir, to, no, ito yung pressure gauge natin. Kapag ganyan yung value, mahirap, pahigop kasi yan eh. So, humihigop na tayo ng langis. So, i-positive natin siya. Okay. So, yan. Next sample naman dito, actually, para sa mga contractor na lang din, no? Kasi isa to sa mga client namin sa south. So, nakita namin minsan kasi na sila nababasagan ng bushing. So, nakita niyo ba yung problema dyan, sir? Okay, sagutin ko na. Okay, actually, ang naging problem kasi dito, sir, is etong nut na to. Ang usual design kasi talaga is more or less dapat ganito para hindi mo maipit yung kable dito. Kasi once hinigpitan mo yan at hinigpitan mo, yung bushings kasi pwedeng masira. Okay, kaya ka nga meron ganyan. Wala lang, additional knowledge na lang din. No? Natutunan ko lang din yan kanila engineer pati. So, yun yung mga tinuro-turo lang din natin sa atin at tinuturo natin. For a breather naman, actually, ito naman, lagi yung check nyo lang din kasi this is for moisture. No? So, kaya nga breather, humihinga kasi yan. So, kung may yung hangin natin, transformer natin, humihinga-hinga. So, yun. So, kapag napuno na yan, mag-iiba na ng kulay yan. So, from pink to blue, yun yung nangyayari. Actually, nakita pa nga namin, nakasarado to, which is, again, mali. No? Other examples na lang din, when you're conducting IPF, ensure na lang na naka-shorting yan. Actually, this one is malito, no? Nakita namin. This is low voltage cable lang to. Dapat high voltage kasi 10 kV yan. Another sample lang din na nakikita ko minsan error na minsan nakikita ko sa mga technicians kasi pinapatong lang dito. So magkakaroon ka rin ng error dyan. No? Nagkakaroon ng leakage kasi dyan. So iangat natin. Actually ito yung mga samples lang din ng mga oil analysis na ginagawa namin. Yan, so lahat mga transformer na kinuha na namin, tag-isa sila. So iba-iba kulay, no? So hindi naman porket ganyan yung kulay. So ibang oil kasi yan. So yun lang. So analysis na lang din kapag pinasa niyo yan sa ChemLab. And yun, actually end of presentation. Sinakto ko na 4 PM na. So sorry, kung may questions man, siguro kayo na, yun. Kung may questions man, actually sabi ko nga pwede niyo akong i-direct message sa Facebook or i-message niyo ako anywhere. Wala namang problema. So yan, thank you. Yan, thank you. Yan, okay na ma'am. Stop share ka lang. Yan, sige.
We are encountering a little problem po. So before we are going to do the honors in awarding our resource speaker, Engineer Paulo, the certificate of recognition, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the ex-governor of Central Luzon. He is here with us today, Engineer Rodel De La Torre. Sir, good afternoon po.
So thank you so much, Sir Engineer Paolo. And as a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by these important gentlemen. Engineer Oscar F. Renalia Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, with the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Juan Paulo M. Tolentino in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this, June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Renalia Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir.
Before we are going to move on to the next speaker, we have here a question raised by our gentleman here on the hall. This question is for Engineer Paulo from Engineer Jerry Santia. So Engineer Paulo, if you have time, please answer Mr. Santia's question po. The question is the code ba to? Is the core intentionally connected to ground?
Hi sir. Sige sir. Actually sir, I'm not sure sir ha. Parang sorry more on sa design na siguro yan nung ano, nung transformer. Hindi ko kayang sagutin ng yes or no kasi baka may mga supplier na ginagawa na gina-ground. But sa amin kasi sir sa testing hindi ko pinapakialaman yung core or yung ground ng core. Actually ang pinapakialaman lang namin talaga is ina-isolate lang namin yung terminals ng yun sa ground, sa secondary, especially sa kapag naka-ground yung neutral. Yun, sir.
Supposedly, Sir Paulo, there would be a follow-up question on that. So,
Sige.
why daw? Pero as you have answered naman na Okay na daw po si Engineer Santia dun sa
Sige, sir.
response po ninyo.
Sir, siguro pang designer siguro yung tanong natin, sir. Hindi ko sure, hindi ko sure talaga, sir, kung talagang ini-intentional nila ground. So
okay na daw po. Thank you very much, Engineer Paulo. Okay, moving to our next resources speaker to give us insights about electrical estimates and bill of quantities preparation. Let us have a quick background to our next speaker. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, Valencia, Manila. He finished his academic unit requirements in Masters of Computer Engineering at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. He also took Masters of Arts in Teaching Electrical Technology in the same school, Institute of Science and Technology, as well as Masters in Business Administration, Information System in Manuel L. Quezon University, and Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management in the same university. He's a member of Philippine Technological Council Incorporated, the National Auditor, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Southern Cavite. He was awarded as the 2019 Most Outstanding Electrical Engineer in the field of consultancy and design by the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. He is a recipient of 2020 PFPA Excellence Award in Professional Organization by the Philippine Federation of Professional Association and AFEO Honorary Awardee in the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. He is the chairman and CEO of FC Verona Energy Service Corporation. Friends, join me as we welcome our esteemed speaker, Engineer Florigo C. Verona.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Can I share my screen? Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will make it as a slideshow. Okay, so is it now in a slideshow? Okay, so my topic is about electrical estimates and bill of quantities. I've been lecturing project estimation and costing for so many years, but then when I taught the BIM management, I start using the BIM in estimating. So this is what I would like to share with you, the electrical estimates and bill of quantities using the BIM or Building Information Management. Okay. Okay, so first I'll come up with an introduction, then definitely explaining about the BIM, and then I go into the BIM, the use of BIM in the project phases, and then I'll again go deeper into the estimate phases in the project life cycle. And of course, the last one will be the electrical estimates demo using BIM, particularly in electrical project. Now, so just to start with, what is BIM? We on my part, since I started so many years ago, I experienced using the I call that at the time the rolling pen, then technical pen in the drafting, then eventually using the CAD or the computer aided design, and I started using BIM way back, I think 2017. That was my first experience in BIM, and from then on, I started using BIM in my estimates and in my project. Okay, BIM actually is I always call that as the building or putting the information into the model. So if we have the information into the model, we can use that for the estimates. But of course, it's not only used for the estimates. If you have the cost stamp in all elements, you can also use that for schedules. If you have timestamp, class detection, that will be from systems to systems like mechanical, electrical, and the structure in itself. You can do also sequencing to know the constructability issues and analysis so that we are able to decide correctly and promptly. Now, the BIM is also a collaborative process, which means everybody is into the to the platform wherein the model is can be seen and and we can extract the information. So every one of us are doing that on a real-time basis. So if there are some changes into the model, then everybody knows that there are some changes. Then with the use of BIM, there are a lot of savings actually. And definitely one of the challenges in the project is the change order. Why do we have change order? Maybe because we lack some components in the construction, or maybe the equipment is not fitted, and so on. Normally in our plan, it says verify on site. And we have to use our imagination to really know how to connect the lightings and the switches and the routing of the home run. So it's really very difficult to interpret our plans, unless otherwise we come up with a BIM like this one. BIM provides us almost real. It means it's object oriented, wherein if you see pipe, it's not a line. If you see panel, it's a panel, not a square box, like that. So, and then information is there. So therefore, when we do estimates, it is more accurate than just using our imagination in terms of knowing the length or knowing the quantities of a certain fixtures and panels and wires and so on. So the BIM is really very useful, and it provides us an accurate quantities. Now, when we use BIM, we become more efficient in what we are doing and more productive. Like when we do estimates, it will take us time, a lot of time to really come up with the estimates. And sometimes there are a lot of errors. With BIM, you can actually estimate quickly. I can show that during the demo how it is being done. And if there are some changes, we can also reflect the changes immediately and how it affect our cost and also the quantities. And so therefore, using BIM avoids us costly reworks, and it is more accurate, and we have better visualization of the project that we would like to undertake. Okay, so I'll just show you a video. Sorry, I was not able to use the sound. I'll stop it here and then show the sound. Okay, show again the screen, and I would like to share the sound. Okay, so this is just a short video. Okay, so definitely, if we use BIM, it is unintegrated. It means uh, we avoid classes. We know where to route our pipes and so on. It can also produce design for fabrication, and so therefore it's something more accurate in terms of the dimensions, whether our equipment will really be installed on site properly and so on. So there are a lot of benefits using BIM. And then the information there can really be used in our estimates, in our schedules, and aside from that, even the analysis like performance analysis on energy analysis, it can be done also. There are a lot of use of BIM, but since our topic is about estimates and quantities, I'll focus on the use of BIM in estimates and quantities. Now, BIM, it evolves from the model itself to 4D, which means you have already the timestamp into all the elements, and 5D means you have the cost stamp on all the elements that you can use at any stage of the project, and if you have some changes, it is reflected immediately, and you can also use that for design for assembly or design for manufacturing. And then if you will notice, we have 6D, which also includes the energy analysis, LEED tracking, and a lot of things it can be done. And then in the 7T, it's about the facility management using the COBE, or the Construction Operations Building Information Exchange, so that all the data that you have in the project is now exchanged into the asset information wherein you can use during operation and maintenance. So that's how useful BIM is. Now, I'm just showing you the level of details from the design, schematic. It means that it evolves. The details comes along the way in the stages of the project. So it's just start as a LOD 100, wherein it identifies, quantifies the massing, and maybe major equipment and so on, the space planning. And as you proceed, it provides you with the quantities, where the location of all the systems, whether it is the feeder line, the ducting, and we resolve all classes, and also if there are some issues with the other systems, we resolve that virtually. So we call that the digital twin, so that when you implement the project physically, we already have resolved all the issues on classes, other design issues, and also the equipment to be installed, we already have decided. It's not that if we do it physically without having that particular digital twin, then all the changes that will happen during the physical. So, and it is very costly and a lot of delays to the project. So, like this one, we have the project phases from conceptual, definition, execution, close out. If you will notice during the video presentation, even from the very start, during conceptualization, we are able also to manage the spaces, the location where we can put all the equipments, pipe chase, and so on. So it's resolved at the earliest stage. And that's how important with using BIM in the project phases. And definitely it evolved from 2D to 3D during conceptualization. Others just use 2D, but it's most preferable and most advantageous if you use 3D. And then when you do the execution, there should be a timestamp for the schedules, the cost stamp for the estimates, and for the performance 6D, which also includes the constructability and other analysis that has to be done prior to the construction, and then prior to close out, we resolve all the information that is needed by the operation and maintenance. Okay, so the model also evolved from conceptual model to design model to we called construction model. And in the construction model, this is where the estimates is comes into details, like the procedure will be the material takeoff. At the earliest stage, we have what we call work sets, wherein we identify all the elements and it becomes a material, and you can immediately get the materials that are being used on site or that will be an equipment and so on. Then how many quantities do we have on that particular materials or equipment? So you have the material takeoff, the quantity takeoff, and then eventually you can extract the bill of quantities, which means when you have the bill of quantities, you can have a work breakdown schedules wherein you have the major items, and you also have the detailed items, and then you can easily come up with the costing of the details and also major items. And if you have timestamp, you know exactly the duration and come up with schedules. And then for that to be interpreted by the purchasing department, there's a need for that to be converted as a bill of materials. And any changes that will happen to the model, it is immediately reflected so that we can easily determine the changes in costing, and so therefore our estimating is much more accurate in this aspect, and the schedules also, like the materials to be purchased, can be programmed. So we use the construction model. And then we have the IPD, which is the integrated project delivery, wherein we resolve the issues about constructability. We resolve the issues about the equipment, what's the most appropriate equipment on site. Everything can be resolved on that. Anything that affects schedules and constructability, and we can do some simulation so that during the actual construction or installation, we do not have any problem. And eventually, we can even go into value engineering and also determine how much do we save. That's part of the performance analysis. We use the performance model, and in the end, we have the life cycle management, wherein all the necessary information will have to be turned over to the operation and maintenance, and we call that the FM model, or the facilities management model, which includes all the information needed by the operation and maintenance. Okay, so this is basically it, and our focus is 5D, which is more of the material takeoff, quantity takeoff, bill of quantities, bill of materials, real-time costing and estimating, and this is found in the construction model. And of course, we still have other models that we need to study, and we just focus in our 1 hour on the model used for the construction that is relevant for estimating and coming up with bill of quantities. So this is 7D. So we only at the 5D. Now, what are the estimate spaces in a project cycle? So definitely, the first one is what we call budgetary estimate. And then we go into the programming estimate. As we proceed from the owner's conceptualization, we go to definition, we need the programming estimate, and then once we have all the plans, the we have the schematic estimate that is basically the reference now of the contractor and other involved in the implementation of the project. Then we go now into the preliminary cost estimate, which focused on winning the bid and gaining profit. Then eventually, once it's awarded, we now come up with a much more detailed estimate, and that will be our final cost estimate, where that we use in the project as part of the cost control, and at the same time maximizing profit. And in the end, we now record everything about that and come up with the construction estimate, wherein everything that happens in the project is there, whether we have savings or what are the things that transpire during the total stages of the project. So estimate does not happen once. It is a continuous process, and it evolves from budgetary to the construction estimate. Now, okay, so definitely when we say budgetary estimate, it is an owner's quick estimate of total project cost. So normally the owner will ask you how much will it cost for me to do a certain project. And sometimes even in the design, if you are a designer, they will ask, what do you think? What will be the size of the transformer? Would it be a pole-mounted transformer or a pad-mounted transformer? So they would like to decide that immediately from the beginning because it will affect the space requirement. And maybe they will say, what do you think will be the size of the generator? So if you have a database, maybe you can see for a 10-story building with this use of the building, you will be needing this particular size of transformer and the generator, and I think there's a need for you to put it here. Now, with the beam, you can already come up with the massing. We call that the massing, so that you are able to initially put all the major equipments, including the risers, where you can put the pipe chase and so on. That's in collaboration with the architect and the other discipline, like mechanical will say, I'll be using the right wing. So I will say I'll be using the left wing and so on. I'll be using this particular area for my pipes. So everybody agrees on that, and BIM can provide us a rough estimate if we have the LOD 100 like that, and if we include all the elements that is needed. And then the owner will say, okay, I think I can complete the project with that particular budget. Then eventually we have what we call programming estimate, wherein this is basically because even if the total amount of the project is, let us say, 1 billion, it doesn't mean that you have to put the money immediately, the 1 billion. So you have to program that at the first stage, how much will be the budget, second, so on. If you have already the experience about implementing such project, you can already come up with estimates. What will be the if that's focused on electrical, the roughing in works, how much will be the roughing in works, the wiring works, the wiring device installation, the equipment installation, and so on. So you can already have that, and we call that the programming estimate. Then we also have the schematic estimate. This time, knowing exactly the design, you have the electrical plan already at your hand. And so therefore, you know the materials to be used, the equipment, the locations of the equipment, and possibly you can plan out for the proper routing and so on. So you have a much more accurate estimate because this time you have the plans and the specification. So if you will notice, the estimate evolves from the budgetary estimate to programming estimate, and then we go now into the schematic estimate. And then the next one is the preliminary estimate. This is an estimate done by the contractors, particularly in submitting the bid. Normally, you do not really have a lot of time or sufficient time or adequate time to really go into the details of your estimate and that you have to submit. But you use your experience and possibly you have already a cost index, and you use that in your bid, so that if you know exactly what's the material to be used, if what are the sizes of the major equipment and so on, you can already come up with a preliminary estimate that when you submit your bid, it is something that you are comfortable of and confident also that you will win the bid. Then eventually you have the final estimate to win. When you win the bid, you go now into the details and come up with a production plan. The production plan is a much more detailed so that you know exactly what will be the worth of the work versus the cost of performing the work. And the worth of the work is the bill of quantities. That's based on the bill of quantities. That is the basis for billing your client. But if you have a much detailed bill of quantities, then the client can also say, this one was not installed, so I'll deduct this one. So it's an additive deductive portion. That's why others would prefer a one lot. The owner will not have any idea at all whether you have put everything into it without the bill of quantities. On the other hand, if, for example, you have some mistake in your estimate, you do not have also the justification to also increase because that's one lot. And very hard also to come up with progress billing because you have to convince the owner that you already have accomplished the following percentage. How do you estimate a percentage in one lot? So 90% of one lot, that's very hard because that's one lot. It's not properly quantified. So when you have the bill of materials, it's properly quantified, identified, and it's easy for you to do a control, your cost control, and at the same time for billing the owner. Okay, so the next one is the construction estimate. And the construction estimate is already based on the production plan. And you now focus on optimizing the resources, the productivity, and cost savings. If you have the BIM, you can easily identify some opportunities for productivity. Even in the use of manpower, in the use of materials, you can come up with cutting lists. And with proper simulation and constructability, you avoid the costly error of delays and also inappropriate equipment on a particular area. Like others will be the radius of curvature of the pipes, the box in itself, where you put that, and so on. There are a lot of things that you can use with the beam. It's much more accurate in when you do some simulations. And if you have fabrication, better to have beam. Because fabricating without beam, sometimes when we go to the site, it's sometimes a lot of problem. We experience a lot of problem. Then I'll show you a demo. Okay, this is the electrical estimates demo using BIM. Okay, the first demo that I will have is how do you export the information in the model to the SQL database server. The purpose so that the information in the model, if it is already in a database, you can further use the information for the ERP. This is for your purchasing, for your manpower, for other purpose like your scheduling. So there are a lot of uses of this information, and you can actually get that. You can export this data from the model to the database. This is how it is being done. I'll show you. Okay. So normally we have the model, and the model contains a lot of information about in this case the pipings, the lighting fixtures, the panels. Since it's a model with the information, then what you will do now is just extract the information found into the model. I'm just showing you how it is being exported. So you can actually export the information in the model to uh, an SQL, to Excel, to Access, and other database. So if you will notice here, it is now exporting. So exporting all the data, all the information, even if it is like 10-story building or more than that, the information can be easily extracted. So it's now extracted, and it is now in the SQL database and ready for your interpretation. So the next one is it possible for us to extract the bill of quantities from the model itself using an authoring tool? My sample is using the Revit. So I'll show you how it is being done. Okay, so this is one example. Okay, so you can actually extract the information. In this case, we have already the prepared schedules and quantities. And for example, I would like to know the conduit. So I'll select the conduit. And also, I can also determine what information do I want to get. So in this case, I can select the type of conduit. That's one. And the size. So it's now being, and of course, you can also have the length. So you have the type, the size, and the length. And once you are decided on that, you can easily extract. So this is already an extracted value of all the pipes, including the size and types of the conduits being used. In this case, we need to come up with a value because this is in millimeters. And but before that, we can actually get the total. So it means by we can already sum up the total length of all the pipes easily, like this one. And you see, we already have the total. If you will do that manually, it will take you so much time. Now, on the other hand, since this is in millimeters, there's a need for us to also convert that into meters and other units. In this case, we convert that into meters, and since there are some value which is less than 1 meter, there's a need for us also to change the decimal points, and doing so, we can also have the change the format in terms of the rounding, and we select the in this case the 3 places decimal points, and it easily converted the length. So that's how we do, and we can also get the information into the SQL. Since we are focused on the quantities, we'll focus on the quantities, but there are a lot of use of the information. So like in this case, we have the SQL. SQL can be on a remote area. It can be in the main office, or you can have a local database so that you'll be able to come up with further interpretation of your information. Now, with this one, so I would like to focus on the conduit. You see, we click the conduits, and then we want to know exactly all the quantities in the conduit. In this case, I would like to know the length. So the length is there without any, it's not rounded off. All the type of length is there. Now, so then what else? You can compare that with the information coming from the authoring tool like Revit to see if this is the same. So you will notice we would like to go into the first item. So if we go into the first item, like it says there 0.01. So it's the same 0.01, but it's rounded off. The next one is 1.034. We also 1.035, and then 2.25, 2.559, and so on. So if we look at that, if you would like to enlarge that, this is what we have indicated in the previous video. So it's almost the same. You see 1.01. We have here 1.010185, 1.03355. We have 1.034 because we rounded out that to 3 decimal places and so on. So you will notice what's on the database is the same as what we have in the model itself. Okay, now the next one is we can also get the information from SQL to Excel, and actually even from the model itself, we can export that to Excel directly. But here I'm just showing you the exported information in the to the SQL. The database can also be be exported to Excel, and of course we can also do that directly from the model itself to the Excel. In this case, my demo is the information in the database, and we would like to extract that into the Excel. And so we go to the information in the conduit like this. So conduits again, the database of the conduits, and then eventually it will be extracted as quick as possible. You see, it's been extracted very fast, and we know already the data, and we can adapt the data in the Excel to your formatted estimates using your template if you have some template. So you see, we also have the data already, and definitely we can actually compare that with the one in the this one is from the Revit, from the model, and then the Excel. See, so I'll show you. So this one, this is 3,948, and the other one is 3,948. So it's the same data. It's really an accurate thing, and this is really faster than the traditional way of estimating and coming up with the quantities. Okay, then we can also have a formatted already. Instead of doing that in the Excel, we can have that formatted in the model, in the authoring tool. So this is just an example of how we do that. We actually have already a formatted, so that you can already submit that, because we already have the format. You can actually come up with a template so that you will be able to have the bill of quantities accurately in a format that you would like. So this is an example of the formats that we have. We have the conduit runs, conduit fittings, and of course we have the next one is the if we have other items like pedestals and manholes, and also the electrical equipment can be quantified, and also the lighting fixtures, electrical fixtures. So it's identified, and if you have some changes in the model, it will be reflected also. Here it includes the FDAS, the fire alarm systems. And aside from that, it also includes the pipes, like in here, the flex pipes for lightings and so on. You can actually have it formatted in a way that you would like in terms of your estimates, in terms of your quantities. We just focus here in the quantities. However, if you have the cost system, you can also come up already with the cost, but you have to input the cost properties of each element. Once you have that, then you can have a real-time costing. But in this case, what we have shown only is the quantities. So if you will notice all the details, actually you can also go specific to the area and see the actual details of that. But in this case, since we are just looking at the quantities, then we can have that. You can actually come up with a much more detailed estimate. So so these are all for this one. Here I'm just showing you like the panels. You can go to the panels also. So like that one. So it's a detailed. So that's why if you're still using CAD, it's very hard for us to really come up with bill of quantities and estimates. Better to learn actually the Revit. Now, so these are just samples of what we call the formatted bill of quantities. Okay, so these are what has been shown, and it can be actually exported to Excel, the formatted one. I'm just showing you this one, and with this, I would like to end my presentation for some question. I'll stop sharing. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, sir.
If you have questions po, here we have We still have 5 minutes for entertaining questions po. So, kung wala man pong i-raise na questions to our speaker, Engineer Verona, so we might as well continue with the awarding of the certificate.
Okay.
So before we do so, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our municipal mayor, Mayor Joseph Arman Bozon.
And as a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by these important gentlemen. Engineer Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and joining us virtually, the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. With the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Florigo C. Verona in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker. During the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this, June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. This time, let us welcome one of the board of directors of IIEE Pangasinan, Engineer Bernard A. Menezes, to introduce to us our guest of honor and speaker.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep pride and humility that I introduce the keynote speaker for this 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference. A graduate of Culinary Arts from Academy for International Culinary Arts. Three-time consecutive Sangguniang Bayan member. Serving second term as municipal mayor. From his first year as municipal mayor, his administration has been consecutively awarded the coveted seal of good local governance by the DILG. The seal of good local governance puts primacy to integrity and good performance as pillars of meaningful local autonomy and development. It is a progressive assessment systems that gives distinction to remarkable local government performance across several areas. He started his stint in public service at a very young age, working his way up from the training ground of future leaders, the Sangguniang Kabataan, eventually running as councilman and winning 3 consecutive terms. Today, he occupies the highest seat of office in the town of Calasiao. All rise and join me to welcome. Please put your hands together for a warm welcome, Municipal Mayor of Calasiao, Pangasinan, Honorable Joseph Arman C. Bauson.
Thank you, Sir Bernard Meneses, for the wonderful introduction. I was kidding JR when I was being introduced. Sinabi ko kasi kay Engineer Oscar, pare kung pwede yung introduction maikli lang dahil baka mas mahaba yung introduction kaysa yung mismong message na ibibigay ko. So sana maikli lang. So I would like to thank you for the wonderful introduction. Before everything else, I would like to give respect and due respect to our Central Luzon Governor, Engineer Woody Irama. Again, a round of applause for Engineer Woody Irama. Of course, to the host chapter, the Pangasinan chapter, headed by a good friend, Engineer Oscar Heronilla Jr. Again, a warm of applause for him. To all of the different 7 chapters of the IIEC. Sorry. Pasensya po, hindi ko po dala yung salamin ko. Hindi po masyadong makabasa. To all of the members present this afternoon, again, pleasant afternoon sa inyo pong lahat. Masantos tan maabig ngaram at sikatayo namin. I would like to first thank the chapter for inviting me in this event that you have done for the past 2 days and being a part of the closing ceremonies. It is a privilege to be here together with all of you guys na alam ko po ang trabaho at serbisyo nyo ang rason na na-enjoy pa rin natin kahit papano a little sense of normalcy in our day-to-day lives. And things that you have given, the service that you have given the people na maging normal pa kahit papano na-enjoy pa rin po ang buhay kahit ganito na po ang nangyayari sa mundo ngayon because of the pandemic given to us by COVID-19. So first, again, I would like to congratulate all of the organizers for this event. I know in the times when the world is changing and we need to adapt on our day-to-day lives because of the pandemic brought to us by COVID-19, this shows the strength of your organization, the strength of this chapter na I've told Oscar na ngayon ko lang nakita na may ganito na innovation na ginawa na mayroong virtual, mayroong pa ring face-to-face. And I know for a fact that this is the first time that our organization have done such a thing in our country. So I would like to ask you guys to give a warm of applause to all of the organizers for doing such a splendid job of organizing your event. And with this event that you have shown the resiliency that you can adapt because of the difference that the pandemic has given our day-to-day lives. I know for a fact that all of you, all of the members, all of the officers and organizers can do their job well and showing the fact that you can adapt in everything that can happen in our day-to-day lives. So again, to everyone, I congratulate you. I know you are in good hands with these organizers and of course to the Pangasinan chapter. I know for a fact that you are in good hands with your president, a good friend of mine again, Oscar Heronilla. So again, to all of the organizers, to all of the members, I congratulate you in your 22nd event. So again, sa inyo pong lahat, maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
And that is the message of Municipality of Calasiao Mayor Honorable Joseph Arman C. Bozon. And as a symbol of good harmony between IIEE and the Municipality of Calasiao, we have a certificate and token of appreciation for Mayor Joseph. To give the certificate and token of appreciation, may we invite the following people to join us on stage. Engineer Oscar F. Renilla Jr., Chapter President, IIEE Pangasinan. Engineer Woody G. Arama, Regional Governor, Central Luzon Region. And joining us virtually, the National President of IIEE, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, to do the honors. And the citation reads, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Honorable Mayor Joseph Arman C. Bozon with appreciation, gratitude, and respect for your valuable support and commitment during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this, June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Aranilla Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Maraming salamat po, Mayor and gentlemen.
And we are down to our last speaker who will be discussing on new electrical engineering law. Let us get to know him first. Our speaker took Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in Western Mindanao State University. He earned his certificate in Governmental Management in Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City, and Masters in Public Administration at Medina College, Uzamis City. He has been an active IIEE member for 35 years and also IIEE senior member. He was the 1993 and 1994 chapter president of Zamba Sulta chapter. He is also the 2009 regional governor of Western Mindanao. He is the chairman, IIEE Professional Practice Committee. He was also a faculty member in the College of Engineering, Misamis University, Uzamis City. He had been a control engineer, Sangali Substation in Zamboanga Branch. He is a principal engineer B, Transmission Lines, Northwestern Mindanao area, and principal engineer A, Substations and Transmission Lines, Zamboanga Branch. He is also a consultant of National Transmission Corporation. He worked also as a project manager and chief technical officer in Tamuin Industrial Services Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Engineer Marlon F. Parot.
Hello, good afternoon. Kumusta yung signal ko, ma'am?
You are seen na po in the
Okay,
screen.
okay naman, sir.
Okay na yung signal?
Okay, sir.
Okay. I will start to share my screen. Ito po. Klaro? Klaro yung nandyan sa screen?
Yes, sir. We can see it po.
Okay na? Please confirm.
Yes po, sir.
Okay. Mga kasama at kapatid sa Electrical Engineering Practice, mga RME at REE at saka PEE who are in attendance virtually and personally this afternoon. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ubudi, the Regional Governor, and Pres June Ronelia for this hybrid regional conference. I'm going to present now the present version of our proposed electrical engineering law. So, una-una, we would like to have a brief summary of the development of our law. It started in 1947 as RA 184. Tapos, this was during World War II. Tapos, this lasted for 48 years. Then, here comes our RA 7920, yung ginagamit natin ngayon. This replaced RA 184, 1995. So, sana na meron sanang improvement in this RA 7920. This was perceived as an improvement of RA 184. Then hanggang ngayon, ito yung ginagamit natin. There are strengths in RA 7920, but there are also some weaknesses. That is why we can say that based on the assessment of the committee, which had been starting and doing this revision of our EE law since 2015, kaya nga meron tayong mga realities that we have to understand. So here are the realities, the emerging demands. There emerged new demands calling for a culture of quality alongside with accountabilities and practices of responsible character. Following is the summary. The consciousness on quality standards of electrical materials and resources to fit into new creations. The consciousness to the quality of installation and construction methods. Third, the need for quality of electrical plans and designs. Fourth, the need for real teeth in the enforcement of electrical practice in the pursuit to public safety and preservation of properties. Number 5, the globalization of professional practice of the Filipino practitioners as demanded by international accords. So there are some, these are some of the many. Marami pa tayong kailangang ipasok sa new version natin. There are so many emerging demands. So that is why there is a need to revise, revisit the relevance of our, shall we say, outdated RA 7920. So given these realities, the proposed law seeks to be responsive, furthermore motivating and more compelling to the growth, to achieve growth in our profession. So bakit? Why do we need a fresh electrical engineering law? We need a law that strengthens the value of our profession as a dignified institution by cultivating a professional practice that is honest, honorable, and of high integrity in the service to society and mankind. A law that seeks a profession of continuing growth in proficiency and competence by promoting a culture of quality and global competitiveness amongst electrical practitioners. A law that addresses the wide gap between the academic output with the realities in the industry as well as the pragmatisms inherent in modern practice. A law that advances a profession of high employability that is conducive to growth in work life in any local or international arena. A law that guarantees full respect to human safety and preservation of properties by driving a culture of responsibility, liability, and accountability in the practice of the profession. A law that promotes a profession of value and worth to the practitioners, to their employers, to the country, and internationally. And a law that ensures achievement of the fundamental intent of licensing professionals. Ito ngayon ang present version natin. We have House Bill 6314 and Senate Bill 1210. Now, the following are the important provisions. First, we have now a declaration of policy. Kung makita niyo, if you have read our RA 7920, wala yung declaration of policy. Now, what we inserted and what we put in our present proposal, ito yung policy. The state recognizes the importance of electrical practitioners in nation building. Towards this end, the state fosters, develops, and nurtures a pool of proficient and quality electrical engineering practitioners whose standard of practice shall be outstanding, honorable, and globally competitive. The state shall provide rational regulatory measures that are responsive to the growing needs of the electrical engineering profession, considering the advances in technology and globalization. So bakit tayo sinasabi natin dapat may policy? Kasi the policy will express ano yung adhikain ng ating bayan. So with that, with the explanation, with the insertion of this policy now, the state can now provide the enabling law to attain what is stated in the policy. Ito yung importansya. Dapat may policy na nandyan sa law natin so that other laws to support this policy may be undertaken. So ito na nga yung revision ng proposed law natin. Okay, what are the highlights? A wider definition of terms as reference in regulating the practice of our profession, our electrical. Then, the proposed new law manifests more comprehensive definition of terms surrounding our profession. Galing 15 from 15 terms defined in 7920, we have now 59 in our proposed law. The new set of definition of terms will help clear the ambiguity of scopes, coverage of practice, specific systems or processes to differentiate other disciplines and to eliminate misinterpretation. So dito sinasabi natin differentiate from other professions because we know as of now, there are other professions na nasanay na gustong sasakupin yung iba nating scope. And alam niyo yan kung ano na yan. And we have to stay it here. So ito yung mga definition of terms. I will just run this down. 59 ito. So we have 59 terms that are now clearly defined in our proposed version. We have a more substantive provisions for the field of practice of responsible character of electrical practitioners. Ito na yun, number 1, consultancy services, professional design services. Third one is management, supervision, or taking charge of. Ito yung mga provisions na medyo malaking nadagdag and we are going to discuss this one later. Number 4 is teaching of electrical engineering subjects in colleges and universities. Then employment in government offices as electrical engineers. By responsible character, the provisions on the field of practice are enhanced with civil accountability. Ito yung nadagdag natin as follows. Number 1, a PEE, professional electrical engineer who authored the plans and designs as electrical system designer on record with the office of the building official shall have full civil liability over the plans, designs, specifications, and contract documents bearing his signature and seal for a period of 15 years. A professional electrical engineer or registered electrical engineer who is directly responsible in the supervision of an electrical construction in compliance of the plans and designs on record with the office of the building official shall have full civil liability over the quality workmanship of the installation process for a period of 15 years. Moreover, the proposed law requires the faithful compliance to the Philippine Electrical Code and Philippine recognized international standards for system design and installation method or processes. So, number 4, we have a clear mandate on who are authorized to practice electrical technology and electrical engineering profession. So yun, more purposive characterization on who are authorized to practice electrical engineering is better defined. Take note that passing the board examination, registration with the PRC as professionals, and taking the professional oath are not enough. In this proposed law, the professional is not allowed to practice unless his professional ID is valid. Meron tayo kasing example in this portion na merong mga maraming companies ngayon. Hindi na natin sabihin dito na meron silang mga electrical practitioners but they are not already renewing their professional ID kasi nga sabi nila they are already permanent employees at hindi na sila dapat mag-renew na professional ID. Says here, he may have the license for a lifetime but without this valid identification, his practice would be a violation. Authorized electrical engineering practitioner, so refers to a person professionally and academically qualified, registered and licensed to practice in any grade of electrical engineering as defined in this Act, with a certificate of registration by the Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering and a valid professional ID issued by the Commission as Professional Electrical Engineer, Registered Electrical Engineer, or a Registered Master Electrician. Number 5, a clear mandate on who are authorized to teach electrical engineering courses in colleges and universities. We have also defined this one, ito yon, a more purposive characterization on who are authorized to teach in the electrical engineering course. Teaching electrical engineering is one scope of practice of electrical engineering since history. Nandyan yan sa RA 184 natin. Teaching without the authority to practice electrical engineering as defined in this proposed law would be a violation. Nandyan yan, no? Section 3B7 of our present version. In this proposed law, the minimum requirements for the field of practice of teaching electrical engineering shall be basic electrical engineering subjects and allied sciences, REE or PEE. For professional electrical engineering subjects, PEE or REE with a masteral or doctoral degree related to electrical engineering. Sa basic electrical technology subjects, registered master electrician. Number 6, the much improved employability amongst licensed electrical practitioners as embodied in the provisions for minimum complement of licensed practitioners in power plants, industrial plants, transmission, distribution systems, and commercial complexes. Ito yung pinakamalaking nadagdag natin in our version. A wider and more comprehensive field and coverage of the practice of profession, introducing the concept of KBA or MBA as a measurable reference for the minimum requirements of complement of licensed personnel is one of the highlights of the proposed law. Note that the reference to KBA or MBA capacities vis-a-vis as requirements of complement of personnel is not covered in both the RA 184 and RA 7920. Also note that in RA 7920, the REE is allowed to practice the full scope of the profession without limits as to voltage and capacity, including designing, except sealing. Dito maraming hindi nakaintindi kasi nga meron tayong mga kasama na iba ang paniniwala. Taliwas sa provision na ito. This means that regardless of how small or how enormous the power plant or the grid or the industrial or commercial complex is, RA 7920 only requires one REE per ship. In several instances of reality, this provision is physically and technically illogical or impractical. But sadly, this is compliant to the law. That's why in this proposed law, the concept of KBA capacities as measurable reference vis-a-vis the field and coverage of resident manning complement of electrical practitioners inside the industry, utility grid, commercial complexes, and other establishments is one of the major features of this proposed law. So by capacity, this means capacity of industrial plant, commercial establishment, process work, or project refers to the rated capacity in KBA or MBA of electrical works or projects or industrial or commercial establishments for the purpose of this Act shall be the total KBA or total MBA rating of all generators and transformers which are installed to make available the capability to provide certain amount of power for use as electric supply equipment in such works, projects, or plants or establishments, whether in operation or not, and without regard to the connected loads requiring power from power sources. The extensive focus on the minimum personnel requirements has been broadened in more specific terms to include that of the registered master electricians. Kasi nga sa ibang version natin, hindi masyadong clarified yung role ng master RME. This complement of authorized electrical practitioners will not only help ensure public safety and preservation of lives and properties inside public or private establishments, but also enhances and strengthens the employability and dignity of the profession. So ito na yon, mga kasama. Ito yung pinakamalaking version ng or portion, the sections of the minimum personnel required. That is why sinasabi na before, it is based on KBA or MBA. For industrial and commercial complexes, capacities 150 kVA up to 300 kVA. One resident master electrician as authorized electrical practitioners, responsible and civilly liable as to the integrity and safety of the electrical system to include any changes, alteration, addition, subtraction of any parts of the electrical system thereof. Provided that every factory, building, or commercial complex in this category, if operating in more than one shift in every 24 hours, shall have the minimum personnel of 1 RME per shift. For industrial and commercial complexes, 300 kVA up to 700 kVA. One resident master electrician as authorized electrical practitioners, responsible and civilly liable as to the integrity and safety of the electrical system to include any changes, alteration, addition, subtraction of any parts. Siya yung overall, no? Provided that every factory or commercial complex in this category operating in more than one shift, ito yung requirement. One resident RME per shift. Ito yung and, may and tayo. And one resident master electrician or one resident registered electrical engineer as head. So pwede dito, kung meron ng shifting, say for example, 3 shift sa isang araw, meron tayong isang resident RME or isang resident REE. Sa yung head, sa yung boss. For 750 kVA up to 5 MVA. Ito yun. 2 resident RME and 1 resident REE or isang PEE. Also a provision that kung merong shifting, dapat meron ito. For every shift, 2 resident RME per shift at isang REE or 1 resident PEE as in charge as managing electrical engineer whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. For 5 MVA, industrial complexes and industrial and commercial complexes, 5 MVA up to 20 MVA, we have 3 resident registered RME at 1 registered electrical engineer and 1 professional electrical engineer. Ito yung magkaiba kanina kasi ang kanina or lang, no? If you can see or lang muna itong kabila, itong or, but now for 5 MVA up to 20 MVA, we have now a complete set. Merong 3 RME, isang REE at saka isang PEE. Now provided that for shifts, bawat shift dito, meron bang provision for bawat shift ito kung walang shifting. Now if there are shifting, we have 3 resident RME and 1 REE and 1 resident PEE as in charge. Bali, isang PEE for overall in charge sa yung magmamanage, then for every shift ito yon, 3 resident registered master electrician, and 1 REE. For 20 MBA up to 60 MBA, we have 4 registered master electrician and 2 REE and 1 resident PEE. So provided that every factory, building, commercial complex in this category operating in more than 1 shift in every 24 hours, ito rin ang kanyang complement. 4 resident RME and 2 registered electrical engineers per shift, and 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer whose scope responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. Siya yung boss. So, yung lampas na ng 50 MBA, 60 MBA, we have 5 resident registered RME, registered master electrician, and 3 resident registered electrical engineers and 1 resident PEE. By the way, yung sabihin natin resident, meaning to say they are permanent employees of the industrial or commercial complex. For every shift, ito yon, 5 resident master electrician and 3 REE, plus 1 resident PEE as in charge or as managing electrical engineer. For power plants operating more than 1 shift and up to 20 MVA, 1 registered master electrician and 1 registered electrical engineer per shift as resident complement, plus 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. For power plants, 20 MVA up to 60 MVA operating more than 1 shift, 2 RME and 1 REE per shift, and 1 resident PEE as in charge or as the manager. For power plants operating more than 1 shift, 60 MVA up to 200 MVA, we have 4 RME and 2 REE and 1 PEE as head per shift as resident complement, and 1 PEE as the boss, as the manager, overall manager. So example, meron kayong 3 shift, ito yun, ito times 3 itong per shift natin. For power plants operating more than 1 shift and above 200 MVA, we have 6 RME and 3 REE and 1 PEE as head of shift operation per shift. And we have 1 PEE as the manager, as the managing electrical engineer, whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. So, dito na tayo sa power substations of grid and distribution utilities. For single or clusters of manned substations of grid or distribution utilities, ito yung mga co-ops, up to 75 MVA in a specific inclusive area or location, 1 RME and 1 REE per shift, and 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer, whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. So for substations of the grid or distribution utilities or clusters of manned substations of grid or distribution utilities above 75 MVA up to 200 MVA, you have 2 RME and 1 REE per shift and 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer. For power substations of grid and distribution utilities above 200 MVA, ito yung complement, 3 RME and 2 REE per shift and 1 PEE as head of the shift operations and 1 PEE as the managing electrical engineer. So sa grid system operation, ito yung minimum personnel required. Regardless of the size and complexity of grid systems operations, all resident authorized electrical practitioners in this category shall have a minimum requirement of at least registered electrical engineers or professional electrical engineers during shift operations and 1 professional electrical engineer as head or managing electrical engineer for every department, division, or section as the case may be. Further, that grid system operation shall have operational control over unmanned, automated substations of all types and sizes under its control. Furthermore, that additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation and safeguard public welfare commensurate to the size and complexity of operation. Sa distribution system operation, ganito rin, regardless of the size and complexity of distribution system operations, all resident electrical practitioners in this category shall have a minimum requirement of at least registered electrical engineers or professional electrical engineers during shift operations, and 1 PE as head or managing electrical engineer for every department, division, or section as the case may be. Further, that distribution system operations shall have operational control over unmanned automated substations of all types and sizes under its control. Further, that additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation and safeguard public welfare commensurate to the size and complexity of operation. Sa mga construction or projects, ito yon. So, 150 kVA up to 750 MVA capacity. 1 RME as electrician in charge and 1 REE as project in charge and 1 PE as project manager or consultant. Take note, and dyan lahat. So dapat present ito lahat for this capacity, 150 up to 750 kVA. So for projects and for electrical construction works or projects, 750 kVA up to 5 MVA capacity. 2 RME as electrician in charge and 1 REE as project in charge and 1 PE as project manager or consultant. For electrical construction or projects over 5 MVA capacity, we have 3 RME as electrician in charge and 2 REE as project in charge and 1 PE as project manager and also 1 PE as consultant. For electrical equipment manufacturing plant, the minimum personnel requirement of this type of plant shall be covered under Section 35. So provided that full-time professional electrical engineers shall be mandatory for the designing section of the plant, overseeing supervision and ensuring over the design of the special equipment as transformers, motors, switchgears, switchboards, control gears, motor control centers, power panels, and panel boards, and the like. For watercraft and electric locomotives, 750 kVA with voltages not exceeding 600 volts, 1 RME or, take note, or 1 REE. For watercrafts and electric locomotives, 750 kVA up to 5 MVA, 1 RME and 1 REE or 1 PE. For those watercrafts and electric locomotives above 5 MVA, you have 2 RME and 1 REE and 1 PEE as head or managing engineer. So other provisions for complement of electrical practitioners as provided, however, that in all the aforementioned cases, to include the case of clusters of buildings or factories or facilities grid or DO substations or switching stations where physical presence and supervision of the minimum personnel required is impossible for reasons of geography, distance, and or density of electrical equipment. Additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation and maintenance of the electrical system and to safeguard public welfare, lives, and properties. So minimum other provisions for complement of minimum electrical practitioners. Provided further that in case of operation, maintenance, and construction projects, a registered master electrician can technically supervise the activities of fellow RMEs or non-licensed personnel but assumes the full responsibilities and accountabilities as to the scope and limitations mandated in this Act. Number 2, an REE can technically supervise fellow REE, RMEs, or non-licensed personnel but assumes the full responsibilities and accountabilities as to the scope and limitations mandated in this Act. And finally, a PEE can technically supervise fellow PEEs, REEs, RMEs, or non-licensed personnel but assumes the full responsibilities and accountabilities as to the scope and limitations mandated in this Act. So the minimum and additional provisions, this section shall not apply to any installation which has a connected capacity of less than 100 kVA and employs voltages not more than 250 volts, and for installations that do not require resident personnel for their safe operation. However, there is provision that for every changes, alteration, revisions, addition, and as-built plans of any parts of the electrical system, the plans and designs shall bear the signature and seal of an authorized professional electrical engineer. Provided that a yearly assessment will be conducted and certified to be in safe operating condition by a professional electrical engineer, an REE, or an RME. Okay, so dito pa lang, hanggang dito pa lang, you can see the very big improvement of our proposed EE law hanggang dito. So ito rin, the highlights on the provisions for foreigner practitioners authorized to practice in our country. All provisions for the practice of foreign professionals, especially for project consultants and or installers involved in technology transfer and in mutual internationalization accords. Meron tayong limitation dito for 6 months lang, and the extension should be approved by the Professional Regulation Commission through our PRBEE. Tsaka merong mga understudy. Then we have the provisions for prohibitions relative to the practice of electrical engineering. New provisions for the relative practice involving others. More substance in the licensure examinations to ensure a pool of quality licensed electrical professionals. Note that the role of licensure examinations is supposed to screen candidates, professionals for quality output. Thus, the examinations shall not only cover theories but also technical applications of the professions. The reality is that whatever is the fabric of the board examinations, the preparations of the schools and learning centers follows. In fact, the nature of the board exam will also trigger change in the curriculums of more relevance. Note on the improvements of the qualifications of would-be licensed professional. This way, it can help bridge the gap between the academe and the industry. This will also make the young engineers worthy of their licenses and be near to be internationally ready. Note that the licensure examinations in this proposed law had considered the effects of our K-12 program. Examination and registration. Certificates of registration for practice, ganito pa rin, meron tayong PEE, REE, at saka RME. Nandito yung mga qualification at saka yung corresponding sections for PEE, section 17A to 17G, then scope of exam, section 20A I to 20A B. Sa REE, dito rin. And the corresponding sections, RME, nandito rin. Then we have also the imposition of penal provisions to violators. Parang dapat lahat susundin ato yung mga provisions na nandito. So, at ano yung mga penal provisions? Penalty clause. Any person, whether private or public, Filipino or foreigner who shall violate any of the provisions of this act shall be guilty of misdemeanor and shall, upon conviction, be sentenced to a fine of not less than 10,000, not more than 50,000, or imprisonment for a period not less than 6 months, nor more than 5 years, or both, at the discretion of the court. Penalties for violations by persons in the roster of licensed electrical engineers of the commission who shall violate any of the provision of this act shall be guilty of misdemeanor and shall, upon conviction, or be removed from the registry, his license revoked, and shall be sentenced to a fine of not less than 10,000, nor more than 50,000, or imprisonment for a period not less than 6 months, and not more than 5 years, or both, at the discretion of the court. Penalty for violation of sections 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 by heads of government agencies or officers of private institutions. Para walang kaula lahat. Any head of government agency or officers of a private institution who violates the said sections shall be punished by imprisonment of not less than 6 months and 1 day to not more than 6 years, or a fine of not less than 50,000 to not more than 500,000, or both, at the discretion of the court. You have further penalty clause. Gross, deliberate, and repetitive violation of this act or its rules and regulations by entities, government offices or agencies, private companies or establishments, or operators. The Commission, through the Board of Electrical Engineering, shall impose a maximum fine of not more than 500,000 pesos annually until such time that the act have been complied with. Further, that for purposes of the application of fines, the BEE shall prepare the system of penalties based on the violator's ability to pay, degree of willfulness, degree of negligence, history of non-compliance, and degree of recalcitrance. Provided further that in case of negligence with mitigating circumstances, first-time offender to the discretion of the board may only be imposed a stern warning. So, ano yung mga benefits that can be derived? Nakita na natin sa the previous sections yung malaking provision on the minimum complement. Marami tayong kailangan. No? So these are the benefits. It will generate more jobs. Kaya nga, baka kukulangin tayo if everything in that section in the minimum complement will be followed. And a more meaningful opportunities amongst electrical practitioners. It will strengthen the assurance of public safety and industry and the preservation of life and properties. It will enhance the quality of Filipino electrical practitioners to international standards. It will promote the culture of responsible practice, honesty, and accountability dahil nga ang lalaki na ng mga penalties. It will address the gap between the academe and the industry and will produce better graduates for licensure examinations. It will create a pool of proficient and quality electrical engineering practitioners whose standards of practice shall be outstanding, honorable, and locally competitive. It will promote the value of the profession that are responsive to continuing growth in competence. So saan na tayo? So simulang 2015, we have HB 5826. This was the first bill that we filed in 2015 at itong inyong lingkod was ito lang ang by authority of the board in 2015. I was the only one who faced the Congress for the filing of this 5826. Nakakuha tayo ng House Bill number, and there was a corresponding Senate Bill, SB 2963, which was sponsored by Senator Paolo Benigno Aquino IV. In 2016, the LELAC by authority of the board also filed in the 17th Congress. Ito yon, House Bill 1622. This was sponsored by Congressman Michael De Vera and filed in July 18, 2016. And the corresponding Senate bill also was filed and also sponsored by Senator Paolo Aquino. Ngayon, saan na tayo? In 2020. So sa pagsisikap nga ng LELAC Committee, we were able to file HB 6314. Ito yung nandito ngayon. This was filed in February 18, 2020 and sponsored by Congresswoman Julian Jang Baronda. Ito yung nandito nga. This is the current version in the House. And the corresponding Senate bill is Senate Bill 1210, sponsored by Senator Ping Lacson, filed in the Senate in September 27, 2019. So ito yung mga major portions na discuss natin. So we say that we need a law that ensures the achievement of the fundamental intent of licensing professionals. So either government enforce licensing to individuals in the practice of a trade or skill or a profession. Drivers, pilots, watercraft officers, nurses, midwives, doctors, engineers. So bakit kailangang may lisensya? This is the reason when lives, properties, and public safety are at stake, resulting from acts of an individual in the performance of his trade. We need a purposive licensing of responsible professionals who are allowed and permitted by law to perform as such. So ito yung kasi, this is the presentation that we made in the Senate and in the lower house. Sana lahat yung nandito ngayon in attendance virtually and in personal dyan sa Kalasyaw will help us in the push kasi we have only remaining wala nang 1 year. We would like to request the help of everyone na dapat suportahan natin, dapat sana before the end of this 18th Congress ma-pass itong bill natin. So ngayon meron tayong question and answer na sana mga Mrs. Moderator, kung meron mang mga question as practiced in our face-to-face conduct of binary conferences, we would like to have the names o sino yung mag-question, the chapter, then yung question. Mga moderator, I am now willing to answer questions kung meron man.
Yes, sir.
Meron ba tayo sa chat box natin?
For a while, sir. May we ask the gentleman here on the hall kung meron po kayong tanong kay Engineer Marlon? Yes? Yes, sir. We have a microphone right there po, sir.
Good afternoon po. Engineer Fernandez po from Tarlac. My question is, how does test the law affects this proposed law? So sa ngayon po kasi mayroon pong pinupush about TESDA. Yun lang po.
Yes, sir. Meron man tayong committee ngayon na kung makausap nga kasi that is one issue now with regards to TESDA. Pero the position of IIEE naman is that TESDA is skills competency. Wala tayong pinag-usapan na conflict or whatever. There are provisions, there have been meetings na together with our BEE on how to approach the TESDA competency provisions. Wala namang conflict dyan. We should have to consider na yung TESDA is competency while our law is about regulation of the practice of electrical engineering. Sir, okay na yun, sir?
Sir, do you have a follow-up question po? No more na daw po, sir. Engineer Marlon, wala na daw pong follow-up question.
Salamat, ma'am.
Yes po. Any more sa ating mga engineers from the hall? Clear
Dito,
na
ma'am,
po kami
sa
dito, engineer. Wala pong tanong dito sa ating live audience.
Sa Q&A, ma'am, meron, ma'am. This is from...
Pero do we have a question in our Q&A chat box?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to answer this one. Ito si Sir Lyndon.
Wala
Andrin,
naman po.
Meron dito, ma'am, sa question and answer. I would like to answer this one. Yes, ma'am. Is regarding for required REE or PE for city or municipal government can also cover. Sir, dito na nga, covered na ito lahat. Example, yung sa complement natin kayo na kasi this was also asked in some other regional conferences. Covered ito lahat, kaya nga there are upgrading on the definition of the practice of electrical engineering. Itong REE or PEE ng city or municipal government, nandyan rin, sir. Example lang, kung yung city mo masyadong malaki yung installation, you have to follow the provisions on the minimum complement yung na-discuss natin.
Sinabihan na kanina eh.
Hello. Intindihan, did Sir Lyndon Andrin, narinig ba yung answer ko? Okay. Okay, sir. Okay na, sir. Okay na, ma'am. Medyo okay na si Sir Lyndon.
Okay na po tayo.
Thank you very much, sir. And as a sign of gratitude to our speaker, we have a certificate of appreciation to be given by this important gentleman. Engineer Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Engineer Woody G. Arama, and Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez. With the citation, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Marlon F. Parrott in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker during the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference, June 25 to 26, 2021 at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Given this, June 26, 2021. Signed, Oscar F. Ronaldo Jr., Pangasinan Chapter President. Signed, Woody G. Arama, Central Luzon Regional Governor. Signed, Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you po.
And that marks the end of our discussion for our technical resources speakers. Maraming salamat po to our technical resources speakers. Siyempre, they are headed by our Honorable Francis V. Mapile. Maraming salamat po. Engineer Christopher T. Villaflor, Engineer Virgilio S. Lozares, Engineer Rinaldo R. Santiago, and Engineer Eileen A. Alejo, Engineer Fortunato C. Laines, Engineer Primo G. Beltran Jr., Engineer Vincent E. Jimenez, Engineer Midel C. De Jesus, Engineer Paulo Tolentino, Engineer Florigo C. Verona, Engineer Juan R. Agtarap, and most especially to Engineer Marlon F. Parrott. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And also, we have to thank our sponsored technical speakers, Engineer Kevin Carlos and Engineer Marlu Castor from Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Engineer Randy Reyes from Pacific Power Incorporated, Engineer Ferdinand Caluza from Control Gear Electric Corporation, Engineer Huang Yiwai from Huawei Technologies Company, Engineer Christian A. Vigil from Panasonic, Engineer J. Martin Y. Robiano from Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. So before we have our closing ceremonies, we would like to call our Philippine College of Science and Technology dance troupe for an intermission number. Let us give them a warm round of applause.
Standing in a crowded room and I can't see her face. Put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. In my mind, I'm running around a cold and empty space. Just put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. Break my bones, but you won't see me fall. The rising tide will rise against them all. Darling, hold my hand. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm leaving this. There's no denying. I'm leaving this. You stop me falling. I'm leaving this. I need you holding. I'm leaving this. So darling, hold my hand. Soul is like a melting pot when you're not next to me. Tell me that you got me and you're never gonna leave. Trying to find a moment where I can find relief. Please tell me that you got me and you're never gonna leave. Break my bones, but you won't see me fall. The rising tide will rise against them all. Darling, hold my hand. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm leaving this. There's no denying. I'm leaving this. You stop me falling. I'm leaving this. I need you holding. I'm leaving this. So darling, hold my hand. Don't wanna know that feeling when I'm all alone. So please don't make me wait, 'cause I don't wanna break. No, I don't wanna fall. When you're next to me, content I'm not afraid to be. You don't make me wait and never let me break. You never let me fall. Darling, hold my hand. 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm leaving this. There's no denying. I'm leaving this. You stop me falling. I'm leaving this. I need you holding. I'm leaving this. So darling, won't you hold my hand?
Thank you very much for that energetic performance.
Before we go on, we would like to acknowledge the chapter officers headed by the chapter president for their efforts. No? Engineer Oscar F. Ranelio Jr., the chapter president of IIEE Pangasinan, Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Randy Peralta, Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Frederico Aquino, Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Alfonso Palpal, Secretary Engineer Arnel Ramiscal, Treasurer Engineer Cristino Vidal, Auditor Engineer Billy Idio, the members of the Board of Directors, Engineer Michael Abara, Engineer Junicio Prindol, Engineer Zeke Ian Estacio, Engineer Dario Togade, Engineer Romel Dio Lazo, Engineer Romel Kinsay, Engineer Maximo Gamboa Jr., and Engineer Bernard Menezes, our ex-official, Engineer Carlo Adrihilio, and our Executive Secretary, Engineer Richie Pinera. To our chapter officers from the region headed by their chapter presidents, bumiyahi pa sila from their respective chapters para lang makadalo dito sa ating CLRC. Engineer Joey Alulod of Aurora Chapter, Engineer Mar O. Tapia, Bataan Chapter, Engineer Jovita S.B. Domingo, Bulacan Chapter, Engineer Jeffrey C. Cudapas, Nueva Ecija Chapter, Engineer Jared M. Reulizo, Olongapo Zambales Chapter, Engineer Condrado D. Cagiat, Pampanga Chapter, Engineer Annalyn C. Fernandez, Tarlac Chapter. Of course, our Regional Governor of Central Luzon, Engineer Woody G. Irama. Ang sabi po nung isang speaker natin, Mr. Swabi daw? Okay po. Of course, our member of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Jaime V. Mendoza, and our chairman of the Board of the Electrical Engineering, Engineer Francis V. Mapile. Maraming salamat po.
We would also like to thank our generous sponsors who extended their contribution in making this event possible. We would like to send on behalf of the committee and the whole electrical engineering community the appreciation, and you know how much you are valued. The cover sponsors: River Grove Lifestyle Center with this establishment, Kabalen, Romantic Baboy and Army Navy, Shakey's Pizza Parlor, Pacific Power Incorporated, Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, Alvarez Barrientos Electrical Supplies and Services, Albar Incorporated, We Point Electric Equipment Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, GMC Illuminux General Merchandising Company, Police Brigadier General Romeo M. Karama Jr. and family, Province of Pangasinan Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Office. For our giveaway sponsors, we have Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, M. Abara Trading and Construction Services Incorporated. For Evergreen sponsors, Landlight Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Control Gear Electric Corporation, Sefang, Epitex Claro Incorporated, Shili Electric, Hymel, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Hymax Electronics Corporation. For featured virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated. For the premium virtual booth exhibit sponsors, we have Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, J&B Industrial Corporation, Flexcon, and Crown Asia Chemicals Corporation. For technical presentation sponsors, we have Switch Industrial Sales Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, Huawei Brills Marketing, Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Phelps Dodge Philippines Incorporated, and Panasonic. For the massive efforts and skills to make the 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference a success, special mention to the men and women, our efficient electrical engineers, the members and officers of the host chapter, the IIEE Pangasinan. For everything you have done, everything you still do and will continue to do. IIEE just wants you to know how thankful they are and they look forward to a prosperous future. And with that, we want to extend on sincerest gratitude. Maraming salamat, dear sponsors, and hope you still continue to outpour your generous commitment to help the programs and advocacies of IIEE. Again, thank you very much to our keynote speakers and our technical presenters. Indeed, the presentations are insightful and informative. Maraming salamat sa ating mga naging guests, especially our specialists, managers, respective chairmen of different companies, dignitaries, CEO, high-stand representatives. We cannot just express our gratefulness through words. Thank you so much for the time, the effort, the wisdom that you have imparted with us, especially to our participants and delegates on IIEE Hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference 2021. Mabuhay po kayong lahat!
And so to continue, may we request our Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Alfonso P. Palpal, for the recognition of sponsors and exhibitors.
Apa nasa pa kayo nalpas?
Good afternoon or good evening na dahil may kon na yung gabi na. Well, dahil ang MC natin ay laging binabanggit yung mga pangalan ng mga donors and sponsors natin. So, in behalf of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Pangasinan Chapter, I would like to acknowledge and extend our sincerest thanks to our exhibitors and sponsors for this two-day IIEE 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference held here in Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan. Dahil nabanggit na rin lahat-lahat, ulitin ko pa ba o may raffle draw pa ata? Okay, ulitin ko na lang. To Landlight Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald PVC Pipes and PVC Fittings including PVC doors, CEC Control Gear Electric Corporation, SIPANG, Pacific Power, Epitax, Shilin Electric, Himmel, Himax, Himax Electronics, Crown Pipes and Fittings, and for the featured and premium virtual vault exhibit, we have Huawei Grills Marketing, Exponent, Controls and Electrical Corporation, Pulp Dodge, Safety Tech, Innovation Incorporated, J&B Industrial Corporation, Flexcon, HDPE Spiral Flexible Conduit. And so with the technical presentation sponsors, but switch, Pacific Power, Huawei, Pelpdads and Panasonic. For the cover sponsors, we have River Group, Lifestyle Center, Kabalen, All It What You Can, Army Navy, Berger and Barito, Shakey's, Parlor, Pacific Power Efficient Electricity Solutions, Smarter Energy for a Better Life with Huawei, Fusion Solar Residential Smart PV Solution, Safety Switch or Safety Tech Innovation Incorporated, PB Gen Romeo M. Karamat Jr., and General Merchandise. And for the giveaway sponsors, we have Philco, Firefly Electric Lighting Corporation, and of course, our very own member of Pangasinan Chapter, MA Mike Cabarra Trading and Construction Services. So again, thank you so much for this generous assistance, because without you and our 22nd IIEE Central Luzon Regional Conference won't be successful as what we expect to be. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alfonso Palpal. May we also invite Engineer Oscar F. Hernilla Jr., the Chapter President of IIEE Pangasinan, for the recognition of the Working Committee who devoted their time and effort making this event as successful as possible. Engineer Hernilla, please.
Good afternoon. So I would like to say thank you for staying with us until the closing ceremonies. So let me just give recognition to the working committees for the hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference. Ways and Means Committee from Finance, Sir Cristino Vidal and Sir Romel Julazo. Sponsorship, Advertisement Invitation Program of Activities, Sir Woody Erama. Raffle door prizes, yours truly. Invitation attendance, Sir Bernard Meneses. Raffle prizes, plaques, token, Sir Michael T. Abarra and Sir Wilson Rosario. Thank you. From the Administrative Committee, Souvenir Program, Virtual Plant Tour, Sir Woody Erama and Sir Junicio Prendol. Secretariat, Registration, Sir Arnel G. Ramiscal. Physical Arrangement, Proceedings and Protocol, Sir Randy G. Peralta. Operations Committee, Virtual and Physical Product Exhibits, Technical Sessions, Sir Woody G. Rama, Sir Alfonso P. Palpal, and Sir Billy Idio. Social Entertainment, Fellowship, Food and Beverage, yours truly. Sports and Shoot Fest, yours truly, and of course, our Central Luzon Governor, Sir Woody Irama. Transportation and Accommodation, Sir Junicio R. Prendol. So I want to thank the working committees for the 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference. A pleasant afternoon to everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. So this time we are going to continue our raffle draw. No, we still have 4 prizes to be giving away to our viewers and that of our delegates and participants. So before we are going to do that, let us have first.
May we request our Regional Governor, Central Luzon Region, Engineer Woody G. Arama, for the official closing of the Hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference 2021. Sir?
Thank you, Madam MC. But before the final closure of this event, let me extend first our sincerest thanks to all our sponsors and speakers who extended their help to make this program a success. So your unwavering support is really, really appreciated. So if we have shortcomings, our apologies. So with that, by the power vested in me by the Constitution and bylaws of IIEE, or Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, as Regional Governor of Central Luzon Region, I hereby declare that this 22nd Hybrid Central Luzon Regional Conference officially closed.
Thank you very much, sir. So moving on, we are going to have now the continuation of the raffle draw. So with our technical specialists, our kuyas there, we may request you to show us the roleta for the raffle bonanza to be conducted by, yan, virtually, no? We're going to give 2 pieces of PEC and 2 jackets. Okay? So you may now roll. One winner of the PEC would be number 103. So based on our list, congratulations, Engineer Jonicio R. Prindol from Pangasinan. From Pangasinan chapter, that is. Congratulations, Engineer Prindol. This time, we're going to give a jacket. Parang si Willie lang, no? Bigyan ng jacket yan. Sino man ang maro-roll out sa kanyang number will be taking home a jacket. Courtesy of our IIEE Pangasinan and of course our official sponsors for the giveaways. Roll it, please. Our next winner to receive a jacket, congratulations to the person who has registration number 56. Congratulations, Engineer Billy Idio. Ang swerte naman nila. So, congratulations, Engineer Idio. And next raffle item, another set of a PEC. Sana rin makuha din ng mga taga-Aurora, taga-Bulacan. Pero yung pinag-usapan natin a while ago, if the person is not around, halimbawa dito sa hall, magko-call tayo ng another, no? Okay. Roll it, please. Okay, congratulations! Number 8. Okay, our next winner, yung name niya starts with letter R. Anyone from our delegates virtually and here in the hall? Letter R, yung start ng name. Tapos, yung kanyang last name starts with letter P. Congratulations, Sir Engineer Roger Predas. Ayan, dito sila. May we know, sir, from what chapter are you po? Pangasinan! Masiswerte ang mga taga Pangasinan. Okay po. And our last winner of a jacket. Congratulations to number 51. Okay, our winner again, his name starts with letter R. Tapos meron po siyang letter E. May letter O din po yung kanyang pangalan. At yung last name niya starts with letter D. Congratulations, Sir Romel Diolazo! From Pangasinan chapter. Ano kayang agimat ang dala ninyo at halos kayo ang pumakyaw ng ating mga prizes. And last but not the least, meron po tayong... Ay, marami pala! Marami pa po kaming ipapamigay mga... What's this? AirPods with remote and mic. Pero hindi po kasama yung phone, ha? AirPods lang po. Okay. Roll it, please. Number 31. Congratulations po. Siya. Sir Henry Rosario. Sir Henry. Next po, please roll it. Number 9. Engineer Ramil Aquino. Next po. Wala si Sir Ramil. So, yung next number na lang. Number 14. This time, Ramil din ang pangalan. Ramil, what is this? Nakar? Ayun. This time from, I hope it's not in Pangasinan na. Pangasinan pa rin. Congratulations! Number 23. Ayan. Bobby, Engineer Bobby Malongat. Bobby Malongat. Sir Bobby. Yung cellphone, susunod na po, sir. And our next winner, ano yan? Number 63. Buti ikaw nakikita mo. Paolo, Engineer Paolo Fernando. Engineer Paolo, at the count of 5. 5. Okay, wala po si Engineer Paolo. Next po. Number 28. Engineer Catalino Daruca Jr. Nandito po ba sila? Wala po. So next po. Number 41. Benigno S. Miguel Jr. Engineer Benigno S. Miguel Jr. Congratulations, sir. Our next winner, number 25. Ayan. Madam Annalyn Fernandez. Engineer Annalyn Fernandez. Ma'am, yung cellphone susunod na daw. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations po. Yes po. Marami pa po tayong AirPods. Number 88. Why do I keep looking at the back? Hindi ko rin naman nakikita. Number 88, Engineer Guillermo Buada. Engineer Buada, congratulations po. Congratulations po. We still have prizes. Number 36. Engineer Hinaro Marquez. Engineer Marquez, congratulations. Number 49 is Rodolfo Gutierrez. Engineer Rodolfo Gutierrez. Congratulations po. Nandito ba si sir? Okay, next po. Number 5. How do you? David Fernandez. David. Engineer David Fernandez. Engineer Fernandez, DYVID. Okay, next po tayo. Number 76. Engineer Conrado Cagiat. Engineer Cagiat. Wala po. Next. Number 20. Engineer Herbert Suyat. Is it Suyat? Yes po. Congrats. Number 61 is Sir Jeffrey Abilon. Engineer Jeffrey Abilon. Wala po sila. Okay, next. Meron pa po tayong 5 na AirPods na ibibigay. Number 66, James Kim Sulit. Engineer James Kim Sulit. Congratulations, sir. Batang-bata pa si sir. Our next number. Number 73, Engineer Harold Agra. Congratulations, sir. So we still have 3 AirPods from Samsung. Congrats po. Number 18. Our winner is Engineer Yolanda Judan. Wala na. Wala sila. Ayan. Next. Number 71. Engineer Rodolfo Lopez. Congratulations po, Engineer Lopez. Rodolfo Lopez. Wala po sila. Next. Number 37 is Engineer Cristino Vidal. Congratulations po, sir. We still have 2 more. Isa lang po. Number 53, Engineer Roland Puno. Engineer Puno. Wala na sila. Wala po sila. Ayan. Number 100, Engineer Danilo Bautista. Ayan. And our last AirPods to be given away. I think this is consolation prize now. Ayan. Thank you po. Congratulations. Our last na AirPod na ibibigay is number 72, Engineer Renato Galapon The second. Wala sila. So last, maybe this would be the last. Number 91, Engineer Jolly Miranda. Ayan. Hi, salamat. Sige po, sir. Thank you po. Congratulations po.
And that concludes the IIEE Hybrid 22nd Central Luzon Regional Conference 2021 conducted here live at Pangasinan Regency Hotel, Calasiao, Pangasinan, and brought to you virtually via streaming platforms. I guess it is never too late that we invite you all to visit our province here in Pangasinan. Using our dialect, we say, Pasyarkiman at Pangasinan, and we will welcome you all warmly. Which means, pasyal naman kayo dito sa Pangasinan and take a look at our province, prides and treasures, especially our beaches, and have a taste on our delicacies. If you wish to visit Pangasinan, you may contact Engineer Woody Arama or Engineer Oscar Heranelio to tour you around Pangasinan. No problem daw.
We have been your hosts, Miss Eds
and Miss Angelica,
saying congratulations and mabuhay! Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. Until your next hybrid IIEE conference, mabuhay po kayong lahat. Good night po!